Recorded Books presents The Liar's Crown by Abigail Owen, narrated by Samara Naomi with Luis Moreno. Prologue. Once Upon a Curse. 18 years ago. The first cry of a newborn infant pierced the heavy night air, and the women in the room heaved a collective sigh of relief, except for Hesperia. She checked the shadows instead. Was the king watching, lurking, confirming that she completed the task he had commanded? As a sand nymph, Hesperia was called upon to bless newborn life in the dominion of Arid. She had been coming to the palace for centuries. On behalf of the goddess of this dominion, she had sanctified the birth of every royal child. The women in the room would assume she was a revered acolyte, skin painted in the colors of the deserts from which her kind were made. They didn't know she was also a spy, or that the reason she'd come tonight had nothing to do with blessings. After severing the umbilical cord, the midwife cleaned and wrapped the child in a soft blanket, but she didn't give the baby to its mother, wife of the crown prince, who was still sitting, limp and coated in sweat, legs splayed open on the birthing stool. Instead, the child was passed to the Queen of Arid, Hesperia's sovereign, technically. Only Hesperia didn't serve this queen. She served him. Eidolon, the king of Tindra, a cold and brutal man lurking under the veneer of a charming liar. "What is it?" the mother demanded past chalky lips, as a servant wiped her brow with a clean linen dipped in cool water. The queen didn't even glance her way. Instead, she stared at her precious legacy, so tiny, hardly a wisp. "A girl," she said, in a voice much harsher than the moment should warrant. "The Princess Tabra Eutheria I of Arid." "A girl?" the mother sobbed. "But my husband wanted a boy." The queen's narrowed blue eyes sharpened. "My dead son wanted a boy," she sneered. "Queens are what keep this dominion alive." Judging by the state of the desert dominion under her reign, Hesperia wasn't so sure about that. Arid had become a poorer and more desperate place to live. However, she'd foolishly pledged herself to the wrong sovereign long ago, so to her, none of that mattered. At the queen's nod, Hesperia stepped forward. She bent over the child, an Imperium just like all the queens before her. This one could sense she was Inferni, one with a rare soul ability passed down only through this line. The one the king wanted, the one she'd been ordered to curse. Hesperia started to whisper over the child, but she only got a few words out before the glimmer of a rare vision stopped her. A horror of a future flashed across her mind, a chilling warning of the world she would help create if she kept going. She jerked back. Was this the future that the king had planned? Eidolon had grown more desperate in recent years, and for reasons he would not share, he wanted this particular Inferni bound to him the moment her powers manifested. Behind her, the mother moaned, doubling over her still swollen belly, and shock whispered through the helpers in a series of gasps. Another baby. Unlike the others, Hesperia wasn't surprised. This line of royals had twin queens every other generation, the best-kept secret of Arid. Her mind spun for a different reason, because of the vision she'd just seen, and a new possibility. "Do I dare defy him?" The queen thrust the firstborn closer. "Finish your rite." Hesperia made her choice, and instead of the curse she whispered a simple blessing and marked the child's forehead with her fourth finger. When she finished, she slowly backed away, fighting to hide a tremble threatening to take hold of her body at the realization of what she had done, and what she was about to do. Did he see? He seemed weaker lately. Maybe he wasn't watching from the shadows. Regardless, she knew she'd sealed her own fate. She listened as violent screams ripped through the mother's throat, one after the other, a symphony to her own damnation. "The babe is turned," the midwife said to the queen. "I must move it right away or we'll lose both the mother and the child." The queen showed no emotion. She never did. "Save the child," she commanded in a low voice. The screaming went on until suddenly, silence. Then a new cry filled the room. This child's wail was sharper, as though furious with the world already. Hesperia didn't wait for the queen to signal her. She stepped over to the baby, still slick with birth. Just like each set of royal twins before these, one child was Inferni, the other Hylori, and nothing special. Which was perfect for what Hesperia had in mind. She whispered words over the child, imbuing every syllable with power. "No need for that," the queen said, unaware of what was truly happening. Hesperia touched a finger to the tiny princess's hand, completing the ritual through touch, and the sharp burn of magic passed from nymph to babe. A curse bestowed. Did King Edelon see that coming? "I bet you didn't, you ageless bastard." It was done, either way. He wouldn't discover her deception until he sought out the future queen of Ered and felt nothing. The full truth would be revealed when he locked eyes with her sister. Without so much as a glance at the second infant's face, the queen flicked her gaze at the corner of the room. A woman stepped into the light, heavily cloaked despite the sweltering desert heat, with the hood pulled low over her face. The woman took the baby from the midwife, who swung a wide, questioning gaze to the queen. Her words dripping with the threat, no, the promise of vengeance for any who would defy her will, the queen addressed the room. "The second child was stillborn," she declared. "Dead. Do you understand?" Hesperia doubted she would live to breathe a word of this to anyone, not that she had in generations. No one in this room would talk either. Only a fool would ignore that command if they wanted to live. But the curse. A day would come when that would not be so silent. Part 1. The Pawn. Chapter 1. A Hovel and a Hag. Now. Time is measured by a single star creeping across the sky outside my tiny glassless window. I watch it, waiting. I'm always waiting. Waiting to sneak out, waiting to be called upon to fulfill my duties. Waiting for Oma, who has raised me since birth, to tell me what to do. Waiting to be anything but who and what I am. Marinith Evangeline the 12th of Ered. A second-born princess in a long line of royal twins. One to rule, the other to serve as nothing more than a secret body double in dangerous circumstances. Which means of all the waiting I do, I'm basically just waiting to die. I pull my knees to my chest, watching the night sky. Not much longer now. I've been sneaking out since I was a child. Foolish and reckless? Maybe, but the desert is the only place where I get to be Marin, where Cain lives. Cain is a wanderer, part of the nomadic people who travel the deserts, stopping by the city periodically to trade their wares. Between his travels and Oma's sharp eye keeping me in place, it's been ages since I've escaped this house. My blood thrums with excitement at the thought of seeing him again. Not just because he's my only real friend, but also because Cain teaches me things that Oma would never allow. Things that might give me a chance to survive if the King of Tindra ever comes for us. Edelon, the goddess damn reason I'm so stuck. The stories Oma and grandmother have told us are terrifying. The immortal king has been stealing and murdering queens of Ered for centuries. Only a handful of generations have been spared, which is how our grandmother retains her throne and Oma her life. He is always coming for us. We just don't know when or why. And that unpredictability is what scares me most. I sit up straighter. No, I refuse to think about the cruel fate the mother goddess and her 6 daughters have woven for me. Not tonight. Tonight is mine. Or it will be, if I can get out of this damn house without getting caught. The instant my star disappears from view, I'm on my feet, adjusting my disguise. A black body-hugging top, breeches, and worn calfskin boots, all threadbare, as would be for a poor city waif and not a princess in hiding. Some days, I wonder which is the disguise. After checking for the knife I always hide on me somewhere, I pin my headscarf into place, leaving only my eyes exposed. I wear it any time I'm out of the house and in the city. Goddess forbid anyone mistakes me for Princess Tabra, heir apparent to the throne. As Tabra's identical twin, I have the same long black hair, same golden skin that can freckle in the sun, same unusual shade of amber eyes and stubborn chin. I am an exact copy, down to each mole and scar. You don't want to know how I got the scars. I eye the window. I haven't tried escaping that way before for a good reason, but the hag has caught me every other way, and I'd like to save my coins if I can. As I swing my leg over, my stomach pitches and I grip the windowsill hard. Heights and I do not get along. I huff out an irritated breath. Princess Marineth, Imperium and fearless body double to the future Queen of Arid, afraid of falling to her death from only one story up. If Cain could see me now, I'd never hear the end of it. Not looking down, I scoot across the tile-covered roof to the corner and the drainage pipe bolted to the wall. Black dots freckle the edges of my vision. Is the air thinner up here? Or maybe I forgot to breathe. Ugh. I grab hold of the pipe and, without letting myself think about it, make my way down into the alleyway below, taking a shuddering breath when my feet finally hit the ground. Never doing that again. At least I get lucky. The alley is empty, no sign of Oma's watchdog. I scrunch my nose in disgust. It always smells like piss out here. The small weathered hovel where Oma and I live is tucked between two taller inns, like a tiny child squished between broad-shouldered men in a pew at Temple. These are establishments for the rougher sort of travelers, drunks and whores. That's what Oma calls them, at least, though the women who work there have always been kind to me. Except for the Selkie, but she's mean to everyone. Ignoring my shaking hands, I pull my pack from the pile of trash where I'd stashed it earlier. Never go into the desert unprepared, Cain always tells me. He would know. Sand rats skitter out of my way, bearing tiny razor-sharp teeth. The menaces have gnawed a hole in the canvas. Typical. Bag secured over one shoulder, I move quickly to the end of the alley. The street ahead is quiet. Perfect. It's safer if I get outside the walls before the city fills with people out to enjoy the cool of the night. But when I go to take a step, a gnarled hand wraps around my arm and tugs me back with surprising strength. A string of frustrated curses crosses through my mind, but for once I manage not to voice them. The hag. I've never heard anyone call her anything else. Glares in my general direction. For years, my great-aunt has paid this blind old beggar woman to monitor the house, and me when she's gone. But Oma is cheap, even when protecting the royal quasi-princess, and the hag is only a vex. Her lack of powers doesn't make her any less intimidating, though. "You shouldn't go out tonight," she says in a voice only a mother could love, hooked fingers twitching against my arm. No one is talking me out of this. I shift from foot to foot, antsy to get out of there. Listen. She holds up a hand to stop me and huffs out a sigh. "Just watch yourself tonight, girl." I frown. She's never bothered to warn me before, much less let me go. Why? I may be half blind, but my ears work fine. Talk of more folk disappearing, taken in the night. She pauses, then lowers her voice to a hush. I believe the shadow wraith walks among us again. Shadow wraith. A shiver races along my spine. Everyone in my city of Enora has heard of someone who knows someone who's gone missing. They call them the Vanished. Is this the reason? I think back over the words she said. Wait. Again? She shakes her head. It's not the first time shadows have come. It's not? Why has Oma never mentioned it? But this is different. I breathe out through my nose. I have so many questions, but the hag has already given me more than I expected. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful, I say. And then, whether to reassure her or me, I toss her an overconfident smile and add, the shadows and I have a certain fondness for one another. And it's true. The shadows are the only way I can ever escape. They hide me, and in return, I tell them all my wishes. Mostly wishes for a different life. Maybe I would feel differently if I came face to face with the shadow wraith, though. A girl of 18 summer solstices, an Imperium whose underwhelming powers to control sand wouldn't make a dent. I mean, what could I do? Throw sand in its eyes? If it even has them. I shudder at the thought. I'm not supposed to use my powers anyway, especially not in public. Hard rule. One of many. I square my shoulders. I already have enough worries just getting out of the city, but the hag's warning is more than most would bother to do for me. Rather than hand over the tiny purse of coins I always bring in case she catches me, which she often does, I pull out the last of the storm asps I snuck out of the palace last time I was there. It was supposed to be a gift for Cain. Here, I say, and place the sleek, pewter-scaled snake into her hand, a rare delicacy usually reserved for authorities' tables. Her crow of delight follows me around the corner and into the darkened, cobbled streets, where the shadow wraith may well be lurking. Chapter 2. Stranger in the Night. In the darkness, it's harder to see the decay, but I know it's there. Everything around here is chipped, broken, or falling apart. The deterioration isn't contained to the poorer parts of the city anymore either. During the day, these streets are haunted by the people going about their work, growing ever closer to the sand rats they shoo from their homes, chewing through whatever and whoever they have to just to put food in their bellies. Vexillium, like the hag, with no magic to speak of. Men and women stooped over, life etched into the crags of their faces, dust permanently ground into their skin. When Oma and I come back from trips to the palace, I get to scratch in the dirt or I look too clean. Somewhere inside one of the buildings I pass by, laughter tumbles out. A family, I think, and I smile. Arid at night, when we finally get a break from the sun and the effort to keep going, always reminds me that under that decay are people who laugh, love, and just try to survive. Patience gets them through the heat of the day, and a world of moonlight is their reward. Moments like these remind me why, no matter how unfulfilling this life may be, I will never leave it. Even if I haven't experienced the same pangs of hunger or scorching burns from laboring under the desert sun, or wept because I couldn't afford a house or healer, I see the suffering of the Enoran people. My people. I've lived among them and beside them, though. I've tasted the sweet honeyed candies sold in our marketplace. I've heard music more beautiful than the night sky and lain on rooftops, listening to elders pass on the stories of our world to the wide-eyed children of Enora. If I abandoned this place, who would be left to watch over them? Who would fight to protect them? Who would be willing to die for them? There is only me. And maybe someday Tabra, if I can help her see beyond the palace walls, if the people even allow us in. Which is why there is still danger here, especially for me, or who I am, at least. More and more, we've heard whispers of unrest and organized uprisings from the outer territories, some of the smaller cities and settlements, and even within Enora itself. Which means I need to move. A prickling feeling of being watched has me checking the way I came. I half expect the hag to be hobbling after me, but no one is there. I curse my uneasiness. Her warning has me extra jumpy tonight. Dealers, thieves, life stealers, and traffickers. The underbelly of the city lurks in the same cracks and crevices I slink through, and if I'm discovered, things could get bad, fast. Through dark patches and doorways, I near the south gate of the city walls. Though I know the route by heart, I can't shake the creeping sense that I am being watched. The hag must have gotten to me more than I thought. Checking over my shoulder one last time before leaving the city, a young man, only a handful of summers older than me at most, stands in the middle of the street staring at me. I stop, adrenaline spiking in my veins. Shadow Wraith? I shouldn't have strapped my knife to my ankle. Under my top would have been better. But no, he looks human enough. Dressed in black, his clothes aren't those of a laborer or a waif like me. But neither is he wearing anything that would indicate wealth or privilege. Is he a Vex? He doesn't look like a Vex. He's too still, too controlled. Which means he's probably an Imperium. Great. The question is, which kind of Imperium? A Hylori would be less of a threat. We controlled tangible physical elements like sand or water or plants, depending on the person. But an Inferni, their control over intangible things like emotions or souls or a person's mind can be terrifying. King Edelon is Inferni. Or so we've been told. My sister will be too. Oma is Inferni. The last thing I want is to cross paths with an unfamiliar Inferni. Please be literally anything else. I eye him. He's not just staring, he's watching me. Intently. The strangest sense of recognition tickles the back of my mind, but I can't pin it down, like trying to touch a mirage. For just an instant, the clouds part and a shaft of moonlight moves over his features. A wave of impressions strikes in rapid succession. Midnight black hair swept up off a high brow, a sharply set jaw, slashing thick brows over eyes that even in the silvery light remind me of the times I've stood on the protected side of our dominion's glass-walled borders and watched the sun play on the shallow ocean waters beyond. Sometimes, for a crazy pulse-pounding instant, I've thought about risking a gruesome death just to know the feel of the translucent waves washing over my feet. I feel that same pull now. A slight crookedness to his mouth is the only imperfection I can see, but somehow that adds rather than detracts. He may be the most harshly beautiful man I've ever seen, but that's not what captures my attention. It's the aura of leashed power that surrounds him, and the way he's studying me, like he sees me. And I do the worst thing I could do, just stand there. Like it's perfectly normal to come across beautiful, uncomfortably familiar men who all but appear from thin air in the middle of the night. An Imperium, no less. Oma would have my head. Tabra might even help, because she hates it when I put myself at risk. Although our definitions of dangerous are as different as our lives. Neither of us can stand the thought of losing the other. If I can get to the desert, I can hide myself in the sands. It's the only place where my power becomes helpful.
Who are you?
He demands before I can make the smart decision to leave. Warmth fizzes through me. Goddess, what a voice! Velvet and iron. But then his question sinks in. That is the last thing I want anyone asking me. Especially a potential Inferni. What if his power is over truth? Forget sneaking away, I bolt.
Hey!
He calls after me. I hesitate, glancing over my shoulder. A foolish move. Why are his eyes so damn distracting? Sandrat bastard. At least I remember to deliberately lower my voice so I don't sound like my sister when I speak. I'm no one. His eyebrows slam down. Oh, you don't like that. Not a surprise. I'm old enough to know that men who look like him are used to getting their way. But then his expression shifts as he glances between me and the exit.
You shouldn't go out there alone.
Is he trying to protect me? Or corner me? A more logical part of me thinks. I lift my chin. I do as I please. I hear the Queen's imperious tone in my words, and I want to kick myself. A waif of Enora wouldn't sound so royal, so entitled. There's no flicker of recognition in his eyes, thank the goddesses. I've about convinced myself he's just a vex criminal whose nighttime activities I interrupted, when he gives a slight incline of his head, a gesture I recognize from court. I frown. A criminal with an authoritate's manners. Who is this man? But before I can ask, the stranger turns and melts into the shadows, leaving me alone. Dropping my hand to my side, I stare at the spot where he'd been standing, not sure what I saw, and maybe even more unnerved by the unexpected sense of disappointment I feel. Disappointment and emptiness. I shake myself out of my stupor and hurry through the tunnel toward the sand on the other side. I pause at the end, glancing behind me one last time. No one is there, so why do I still feel eyes on me? Taking in a breath, I step outside the city walls. As my feet bite into the sand and my eyes into the seemingly endless dunes of the crystalline desert, which now glows under the 3 full moons, my entire body hums with pleasure. It is always this way, as if the magic in my bloodstream finally feels at home. I walk a while, heading for the towering glass wall that marks our dominion's farthest eastern border. I try to make it out in the distance, but it has no reflection. No one knows how high the glass goes. Some even suggest that it's actually a dome. But if that were true, how do we still have air to breathe? All we know for sure is that the walls were made by the goddess Erid to keep out the devourers. And yes, those monsters live up to their name, violent and ravenously thirsty for blood. No one knows why our seas were dammed with them, but each of the 6 dominions named for their ruling goddess, Arid, Tindra, Wilderness, Savannah, Mariana, and Tropicus, has its own defenses, some more successful than others. This is ours. Plus, in protecting us from the monsters, our goddess gave us an unexpected gift. The tendrils of endless winter are crawling beyond Tindra's borders, and our glass walls keep out the relentless, brutal cold that Oma told me is raging the other dominions. No one dares to question what would happen if the walls abandoned us. I keep moving south, away from the city, where I'll have the best chance at finding Cain and his people. But no fires dot the dunes in the distance, no bursts of warm laughter, no horses' hooves scuff on the parched sand. The longer I walk without a sign of him or his Zaraphate, the more disappointment builds in my gut. When I reach the well where we always know to meet, it is empty. I am once again reminded how lonely this life can be. Sighing, I decide to grant myself the only pleasure I can. My blood has been keening for it since the moment I set foot outside of the city, begging me to reach down and take the sand into my control. After another glance around, because I'm not supposed to do this, I feel for the kernel of the power inside me, the one I can't ever seem to fully grasp, and warmth flows through my skin like effervescent bubbles as a soft yellow glow comes from my palm. Under me, the ground shivers. The sand obeys me as it always has, and a small amount lifts from the ground. I direct its temperature to rise, and tiny golden sparks spray out, reminding me of fire sprites who lead people who are lost even deeper into the desert. The sand fuses, forming into a ball, then the individual grains melt and meld, becoming a glowing orange liquid. With a flick of my fingers, I shape the small bubble into the start of a glass flower for Tabra. My sister loves my glass gifts so much, she made a secret garden of them in the palace. I don't finish, though. It's still just a bud when I decide I shouldn't stay here waiting any longer. Kane isn't coming, and it's dangerous to be out here alone. Wrestling with my disappointment, I get to my feet, slipping the flower into a pocket to finish later. But before I can pick up my pack and turn back for the city, a leanly muscled arm wraps around my chest and a knife blade digs into my throat. Chapter 3. Kane. I stiffen. Merciful goddess. Did the stranger in the street follow me after all? Did he see what I was doing with the sand? How could I be so careless?
Move and you'll be breathing blood through your windhole,
a low voice says close to my ear. Wait, not the stranger's voice. The blade digs deeper and I flinch. The warm trickle oozing down my neck tells me that whoever this is, he's deadly serious. My mind splinters. If he isn't the stranger, then who in the seven hells is he? An Imperium would have used their power. A troll would be taller. Maybe an outcast? I catch a scent of sweat. Not my own, though. Fouler, more pungent. Human, at least. I was right earlier with the stranger. The strapped knife on my ankle is useless right now. Handling it is one of the skills Kane taught me, but I can't reach it. Which leaves me only one option. Closing my eyes, I stay still and silent. As long as I'm not a threat, maybe he'll let me go. Unless this guy is one of the sacrifice her to the pit of bones types. Being digested slowly over 100 summers really isn't in my plans. I wondered how long it would take before we bumped into Kane's little pet. The familiar female voice comes from behind me. My eyes snap open. Despite the knife still at my neck, I don't bother to hide my glare. Kane's half-sister, Pella, moves the sleek black mare she rides around in front of me. Even though they don't look it, with their smaller, fine-boned stature, the horses of the Wanderers have been bred to be hardy with incredible stamina. Survivors. If I were a horse, I'd want to be like them. Reins loose, hands casually draped over the high pommel of her saddle, Pella sneers down at me. Sharp-nosed and sharp-tongued, she is a feminine version of Kane, with skin the color of sand in the sunset. I always was jealous of that, since I have to be careful to protect my own to more closely match my sister, who rarely leaves the shelter of the palace. I've never liked Pella. The sneer I can handle. No one comes close to Oma. Or, even more so, my grandmother, for sneers. The court is riddled with judgment like the pox, so I've managed to grow a thick skin. But the fact that Pella always calls me Kane's little pet, despite me being a few months older than her, chafes like sand in my undergarments. What's more, she knows it. Pella, I greet. I wish I could say this was a nice surprise, but you clearly still haven't outgrown that bitchy phase. Shame. Her sound of outrage is worth the sting of the knife pressed deeper into the flesh of my neck, earning me another oozing trickle of blood.
You dare insult the Zarif's daughter,
the scout demands.
Let her go.
Another familiar voice, deeper than the last time I saw him, commands from behind the well. Kane. He steps closer, the moonlight illuminating his face, and I blink. Lately, whenever I see him, I'm surprised. I can't help it. I guess I keep expecting to find the same boy I saw every few months growing up. Gangly and scrawny, with a head too big for his shoulders and coltish legs he hadn't known what to do with. But that's not who he is anymore, and he hasn't been for a year or two. Laughing eyes, nearly onyx-colored in the night, are wide-set under a strong forehead, an even stronger jaw, skin burnished by the sun to a rich, coppery bronze darker than his sister's. His form is filled out, broadened, and no doubt hardened under the looser clothing of the wandering desert peoples. Made of cloth the exact hue of this region, sand the color of oats, the clothes blend Kane's silhouette into his surroundings. It's difficult to see where one layer ends and another begins, but I know the outermost layer hides razor-thin armor strapped to his legs, torso, and shoulders. The knife is removed from my neck, and the scout steps away. He pretends not to recognize me as he disappears into the desert, even though I know he does. Everyone in this Zeraphate knows me. After all, as the Zeraph's son, Cain is next in the line of succession. Kind of like me, but legitimate, which means people tend to keep an eye on who he spends time with. He winks, and I try not to laugh. Pella's expression, meanwhile, curls into a scowl. She really would be strikingly beautiful if she'd stop doing that with her face. I told her that once. She didn't take it as a compliment, even a backhanded one. I blow out a silent breath and turn my back to her. I used to understand her attitude. Wanderers are naturally wary of strangers, but after so many years of me hanging around, Pella should be over it. "Why do you bother with her?" she asks Cain, then gives a little hiss of derision. Caught like the ignorant city dweller she is. If only she knew. In order to play the role I do in the palace, I've been educated the same as my sister. All the best tutors, debates with philosophers and generals and government leaders. I'm the most educated waif in all of Erid. I wonder what the Zeref would do if I knocked his precious only daughter off her horse with a rock.
There's only so much I can protect you from.
Cain murmurs as he steps near, like he read my mind.
As much fun as your smart mouth is.
Before I can answer, a tremor deep in the ground catches my attention. A good distance away, a tiny plume rises into the air. It could be a dust devil. It's not. A Zeraphate of wanderers in number is on the move and headed straight for the well, still a league out at least. Tracking my gaze, Pella suddenly sits straighter. "We'll see what Father has to say about your sand rat," she says to Cain. "Sand snake, don't you mean?" I glance pointedly at her. Pella's hand goes to the small puckered scar on her lip that I can't see but know is there. The last time she called me a sand snake, I had cracked a whip at her. It was supposed to be a warning. It caught her in the face instead. I'm not all that great with whips. Can't say I'm sorry about it. Rather than pout, she grins at Cain. "Now that you're to be Pella." Cain practically growls the word. His sister stares at him, all wide-eyed innocence, leaning forward to casually pat her horse's silky neck. "If you're going to be married, brother, I doubt your new heartmate will appreciate having her around." I'm instantly a confusing mess of emotions, but mostly hurt rises to the top like curdled cream. He didn't tell me.
"Go tell Father I've purified the well,"
Cain says to his sister over my head. "Yes," I say. "Run on back to Daddy, little girl." Hatred flashes through her eyes, but something else must pass between brother and sister, because she huffs again, then turns away, leaving me alone with Cain. I wait a beat before looking at him, searching his familiar face. The first time I ran away from the hovel, I was 6 years old, and Cain, not much older, found me parched and barely alive under a lone tree in the desert. His father managed to have me return to Oma in Enora. "You're lucky they didn't force you into servitude," Oma had scolded me. I wasn't so sure lucky was the right word. Even at that age, being a servant who was wanted and useful sounded better than being what I was. The second time I escaped, only a month later, thanks to the hag turning a literal blind eye after I bribed her, Cain had been the one to find me again. That time he had taken responsibility for me, and his father hadn't bothered to send me back. Cain promised to teach me to live and survive in the desert, as long as I promised to only venture out when I could find him near this well, the one closest to the city. I've worshipped the ground he walks on ever since. But if he got married, I would lose my friend. My only friend. Cain studies me.
"If I call you beautiful, will you cut out my tongue?"
I blink. He's never said anything like that to me before. For the first time in my life, I'm tempted to put a hand up to check my hair, which only adds another layer of confusion to go with my dry as dust mouth and no doubt dirt and sweat-covered face. I shift awkwardly. Is it true? I ask. What Pella said, I mean. He grimaces.
She shouldn't have told you that way.
So she wasn't lying. You're right. I suddenly want to lash out at him. You should have told me, little Canis. I regret it the second the words are out. Cain hates his full name, but even more he hates the patronizing tag of little some add to it. His father, for whom he was named, is called Mighty Canis, and is the leader of the largest Zeraphate in Erid. Cain shakes his head.
I'm sorry. I was going to...
He cuts himself off and starts over.
Father wants me to make a political match with an authoritate.
Why? My grandmother has been desperate to make an alliance with the mighty Canis for as long as I can remember, but the Wanderers have always spurned those who live in cities.
For access to resources?
Cain says grimly. Resources? The Zeraphates are self-sufficient. What could you possibly need?
The wells are starting to dry.
Goddess, is that true? While the walls have kept out the devourers, they've also kept in the intense heat of summer. The desert has been eating away at anything that had once been lush and green with a slow, unstoppable hunger, just as the decay has been taking over our cities. Cain takes a deep breath.
Tomorrow we'll travel to Oasis to barter for my bride.
My mouth opens a few times without sound coming out. You're going to the palace? Where Tabra is. Tabra, who looks exactly like me. Don't panic. He steps closer, urgency in the tense motion of his body.
Yes, but it's not what I want.
I'm still stumbling over the whole palace thing. What if he gets a good look at my sister and puts it all together? Oma will kill me, truly, because if my secret is uncovered, my existence revealed, what's the point of keeping me around? Cain takes my hands in his. Touch in our dominion is important, personal. All I can do is stare at our linked fingers. His are larger, stronger.
Come with me,
he says. I jerk my gaze up to eyes filled with a soft expression I've never seen before. Not from him. Tenderness and a question I can't possibly answer.
Don't go back to Honora,
he says.
Stay with the Zeraphate and me.
What is he asking? That I go to Oasis with him? That won't work on so many levels. I shake my head. Pella's right. If you marry, your heartmate won't.
Marin.
He sort of laughs and groans at the same time, then digs in the loose pockets of his clothes before holding out a bracelet. A cuff made of pure, gleaming gold with the symbol of a sand fox, Cain's family sigil etched into the center. Oh, goddess.
We could travel to the sacred tree, like we've always talked about. Make our covenant there.
I swallow. I've never even seen the sacred tree in Erid, though Tabra got to for her 16th birthday as part of her entering the age of reason. But not me. It's on the other side of the Dominion and never stops burning. Cain and I have talked all our lives of visiting all 6 sacred trees of the Dominions. Together. But that's not what he's asking now. My skin goes tight all over, like part of me wants to jump right out of it. This is Cain, my friend, my protector, my hero, who has taught me so much and always treated me with kindness as an equal. I know who and what I am, but he doesn't. Even in the desert, when I'm trying to escape my life, that knowing is there. Under every move I make, every word out of my mouth, It has never once occurred to me that Cain could be more. A different life. One where I'm not a secret, unwanted until I'm required to do my duty. One where I get to always be part of the desert that has felt more like home than the palace or the hovel ever did. The life he's offering is tempting, except for the odd, unsettled churning in my stomach. Even more unsettling is the sudden sharp memory of turquoise eyes in the night. I have to give him an answer. I have no idea what I'm going to say, but the hope in his eyes is tearing me up. Cain. Shouts from the direction of the Zeraphate cut me off. Cain jerks his head around. The buzz of voices rises toward us like a swarm of locusts, followed quickly by the pounding of hooves over the hard sand near the wall. Pella appears out of the dark and reins sharply to a halt. "Cain," she yells. "We're leaving now." He glances at me, then back to her. "Now? Before we've rested? Why?" "The Queen is dead." Chapter 4. No Time to Mourn. I go as still as glass. Everything is about to change. My grandmother is dead. The Queen is dead. My own sweet sister will be crowned, and Tabra is going to need me more than she ever has. I don't wait for Cain or Pella or the Wanderers. I take off running, desperate to get back to Enora. Oma will want me to journey to Oasis immediately. "Marin!" Cain's shout is sharp, and I flinch, but I don't stop. Footfalls, fast and hard, sound behind me. "Marin, please!" I clench my fists over the plea in his voice, the confusion. "I have to go!" I yell over my shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Cain." "Cain?" Pella is still close by, the snap of her voice carrying over the dunes. I hear him stop. Only the sound of my feet on the packed sand follows me now, and I know that he's given up. He'll stay with his people while I return to Enora and my hovel, where no doubt Oma will be waiting for me by the time I get back, furious that I left at all. There are preparations that must be done to transform me into Tabra. After all, we'll need to travel through the glass portal in the Temple of Enora to the sister portal in the temple in Oasis, where, for all intents and purposes, I will now be Oma, at the beck and call of my sister, the soon-to-be-crowned Queen of Erid. I glance over my shoulder one last time to see my friend standing tall and strong, a solid figure against the wall, watching as I run away from him. I'll see him again, but that might be worse. If the Zeraphate is headed to the capital, the next time I see him, I'll be Tabra, and he'll want answers. Answers I can never give. I don't bother to stop my tears as I sprint toward the city. I don't even know that I could. I let them fall as I cross the south gate. For my grandmother, for Tabra, for the hope in Cain's eyes, and for myself, and all of the dreams I didn't even realize I'd had. That was all over now. It doesn't occur to me until I'm standing before our hovel that this would be my final trip through the back alleys and darkened corners that have become as familiar to me as the palace is to Tabra. I could not risk such trips going forward. I wish I had appreciated it more. Oma's stringent voice reaches me the second I walk in the door. "I wondered if you'd bother to show at all." Knowing dawdling will only piss her off more, I hurry down the dark, narrow hallway that leads to the back of the hovel, turning the corner to find her pouring boiling water into a copper-plated tub that stands in the center of the kitchen, already mostly full. "We don't have time to argue." Her lips are pinched so tight, the puckered lines make her look like a seamstress sewed her mouth shut from the inside. "You're filthy. Get in." Happy to avoid the yelling part of the night, I strip. Except I remember the glass flower in my pocket at the last minute. Pretending to fold my clothes, I slip a hand into the pocket. It's gone. Hells, it must have fallen out. With any luck, it's somewhere in the desert and the Zarephate's horses crushed it. Not that anyone could connect it to me. I make myself finish folding, then step into the tepid water. Grateful she'd bothered to warm it even a tiny bit. She hands me a scrub brush, then goes to pull out the sweet-smelling soaps and lotions and oils that we stash in a hidden panel in the wall, just in case someone suspicious snoops around here looking for signs that not one but two hidden princesses live here. I study her. I know she was beautiful once. I've seen paintings and carvings of my grandmother at a younger age. But now, Oma's salt and pepper hair is scraped harshly back from her face, pulling at the skin and giving her a perpetually shocked expression. She's lost weight, mostly so that she could continue to look the same as grandmother, who's been sickly. Her bones now appear draped with loose, paper-thin skin covered in age spots. She's acting as if nothing unusual is happening, just another trip to the palace. Like her sister isn't dead, and Tabra isn't about to be queen. Oma is a cold woman, but does she feel nothing? What about how her entire world has just been upended? The time in her life to disappear and become nothing is here. I picture a fruit, withering away unplucked on the vine until the bugs devour it whole. Things for me to look forward to. Get moving, girl, she snaps. Oma puts the bottles in the small table by the tub, then sits down with a heavy sigh. I scrub and scrub the layers of grime and sand and sweat from my body. While I do that, Oma and I talk. This is also a deliberate part of our process, one that serves two purposes. Partly, it's about practicing the cadence of speech of authorities, who favor fancier words and a more affected accent than the lower classes here in Enora. Each syllable more pronounced, the vowels drawn out. It's almost unrecognizable from the dialect of the Wanderers, who eat their S sounds and blur the harder consonants. The other purpose is to prepare me for court, where I have to pretend to be Tabra. Oma tells me all the news from the palace. By the time I'm done bathing, I know which authorities are in favor and which aren't. Plans already laid for the funeral and coronation, the status of the other dominions, and key bits of gossip that might be useful. Oma, will you miss your sister? The question sort of tumbles out. She doesn't even blink. Why did I bother to ask? I don't know who I am without her. I understand how she feels, perhaps more than I ever have. Then she ruins that small show of humanity by scowling. Get up. She yanks me by my arm out of the tub, then hands me rough clothes, waiting impatiently as I dry off before we go up the narrow, steep stairs to my bedroom. There, she stuffs me in my royal garments, also concealed in the walls. She turns to get something, and I quickly strap my two hidden knives in place. After drying and curling my hair, she does my makeup with swift, deft strokes, then yanks my hair into an elaborate knot piled high on my head. And somewhere in the middle of all of that, it hits me that I'm the only one getting ready to leave. And why? There. Oma gives a sharp tug to a curl. You're presentable. She hustles me back downstairs. At the door, I pause, waiting for her to say something. I don't know what. When she doesn't, I open the door. Wait. I turn back. She holds out the key that I recognize as the one belonging to our hovel. Looking me dead in the eyes, she searches my face. Use what I've taught you. Do your duty. Be there for your sister. Never trust Edelon. That's it? This woman has raised me since infancy, and that's all she has to say? Vultures have more feeling for their rotting food. After a pause, I give a jerking nod, trying to hide a shiver at how cold she sounds. Go. She gives me a push. As soon as I'm out the door, the click of the lock behind me echoes off the alleyway walls. The sound cringingly loud and final. Chapter 5. Long May We Reign. Less than an hour later, exhaustion dragging at my bones, I stand in the city of Oasis, hiding outside one of the smaller gates in the outer palace walls, waiting. I've tucked myself into the protected storefront across the street, the hood of my black cloak drawn far down over my face. I've been careful getting here, more so than usual, given the events of the night. The tiny hairs across the back of my neck raise. I'm being watched. This time, I know it. Breath held tight, I slip my dagger out and whirl around. Nothing. Shadows spill from the doorway behind me like ink. I frown, staring harder, trying to find the outline of whoever is watching me. A flash of eyes, anything I could throw my knife at. The shadows lengthen, become darker, solid, like I could reach out and touch them, or they could reach out and touch me. My heart thuds heavily against my ribcage. A whistle pierces the quiet, and I shrink back against the dew-damp stone of the building. The lamplighter doesn't see me as he passes by, going about his business, the flickering flame he carries throwing the shadows around me into disarray. As soon as he disappears, so does the strange sense of being watched, of not being alone. The whiplash of sensations frays my already frazzled nerves. I need to get inside the palace. Where the hells is Tabra? She's supposed to meet me here. Dawn is breaking. The purpling haze of it skates over the tops of the buildings to the south, warning me that we don't have long. If she's not careful, the servants will be awake. Someone might see us. Moons and magic. A hushed voice whispers from the gate. Finally. Patience and sand. I whisper back. Our passwords. After one more check of the street, I hurry across and through the small door in the now empty guard's house. My sister will have ordered them away. I pull up at the sight of her, staring at an exact replica of myself, and she stares back. Even though I've been scrubbed and primped and perfumed until I'm as polished as a scepter, she's still more beautiful, at least to me. On a gusty breath of joy, we hug. Mother Goddess, it's been too long. I hug Tabra tight. As much as my world is about to change, hers is even more. For once, I don't envy my sister, who will spend the rest of her life under the constant scrutiny of a royal court. Grandmother is dead, she whispers into my hair, and her body trembles against mine. I know. I'm going to be queen. Her voice breaks. I pull back and tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear, taking her in. Amber eyes made more dramatic with copper sand dust, like the shimmering masked yowl cats that roam the desert. Shining hair tumbling in artful curls around her shoulders. Her petite curves enhanced by a figure-hugging cinnamon-colored tunic, sleeveless and low-cut, fitted over a gossamer light skirt rather than breeches. Beyond the dark circles under her eyes, she's perfect. You'll be amazing, I say. Lips like mine tip in amusement, but mostly doubt. I've never done anything without her. I know that too. I've worried about that since I was old enough to understand our fates. Tabra may look like the pampered palace version of me, but her soul is purer, sweeter. Given the conniving, backstabbing, power-mongering life at court, I have no idea how she's remained so kind. If becoming queen steals that from her, either through exhaustion or malice, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll go on some sort of off-with-their-heads rant when I'm standing in for her. They wouldn't dare mess with the queen after that. How hard could ruling a dominion be anyway? Tabra's eyes go wide. Mirren, she hisses, glancing around like someone might have overheard. I'm pretty sure we can do it better. I'm pretty sure anyone could have done it better than our grandmother. Shh. She flaps a hand at me. You can't say things like that. I shrug. The goddesses have yet to smite me. She glances behind me. Where's Oma? Shock. She's definitely in shock. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked. Teasing isn't working, so I try to gentle my answer. You know she can never show her face here again. What would people do if a woman who looked like their dead queen was seen walking around? They'd crowd the temple in a frenzy, praying to the goddesses about the end of days, that's what. Oh, Tabra bites her lip. Right. Silly of me to ask. I squeeze her hand, her skin cold against mine. Let's get inside, then we can talk. She nods and we both draw our hoods up together, but 2 steps toward the palace she pauses. Wait. Then hurries back to the guard's hut and picks up a basket heavily laden with foods from the palace. Breads, fresh root vegetables, even a leg of lamb. Smiling softly, because she does this every time, I wait, watching her from the guardhouse as she hurries to the corner and places the food out of sight on the other side, where those who need it most might find it. I'm surprised the palace isn't running out of baskets yet, I tease when she returns to me. Tabra smiles. Grandmother can't. She pauses and self-corrects. Couldn't understand why the kitchens kept losing them. I started sending Aklis out with other containers, water jugs, and things that might be equally useful, so she wouldn't notice as much. We giggle, then we both sober. We need to be in a safer space before we talk more. No one sees or stops us as we make our way through lesser-used passageways to the long corridor where the royal suites are located. Her room is empty, of course, and as soon as the door closes, we hug again. We always do, because we never know how long we'll be together. This time is different, though. This time she's in charge, and we're on our own. Are we ready? I'm already shaking my head at the question. I'm not ready, and neither is Tabra. Her Imperium powers haven't shown up yet. She can't protect herself, and my powers aren't strong enough to protect myself, let alone us both. Have you offered words to the goddesses yet? Tabra shifts on her feet. The 6 goddesses and their mother goddess hide in the Elusian heavens with their consorts. They stopped talking to their people long ago. My sister, like my grandmother who raised her, doesn't pray, not unless it's part of a public ceremony. Neither does Oma. I do. I thought you could. I nod. I'll do it for us both. I know the viziers are already busy planning the coronation and grandmother's funeral. She sighs and drops to the bed. The palace is already starting to fill with authorities and politicos from all over Erid and from other dominions. Everyone wants to meet with the new queen. I'm supposed to give a speech tomorrow. She glances at the watery light creeping across the floor. This morning, actually. And tonight is the traditional pre-coronation reception. That was fast. Then again, the Dominion needs a ruler. Which do you want me to do? She wrinkles her nose. Both? She asks hopefully. Cute, but no. She tosses a pillow at me, but at least I got her to smile. Meanwhile, I'm thinking about the 2 events. Speeches are given from a protected balcony that looks out into the city. No one can get near her there. The reception is probably the more dangerous of the 2. Tabra hesitates. I know that expression. What? I'm opening the palace to all the people for the coronation. My throat pinches closed, though I probably should have expected it. I want to argue, to tell her she's risking lives. The uprisings may not have reached the capital yet, but many of Erid's citizens, the downtrodden and struggling, are angry with the royals. I've seen their faces in Enora, witnessed their fight for survival. I'm angry for them. Then I'm standing in for the coronation. She shakes her head. The real queen should be the one to be crowned, and I want my people to see that. See me. Tabra's naivete when it comes to human nature, while sweet, is dangerous. Still, I can't say I'm all that sad to miss being the one front and center for that circus. Fine, but I want Aklis to have me ready to take your place. Tabra frowns, almost confused. My people won't hurt me. I sigh. Our grandmother's rule hasn't been easy on many in this dominion. Tabra can change that, and I can help her, just not the way she's imagining. I reach over and take her hand. Not after they get to know you, they won't. But right now, all they know is... A knock sounds at the door, and we both go still, staring at each other wide-eyed. No one can see us together. Ever.
"A letter for you, Domina,"
A male voice calls out.
"Arrived just now."
Just a moment, Tabra responds. In as silent a hurry as I can move, I grab my belongings and run for the hidden panel in the wall by her bed. At a push of my palm, the latch unhinges and the door swings open. Tabra pushes it closed behind me, and I'm suddenly standing in pitch blackness. I drop my forehead to the door, eyes squeezing shut. Tabra hasn't been queen presumptive for more than a few hours, and I've already messed up. Chapter 6. Monsters and Hopes. The sound of murmuring voices reaches me from the other side of the wall, but I can't make them out. The courier doesn't sound like he's asking questions. Then again, a good servant wouldn't. The secret room where I stay when I'm in the palace has no windows, not even a door to the corridor. This is a room that can be accessed only one way. A similar space can be found off the Queen's chambers. That's where Oma stays. Used to stay. After the coronation, Oma's room will become mine, and this space will lie vacant until the next set of twins is born 2 generations from now. My room after this will have one small window, and that will be an upgrade, I think, as my stomach sinks. I catch the click of her bedchamber door closing. I don't move, though. Tabra will get me when she's sure it's safe. But when I hear no one moving toward me, not even a shuffle of feet, I inch back, a small metal disc that covers the tiniest peephole to the other side as my heart pounds. Tabra is there, of course, but so is Aklis, our handmaiden, or more specifically, Tabra's handmaiden. Aklis, a girl our age from the dominion of Tropicus, ducks her head and smiles. Her copper-colored hair is cropped close to her head, the way all servants wear it, leaving nothing to hide her face or how her almost alabaster skin has flushed a pale shade of pink, her heavy freckles standing out in stark relief. She knows about us, though we never told her. Somewhere along the line she guessed. I still remember the day she was braiding my hair with her thin, pale fingers and said quietly, "You're not my Tabra." I wouldn't hesitate to show myself now, except Tabra lifts her hand to Aklis's face in a gesture so tender it sends a sharp, sweet ache through my heart, followed swiftly by a throb of sadness for both of them. They've always shared a deep and longing affection for each other, but it can never work. My sister will be queen, and she will be expected to marry a royal or an authoritate, not her servant. She will also be expected to produce at least one heir, an heir who will produce the next set of twin princesses. Aklis cants her head, leaning into my sister's touch, her eyes closed. Tabra whispers something to her. Then Aklis turns her head and brushes her lips across my sister's palm. I step back, giving them this moment for themselves, something beautiful and private, a kind of wordless, perfect understanding. Oh, Tabra. A second later, at the soft pattern knock, our signal that it's safe to come out, I open the door, but Aklis is the only one standing there. She smiles at me, green eyes somber and yet happy. "It's been too long, Domina." I reach out and squeeze her arm. Way too long. Then glance around frowning. "Where's Tabra?" "In your garden. She has something to show you." "In the garden?" I perk up. Has Tabra come into her powers? Is she a sand Hylori like me? Aklis on my heels, I go to another hidden door on the opposite wall, which is already open. This one leads not to another room, but to our private walled garden filled with all the glass flowers I've made for Tabra over the years. Just a patch, and high-walled so no one can see us or my handiwork. The sunlight shines on the glass petals, casting shimmers over the space, mostly white, but a few in other colors made of sand from deserts across arid. In the center of this unusual garden is a warped, encrusted orchid, the first one I ever made her, my personal favorite. This is our special place. Tabra is standing with her back to us, staring at a piece of paper clutched in one hand and holding something I can't quite make out in the other. I frown as I draw closer. What's that? She shakes her head then, before I get a good look at it, tucks her hand behind her back as she turns to face us. Instead, she holds out the paper. This just came. My sister's eyes do that shifty thing she does when she has a secret she doesn't want to tell. I step toward her. Tabra? She steps back with an expression that isn't Tabra. Almost angry, though it disappears too fast to be sure. Now, don't get upset. Which is a guaranteed way to get me there. Taking the letter, I reach for what's behind her back, too. What are you hiding? Tabra jerks away, shielding it from me with her body. No, it was a gift, Marin, for me. I fist a hand on my hips. Uh-huh. Who sent it? She flinches, barely, but I still catch it. Edelon, she whispers. Hearing his name opens a big hole that swallows all the words I want to say. Oculus, who Tabra has assured me doesn't know all our secrets, even grimaces. The guards don't know anything about Edelon's attack on previous queens. Otherwise, they'd know about me. I'm not surprised they let the package through, but my sister should have stopped it. Never trust Edelon. Oma's words. Which Tabra knows. She knows this. Even if the package managed to get through without her realizing it, why is she not more bothered now? More worried? I don't care if it's a jewel big enough to solve all of Arid's money woes. That thing is going into the envelope and right back where it came from. Let me see. With a wince, Tabra holds it out so I can see an amulet swinging back and forth from a gold chain. Wrapped in a thin metal filigree, the rough stone inside is the size of a small scarab beetle. Familiarity comes with a new whoosh of worry, and I reach out, only to pull my hand back like it's dangerous to touch. That looks just like... Oma wears something similar, one made of rare lightning glass, formed when a bolt strikes sand. Only hers is white, and this one is blue. Like Oma's? Tabra finishes. I flicker a glance. I wasn't sure she knew about that necklace. Is it just coincidence that Edelon's gift is so similar? Oma says that nothing is a coincidence. Not that she ever let me ask her why. With a huff of frustration about everything, I force myself to look down at the letter. In a scrawling masculine hand, Edelon's note starts out all flattery and praise.
My dearest, soon-to-be queen, Tabra of Arid.
Dearest, really? He's going to lead with that?
My deepest condolences at what I am told is the hour your grandmother, the previous queen of Arid, has died.
How did he even know? I only just got here, and while getting back to the hovel slowed me down, I hurried.
The old world is passing to new, just as it should. And perhaps it is finally time for Arid and Tindra to also move on. The silent goddesses, who I know in my heart still watch and listen, would bless such a change.
Would they really? Given that Edelon is as old as dirt, despite still appearing to be a young man, he's never passed his throne on to a new generation. Hypocrite.
Our dominions have been divided for too long, and I pray that the new queen on the throne of Arid will be open to forging a new relationship, one not only for our people, but between us. Let this gift, one of my most valuable possessions, be a testament to my sincere wish to unite our dominions. I hope that you will consider accepting my hand in marriage.
I choke. He wants to marry you? To unite our dominions. She parrots the king's words. Worse, though, her tone is belligerent. My sister is never belligerent. What is going on? This isn't her. Then Tabra's gaze slides to Aklis, who remains quiet. I rub my forehead. What the hells is happening? It's like my entire life just got upended for the second time tonight. I swallow, feeling hollowed out, not only because of the disbelief, but because of what this means. I glance down, rereading the letter and the proposal. He proposed to you only hours after grandmother died, I point out. The bastard moves fast, I'll give him that. Am I the only one who thinks that's not the action of a good man? Tabra hesitates only a second. Yes, but he didn't kill her. She was old, and she's been sick. Plus, you know how she was. I'm sure she blocked every attempt he's made to heal the breach between our dominions. For a reason. An itching sense of wrongness tugs at me. I drop my gaze to the letter in my hands.
Let us enter a new era together. On faith that I will be welcomed, I send this letter ahead of me by mere hours. I look forward to meeting you face to face, and pray to all the goddesses that your answer will be yes. Yours, Adlon Calix I, King of Tindra.
My spine goes as straight as the bamboo reed Alma used to strap me to for posture lessons. He's coming here? You're not going to see him, are you? Tabra's lips go flat, reminding me of our grandmother all of a sudden. I can't very well offend the leader of the strongest dominion of all of Nova, not when no one but us knows his history with our line. Damnation. I want to say, the hells you can't. You're queen now. You can do whatever you want. But she's right. To the rest of the world, we have to keep up appearances. Which means I have no choice either. He's only ever taken queens in secret. He wouldn't dare in the middle of the coronation with all eyes on Tabra. At least, I have to believe that will make a difference. There's no way I'm letting the king kidnap her and cut her into a million pieces. Oblivious to where my mind has gone, my sister squares her shoulders. I should meet this king and decide for myself if the stories we were told about him are true. I barely hold back a groan. Tabra has a pure, trusting heart, but she can't possibly be this naive. Edelon is a monster, worse even than the Devourers, because he chooses to be a monster. We've been told so our entire lives. You don't believe the stories? I ask slowly, carefully. I can see the appeal. What if our grandmother and Oma drilled lies into our heads just to keep us scared and willing to do whatever they said to protect the Dominion? I can see it, but I don't believe it. If that were true, they would have lived different lives themselves. And anyway, I'm not sure I can handle any more life-altering changes in one night. Tabra sighs, her expression turning serious and somehow older, like the weight of the crown is already aging her. I don't know. Maybe? I think grandmother and Oma believed the stories. So did their grandmother and her sister, all the way back. And queens did disappear. You and I are what we are for a reason. But Arid is suffering, and he's rich, powerful, better an ally than an enemy. Great. An alliance with the evilest Inferni ever born who will probably kill one of us. That will fix everything. But she's not wrong either. I glance between the letter in my hand, the amulet she's still holding, and my sister's face. I can see there's no changing her mind, which scares me. Is she already turning into my grandmother? I need to approach this carefully. I've always been too soft on Tabra, but it's more than that. Deep down, there is a part of me that wants to believe she's right, to believe that Arid could be a prosperous land again, for Anora's sake. Fine. But stick to the plan. I'll be the one at the pre-coronation. I'll meet him first. He won't know which twin I am. If he doesn't kill me or kidnap me, she surges forward, taking my hands. He won't, she insists. I'm sure of it. He wants peace, like we do. There's that soft heart of hers again. Someday it's going to get one of us killed. I hope you're right. Let's just hope that day isn't today. Chapter 7. Don't Scream. Oculus tweaks my gown into place, the other servants in the room oblivious that she's dressing me and not their true mistress. Do you miss Tropicus? I ask. Her home dominion. I've never asked before, and suddenly that seems wrong. Oculus's hands still, and she glances up, then resumes what she's doing. I miss the rivers and how green everything is, she says. It's so dry here. A tisk from one of the other servants cuts her off, because of course most are from Arid. It is dry, I agree, and they bury their noses in their work. No one would dare argue with the soon-to-be queen. She shoots me a grateful look, but otherwise we fall into silence. Tabra is hiding in our garden with Edelon's gift. She has barely looked away from it today. I shift on my feet, uneasy with that. Something is off with her, but I can't put a pin in what exactly. Stay still, Domina. Oculus scolds gently. If I don't get this dress right, you'll fall out of it. She directs a pointed look at my breasts, but really the problem is with the dress itself. Not appropriate given the situation, and I make a mental note to have Oculus talk to the seamstress. My dress tonight goes on in layers, each piece a tribute to one of the 6 dominions, a visible display that royalty is ordained by all the goddesses. The crowning piece is the beaded overdress with an intricate collar made of colored glass from each region of Arid. Blue, black, green, red, and white. The trinkets tinkle with delicate sounds every time I move. Maybe not the best choice, given how I'm trembling. My hair has been pinned up in intricate knotting, a guaranteed headache by the end of the night. My makeup is applied last, glittering dust from the salt towers in all colors of the rainbow around my eyes. Rouge for my cheeks, and red ochre for my lips. A dusting of copper flakes decorates the bare skin of my shoulders. Finally, 2 glittering, flat-edged onyx chips have been glued to the inner corners of my eyes. No crown, not before the coronation. The funeral will come after Tabra's coronation, never leaving the throne without a queen, even a dead one. There we are, Domina. Oculus carefully turns me to face the tall obsidian slab that stands in a corner of Tabra's chamber, acting as a mirror. By law, no glass larger than the palm of a hand is allowed anywhere in the dominions except the temples. Too dangerous. Even though the glass portals in those temples haven't been able to be replicated, the law guarantees that an Imperium can't turn the glass into their own secret portal. Invasions, or worse, could be started that way. Our walls are different, and maybe the goddess designed them that way. With no reflection, they can't work as a portal. People have tried, myself included. I stare at my muted reflection. The girl staring back is beautiful. Lips that to my critical gaze are too full, ebony hair gleaming in the shine of the many oil lamps and braziers lighting Tabra's room, eyes that can be deeply mysterious, but also as fiery as embers. This woman is beautiful, but she's not me. Will never be me. Yes, Tabra and I have the same face, but except for the strong chin with the delicate indent in the center that smacks of stubbornness, the woman who stares back now is more my sister, true royalty through and through than I will ever be. I'm just bait. Please don't let him kill me. At Oculus's raised brows, concern pursing her lips, I turn away from the reflection. Lovely, I say, acting the part of Tabra at her sweetest for everyone else in the room. You've outdone yourselves. I'll tell the viziers you're on your way, Oculus says with a satisfied nod, then ushers everyone out with her. Let me take a look at you. I turn my head to find Tabra peeping out from our garden. Edelon's gift sparkles from around her fingertips. She tried to put it around her neck, which got a hell's no from me, so she's been holding it. I don't like it, but I don't say so. We've already argued about her wearing it once, and I won that one. Sort of. Instead, I turn to face her for the final check, something we always do. Tabra runs her gaze over me, pausing at my right hand as always. Her lips twitch. Where's your signet? We both wear a signet ring with the royal crest of Arid, a striking cobra in dunes, but rather than pass one back and forth and risk misplacing it, Grandmother gave us each one. I always forget mine, so I have an excuse to return to my chamber and hide a knife or two on me, which I can't exactly do with all the servants around. In my room, after arming myself, I find the dress I arrived in and fish out the ring, which I had left in the pocket. Then frown, feeling something else. I pull my hand out and find Oma's amulet resting in my palm beside my ring. My heart drops to the soles of my feet. Holy hellfires! What are the odds given what's in my sister's hands right this minute? It glitters at me as I run my thumb over the jagged white glass that is unexpectedly smooth to the touch. Oma has worn this necklace for as long as I can remember, though usually under her clothes where no one can see. I stare at it, realizing she must have slipped it into my pocket at some point, also realizing why she did. That was goodbye. That last time at the hovel. What she does next now is up to her, as long as she is never recognized. Death, disfigurement, or living in a remote part of another dominion are the usual choices, but she never told me what she planned if it came to it. Regardless, she's gone. I'm her now. Goddess, save me. If I'm her now, this amulet has something to do with the queens. What does that mean, then, that Edelon has a similar one? Do all the sovereigns have one? If so, why did Oma have it instead of my grandmother? Are you coming? Tabra asks from the doorway. I shake myself out of my spiraling thoughts and slip the necklace around my neck, tucking the amulet between my breasts and the gold chain under the collar of the dress, then put on my ring and turn to face her. Somehow its weight comforts me. I am not the first to be in this position, and, goddess willing, I will not be the last. Tonight, when it's just the two of us, we'll need to figure out what the amulets mean. But for now, all set. The hallway is empty when I come out of the room. Normally, I would be escorted, but arriving alone to the pre-coronation presentation is tradition, signifying the passing from princess to ruler. I must enter the throne room on my own. Why'd I sign up to be the princess for this one again? Behind me, Tabra quietly closes our door with a barely audible snick. The beads of my dress softly chime as I take the annoyingly mincing steps Oma taught me. Princesses walk daintily, she always insisted. They do not tromp around like great hulking boys. Who says so? I'd asked as a child. But to Tabra, this is second nature. I have to concentrate. As I enter the long hallway that leads to the courtyard, I ignore every obsidian wall decorated with painted carvings of the history of our people, minus a few odd, forgotten princesses. Marin? I turn my head without thinking about it, then stumble a little as it sinks in. My name, not Tabra's. Familiar eyes in an achingly familiar face stare at me from the darkness. A man, not a boy any longer, dressed in the ornate, fitted ceremonial clothes of the Wanderers. Cain steps out of the shadows in an alcove. My queen? Was that what he'd said before? Not my name? I glance around, heart sputtering. What in the circles of the hells is he doing in here? He stops suddenly with a heavy frown, his gaze searching my face. Does he recognize me through the glamour of becoming my sister? Oh, goddess! A horrible realization hits me in the chest, squeezing the air from my lungs. Tabra. Is that why he's here? His father wanted to arrange a marriage with a highborn, and no one is higher than my sister. I scrape my brain for any idea of what I should do, what I should say, but I've got nothing. That useless lump inside my head needs to work harder.
Can we talk?
He asks. Burning brimstone. I force myself to tip my head at a regally commanding angle. You should make an appointment for an audience. I go to brush past him, but he takes me by my wrist, tugging me close. He smells of sand and the spices the wanderers bake into their bread. I raise my gaze to his and still as he suddenly smiles. The kind he's always given me. Amusement and acceptance, and a sweet sort of protectiveness.
By the goddesses, it is you,
Kane says, utterly sure of himself as always.
I saw you walking toward me and I wasn't sure, but...
Panic makes my motions jerky as I take a step back, then one more. I don't know what you're talking about. The words are tar in my mouth. Before he can react, I pick up my skirts and rush away, again. Maybe I'm destined to always run away from him. In seconds, I'm through the buttressed entrance leading into the central courtyard of the palace grounds, then past the massive well in the center of the garden, with its staircase that winds down to where the clearest, purest water in the kingdom flows. But guilt slows my steps. Maybe I should just tell Kane the truth and let him go. My friend deserves that much. Before I can turn back, though, a man steps out of the darkness into my path. And everything inside me goes quiet. You. I'm not sure if I whisper the word or just think it. My lips are so stiff. Recognition is instant, a full-body rush, as if all of me knows him. The stranger from last night. Goddess, my mind hasn't exaggerated the harsh beauty of his face or the heavy aura of dangerous command that lingers around him. He's dressed in black again, only this time the cut and material of his clothing tells me he has to be one of the authorities. A lower courtier, maybe, though one I've never seen in the palace. And nothing about this man suggests lower anything. Criminal or authoritate? Which is it? Authoritate would be much worse, because despite my face having been covered that night, I met this man as Marin, as the real me, dressed as a waif, sneaking through the streets of Honora, out of the city and into the desert. The queen has been dead all of one day, and I've fouled up twice. It's bad enough I'll have to deal with Kane. If this man recognizes me, no way in hells can I explain why Princess Tabra had been doing any of that. I should demand who he is. We can't risk anyone else knowing about us. Only his gaze stops me. That same intentness as before strikes me silent, along with the same odd sense that he sees beyond the trappings of royalty, and truly sees me. Sees me and wants me. Just like before, I can't seem to untangle myself from his gaze. Iron bands tighten around my lungs with every passing second, every breath. I hesitate for, I don't know what.
Hey!
Kane shouts from behind us. The stranger's eyes go hard, predatory, as he jerks his gaze from my face to over my shoulder. Then suddenly, impossibly, he's gone. I jerk around only to shriek as a shadow rears up behind Kane like a wall of heavy smoke. It slams him hard against the nearest column, and Kane's head hits with a crack that reverberates through the courtyard. He crumples, out cold. I should be screaming, helping, running, something, but I'm frozen, like flash heating sand only to instantly turn it to hard glass. My mind doesn't accept what it's seeing, as if I'm watching from a distance or from other eyes. Confusion swirls through me because my senses are telling me this man is scary, like inferni scary. Kane's hand drops to the tiles, and something he was holding rolls across the pathway. The golden cuff he had offered me before. For me? Or was he planning to give it to his new bride? It takes me another beat of pure disbelief to yank my gaze from the bracelet to the man who now stands over my friend. Anger burns through the shock, holding me immobile. Anger at myself. What the hells am I thinking, standing here staring? Self-preservation finally kicks in. "Guards!" I call out, frustration sharpening my voice. On that single shout, I bolt, hampered by my dress.
"I'm sorry,"
that delicious voice whispers into my ear, a lover's caress. So fast. He got to me so fast. My heart is doing its best to break through my chest and leave the rest of me behind.
"I can't let him have you,"
he says. Can't let who have me? The thought has barely formed when shadows snap out from the night. The darkness pins my arms to my sides and swallows us, wraps around us like a cocoon. I scream.
"Don't waste your breath, princess."
No more lover. His voice is bored now and brutal.
"No one can hear you."
By some magical force, I am dragged along in his wake as he runs past Kane's unconscious body and back through the empty palace. He's right. No one can hear me. No one is coming for me. They're all waiting in the throne room for me. For the new queen. Through the swirling vortex of shadows holding me hostage, I catch only quick glimpses of our surroundings as he takes us through the grounds, past guards already dead at the outer gates, and into the cobbled city streets beyond. My stomach heaves a protest. They're dead because of me. No, not me. Because of him. He says nothing as we go, so dark he almost becomes the shadows himself, moving with the prowling grace of every predator intent on a kill. A single name repeats in my mind over and over. Eidolon. He has to be. It explains the moment of recognition, connection even. I've never seen the king in person, but while he notoriously allows no paintings of his face, his profile can be found on Tindran coins, and Oma had made sure to show me. He is said to be as handsome as the goddess's consorts once were. Before Kane showed up in the courtyard, I thought I'd seen wanting in this man's eyes. And I was stupidly, horribly right. He wants the girl he believes to be the next queen of Ered so he can get rid of her. Kill her. Just like he got rid of so many of the queens who came before us. Terror must have kicked my warped sense of humor into a near-frantic level because suddenly I'm laughing. Bitter, cringing laughter. But there's a much bigger problem than my embarrassment at being momentarily captivated by an evil king. Twice. It looks like I'll get to fulfill my purpose as Tabor's decoy sooner than I'd planned. I have no doubt whatsoever that Eidolon intends to wipe out yet another queen of Ered. Only he's got the wrong girl. Part 2. Night Takes Rook. Chapter 8. A Shadow's Puppet. Each step my kidnapper takes as he drags me through the city in his net of shadow is another step away from any hope of rescue. It takes leaving the palace for my mind to override the panic that had set me into a temporary stupor. That's when I start struggling. Grunting with the effort, I test my bonds, jerking and flexing against them. Only with each movement, the hold tightens down with an equivalent amount of force, like I'd cinched the shadows closer myself. A few more tests, and I'm more trussed up than before. Damn it. Anger rears up inside me like the striking cobra of my house crest. "Hey!" I yell at the back of his head. He doesn't acknowledge me, which only stokes the fury gathering sparks in my belly. I grit my teeth. If I could get my hands loose, I'd chuck one of my knives at his stupidly handsome head. "Where do you think you're taking me?" Still not even a twitch, like I'm insignificant baggage he's dragging along. I struggle again, only to stop as the bonds tighten. If looks could turn into weapons, he'd have daggers embedded in his back. "Hey, asshole, I'm talking to you!" The way he comes to a halt is so sudden the shadow actually jolts me. After a beat, he whips around. I dangle there like a fish on a hook as he strides toward me, then crowds me so much in my space that I'd back up if I could. The heat of him brushes against my skin through my thin dress. Up close, he's even more... I swear to Goddess. I almost thought the word striking, but I stopped myself in time. Evil is a better fit. He studies me with the strangest expression, hostility and satisfaction, and a searching kind of speculation all mashed together. The shadows around us seem to flicker, but it's gone so fast I'm not sure. So is his expression, now wiped void of any emotion whatsoever.
Calling me names isn't going to stop this from happening, Princess.
So saying, he dismisses me, swinging back around and continuing on. After a stunned beat, I snort, glaring at the back of his head. "If you think I'm coming quietly, you've got the wrong girl." Literally. No response. I can't move. No one but my kidnapper can hear me, the shadows seeming to contain all my sounds. I'm going to die. Think, Marin. What about smaller movements? The tiny part of me, still rational, offers up the idea. I crook a finger. Nothing happens. Then another and another, until I am sure I can at least move my hands in minimal ways without backlash. The uncomfortable, ostentatious beaded dress Oculus had made me wear is about to come in handy. Carefully, I twist and twist at one of the beads I can reach until the threads holding it snap, and I drop it to the ground. I wince at the tink it makes hitting the cobbled streets below my floating feet and wait, eyeing my kidnapper. But Edelon doesn't turn or stop, and my shadowy chains don't tighten. Good. Maybe someone can follow me, track me. Not Tabra, because she'll be busy pretending nothing happened. Mother Goddess, Tabra. My sister will be on her own now, dealing with the loss of grandmother and now me too. Facing people angry because of the state of the Dominion. Dreading the oncoming winter that our walls can only keep out for so long. All without me. Only, I can't think about her right now. The only way to help her is to live, to escape and get home to her. Everything else will just have to wait. Right. Escape. Who else might come for me? Kane. Please wake up fast. I will him. Come find me. I'm going to leave him a trail to follow, and that smart mouth he used to tease me about is going to hide the sounds of my plan. I start plucking beads from the dress and dropping them every so often, timing them with my words. Fine. If you won't tell me where we're going, I'll figure it out myself. There goes a bead. No response, as expected. Not out of the city to the Oasis Trail? I ponder. Too easy to follow. Another bead. Sure enough, he doesn't turn left when he should. I didn't think he'd be going that way anyway. You have to hide me quickly, I mused to myself, given who I am and all. Another bead. Still no reaction. I mean, if I was a queen stealer... Does he flinch at that? No, just a trick of the lanterns. I'd want to get somewhere others wouldn't think to look. Another bead. Which could mean going across the lake. I deliberately make my tone helpfully sweet. In which case you should turn here. Another bead. He keeps going straight. You missed the turn.
I don't need directions.
He snarls. Ah, so I am getting to him. Satisfaction overrides self-preservation for a moment. I forget about the bonds and shrug, then hiss as they tighten down. Damn. We turn a corner and a massive and ornate structure with columns and statues and carvings rises up in the night ahead of us. Easily recognizable even through the veil of shadow. It's the oasis temple of the goddess Arid. Please don't be going there. Maybe you're headed to the Cinnamon Cliffs. Keeping up my words is more of a struggle as the temple draws nearer. I swallow hard and drop another bead. But my way across the lake would have been faster.
7 hells.
I've driven him to muttering. That's something, at least. I force what I hope is an easy grin. What did you expect? A pampered princess too afraid to speak? Instead, he got the one raised in a hovel. My eyes go wide. The hovel. Wait, he was in Enora last night. He saw me. I can't fathom a single reason King Edelon would be in a run-down town like Enora, except one. Has he figured out where we hide the spare princess, or has he always known? Fear is a living thing inside my chest, because of course he knows. He must. Were we ever safe there? Hands shaking, I drop another bead.
Fear and cowering would have been preferable to this.
He snaps. Fear he got spot on, but cowering? No matter how shaken I am, I won't give him the satisfaction. Is that what all the others did? I demand, dropping seething hatred into my every word, and a bead too. Did they scream and cower when you stole them too? That gets a reaction. He pauses, turning his head so I can see the side of him. It's difficult to read his expression. I would say confusion, but that makes no sense. Then his face contorts into something darker. Scarier. I'd flinch if every limb wasn't bound in silky, impossibly immovable shadow, probably even run. Then it's like he buries whatever he's dealing with, turning so cold I shiver. Without comment, he continues on, taking a direct path into the temple itself. A new wave of panic wriggles through me like a worm through a corpse. Hells and damnation. The only reason to come here is to use the glass portal. Arid has many, one in the temple of each major city. Meanwhile, the other dominions have one each. Edelon can take me anywhere, and Cain will never find me. It's eerily quiet as we enter. The late hour and the pre-coronation going on at the palace has left the gleaming black temple empty, except for a single acolyte walking the halls. The light of the oil lamp she carries tells me exactly where she is. You hurt her, you answer to me. I hurl the words at him.
I'll keep that in mind.
He drawls. His amusement only ups my fear. You killed the guards before I could stop you, but I mean it. She's an innocent.
I'm not going to hurt her, damn it.
Surprise cuts off my next words.
Not unless you give me a reason to.
It's a threat, and not one I'm willing to test. Edelon tucks us both out of sight, into one of the many alcoves, this one dedicated to the goddess Tindra, the frozen dominion, the exact opposite of Arid, his dominion. I shiver at the images of ice, so cold they'd been painted blue in the detailed stained glass window. The symbols of knowledge, strategy, and stars are emblazoned into the stained glass sky, like oddly shaped moons. Stars have always seemed cold to me. The acolyte's steps come closer, and he moves into me, crowding me again. His head is angled to watch, and I take the opportunity to study him. He's so young. No more than a few years older than I am. Younger than I expected an ageless king to be. As she retreats, he turns his head, his face disconcertingly close to mine now. He doesn't look away. Neither do I. And our breaths mingle in the night air. Eventually, the flicker of light from the acolyte's lamp travels to the opposite side of the temple, disappearing and reappearing as she passes behind thick columns of onyx. As if we hadn't just been locking gazes, he moves, taking me with him, right into the chamber that holds the portal. I'm as good as dead. The urge to vomit fights the urge to try to bring the glass down on top of us both. If I'm going to die, I'd rather take him out with me, damn it. He scans the massive block of glass. It's blood red, made ages ago from the grains of the Crimson Desert. Legend says by a sand imperium far more powerful than me. Most people who use these portals have to pay a priestess for access because they can't do it themselves. Only Imperium, Inferni, and Hylori alike can make the portals work. It has nothing to do with the specific ability, and something, people think, to do with an Imperium's innate magic speaking to the magic in the glass, which means I don't need a priestess to make it work. But Eidolon won't either. Almost like I blinked and woke up somewhere else, the shadows covering us disappear, and we are suddenly standing there side by side in the portal's reflection. However, the bindings remain tight about my body, but I still have my voice. I suck in a breath. Eidolon moves fast, though, too fast to be real. He clamps a hand over my mouth.
Scream, and I'll be forced to kill whoever comes running.
Which gives me only two options. Save myself or someone else. Chapter 9. Take her far into the forest. I glower back into stormy eyes. Hard eyes. Uncompromising. He means it. He'll hurt anyone who tries to help me. Which means he's already figured out what I won't risk. Innocent lives. I give a reluctant nod, but he doesn't release me. As his gaze searches mine, I get the impression he's trying to figure me out. Before that impression can solidify, he shoots me a satisfied smirk I want to slap from his face, and slowly removes his hand, turning back to the glass. Bastard. I hiss the word.
You have no idea.
He tosses back, focused on the portal now. Where is he taking us? Tindra, probably. It makes the most sense, since he is the ruler there. But does he do his killing there, too? No one will ever find my body regardless. Not unless he sends me home in pieces like, according to Oma, he had done to one of my ancestresses. What can I possibly do? The answer is large and red and staring me in the face. The portal. Maybe he won't expect me to have come into my powers yet. Tabra hasn't, and we've been hiding mine. I reach for my power, more like a frantic grab as I urge it forward. The burst of sensation skirts close to pain, the usual bubbles turning to searing flame. A new pinpoint of heat sparks in the center of my chest, which almost makes me stop, until I realize it's from Oma's amulet. That's definitely odd, but it's a mystery for another time. Right now, I need to focus on the glass in front of me before it's too late, and Eidolon brings us through. An eerie purple light, way brighter than mine ever gets, emits from Eidolon's palm, and I almost don't notice what he's doing with the portal because purple is the wrong color. Shouldn't his light be yellow, like a Hylori? Like mine? Shadows are tangible in a way, aren't they? Purple is the Inferni color. Focus, Marin. I snap my gaze to the glass as it changes, showing a sparse, gray-stoned room I'm not familiar with, which makes me pause. I thought Oma had shown me the other side of every portal in existence, even if only briefly. I frown, trying to use anything in the image to identify where we're going, but all I see are gray granite walls. Close it now, a voice in my head insists. I turn my hand away from my captor, hoping he doesn't spot the tiny glow igniting in my palm, and picture the glass solid again as I push my own power into it. With a snap, like dousing a lamp, the glass blanks out. Whoa, I can't believe that worked. I turn the power off as Eidolon cuts his gaze to me so hard for a second I swear his head damn near snaps off. Holy heavens, those eyes. They're like quicksand, ready to suck in unsuspecting prey wandering by. Except he's already caught me. The darkness holding me prisoner tightens around my neck, squeezing hard. So much pressure that spots swim in my vision, growing larger with each passing second.
Don't try that again.
The smoothness of his voice has descended to a growl of sound, wild, feral. A shiver lodges between my shoulder blades.
Understand?
He demands.
Now turn it off.
I've never done well with demands. No. If you're going to kill me, I'd rather you do it here where they can find my body. His gaze narrows.
Turn it off. Now.
As much as I hate giving in, I hate the idea of dying even more, and I can tell his patience is waning. Damned if I'm going to let him see the fear gripping me. Glaring at him, I douse my power, the warmth disappearing so abruptly my skin turns cold. He abruptly turns his concentration to the wall, which goes opaque again, showing us vague outlines of the scene beyond. Then it clears, and we step through. Immediately, the veil of shadows raises around us, and I'm lifted up. A heartbeat later, and I've left my home of Arid for the first time. We move in that flowing yet jerking way out of the empty chamber into a dark hallway. It's clear he has no intention of allowing me time to familiarize myself with where we are. Knowledge is power, after all. This is no temple I'm familiar with. It's not grand, not an opulent object in sight. I'm getting really tired of the fear churning in my stomach. Where are we?
Somewhere no one will think to follow.
The way he sounds so grimly sure sends dread through me. His shadows wrap around me and float me along behind him again. Then, faster than I expected, we go down a series of winding stairs, through a large open foyer and out the door. I gaze over a moonlit vista. Only the moons feel closer? Bigger? That can't be right. We are standing on the stone steps of a tower. The ground drops away, giving us a view over the tops of the trees. My breath catches. Mountains. Mountains everywhere that rise and fall in jagged, majestic spurs, bathed in celestial light as far as I can see, blanketed in a forest of pine trees. It's beautiful. Focus. I pull my mind out of its awe and try to orient myself. We're definitely not in Tropicus or Savannah. These mountains are covered in snow, which eliminates arid. And the single mountain range in Mariana is volcanic, so that's out. Thank the goddesses that Oma made me study all those maps. That leaves two options, wilderness or tundra. Taking me back to his home would make the most sense. But this is not tundra. The snow isn't deep enough or icy enough, air not frigid enough. Come to think of it, given that my dress is designed for my hotter climate, I should be a princess block of ice. The shadows must be keeping me insulated. Movement at the bottom of a long set of stone steps catches my attention, and even Eidolon pauses. From between two gigantic, rough-barked trees, a light mist appears, like clouds slipping along the forest floor. Then a creature I've only seen in tapestries emerges. A Kirin. His body reminds me of Pella's horse, only with antlers. Around the hooves and down the front of his chest are blood-red scales. The tips of gleaming gold, razor-sharp teeth peek out from his mouth. He stands regal and proud, the rack on his head expanding feet above and to either side of his head. Glorious. Despite his fearsome appearance, legend holds that this is a gentle creature. My eyes widen as he bends a single knee and lowers his head in a bow. Beside me, my captor stiffens. Holy goddess. Then, maybe by a trick of the shadows, the Kirin is gone. Only one dominion boasts a creature like that. Wilderness. Why are we here, of all places? Torture. The word scrapes through my mind. That's why we're in wilderness. And here I thought I was afraid before. Chapter 10. Into the Wilderness. My captor drags me along in his wake again, and together we disappear into the forest. What's next? Are you taking me to your lair? I cringe immediately because that didn't sound nearly as cutting as I'd intended.
My lair?
His tone says everything, basically an audible eye roll. The snow isn't as thick here as I expected. In fact, large patches of dry ground are all around us. The scent of the air is crisp, like the desert, but with a hint of something sharper and sweeter, almost spicy. Why am I focusing on the stupid air? I should be dropping more beads. Not for Kane anymore. He won't know where we've gone. These are for me now, so I can find my way back if I get away. No, when I get away. Luckily, the forest floor hides the sounds as I drop the tiny glass clues. Every so often I pipe up with a remark, but only between bouts of trying to pay attention to where he's going. We don't stop moving for what feels like hours, never seeing anything but trees and rocks and snow. Despite the protective cloak of shadow, the longer I float along, the colder I get. My shivers are growing violent enough to make my bindings tighten. The tips of my ears are numb. Then, suddenly, he stops. I gasp, my body dangling in the air like an animal in a snare, and just as helpless. We're not in a clearing or at a water crossing or anything. So what the hell's? Silence falls around us, even the breeze not daring to blow. My muscles tense. I would search my surroundings for a predator if I could move. Kane taught me that much. But the predator is the man who took me. Anyone looking at him would know that in a glance. And he's studying me, again with that air of hostile confusion, almost like he resents me being here. The shadows pulse around him and he rolls his shoulders as if he has to control himself.
I'm going to release you.
That low, stomach-clenching voice curls around me and through me, the sound both familiar and foreign, and perfectly controlled.
Scream all you want. No one will hear. There's no one close enough.
My stomach pitches. I am completely and utterly alone with a monster. But then resentment flares from someplace inside, a feeling that's been building all my life. Forget Oma's lessons on self-sacrifice and honor. I'm alive. I have my mind, my voice, and 2 knives. They're small, but he won't expect weapons from a princess. If he takes one move toward me after I'm unbound, I'll bury a blade in his throat. After a long pause, like he's waiting for me to speak, which I don't, the bonds around me loosen, slowly. Then the shades of night that had surrounded us lift, and the shadows melt away entirely, leaving the moonlight brighter for me to see by. I glance down and find no marks on my skin, not even the kind left by my pillow after too long sleeping in one position. So strange, given how hard I'd been gripped all the way here. Nothing stands between us now. The instant the last whisper of constraint leaves me, I sprint for the trees.
Good luck, princess.
I lurch to a stop at his words, not because of the sarcasm. What catches my attention is the almost uncaring disregard. You'd let me go? I demand without turning to face him. I don't want to end up trapped by those eyes again.
You wouldn't last the night.
He isn't wrong. Already my muscles are shaking harder now that the shadows no longer cocoon me from the cold. I'm well aware of the dangers of wilderness. Massive cat-like animals that could kill me with the swipe of a paw. Bears so large they could swallow me whole. Not to mention poisonous bugs and creatures and plants I'm unfamiliar with. I only learned to survive in the desert because Kane showed me how. My odds of surviving here are pathetic, to say the least. Except, I won't have to survive long. I have my secret trail to follow back to the portal, then home to Arid.
I doubt you'll get far without these.
He tosses a leather pouch at my feet. And glass beads, all of them by the number, scatter across the dirt in front of me, their beauty mocking me with colorful little winks. I grit my teeth, mind working frantically for a solution even as it silently slings all sorts of names at him. His words before he dragged me from the palace whisper through my head.
I can't let him have you.
Why did you take me? I demand. Determined silence is my only answer. You said you can't let him have me. Who? Again, no answer. I glance over my shoulder. He's watching me the way a hungry cobra watches a plump mouse, though there's something in his eyes I can't place. If I didn't know better, I'd think it was regret. My next words are like sand in my mouth. Are you going to kill me? The silence grows fangs. Screw it. I sprint for the dense trees anyway until a low sigh reaches me. Then suddenly I'm wrapped up in shadow like a giant hand reached down and plucked me up. It deposits me right back in front of my kidnapper, then releases me again. You said I could go. I hurl the words at him like an accusation. Thick eyebrows raise slowly.
I didn't think you'd be silly enough to actually try it.
Fury swells inside my chest like a rising storm, roiling and wrapping around my fear. I don't hesitate or think. I snatch a knife strapped to my leg and hurl it at his head. A wall of solid darkness rises as fast as the blade moves and knocks it to the side. The knife flings away and lodges in a tree trunk nearby with a pop. In the same instant, he moves. I try to lunge away, but the shadow catches me. Then Eidolon slams me against the harsh bark of a tree so fast that breath abandons my lungs in a whoosh. Then he's there, in my space, breathing my air. Again. For half a moment, I get tangled up in his eyes. Up close, the blue is even more vividly brilliant. Noticing this only ups my resentment, so I shake it off and blank my expression. I'm not giving him an inch.
Killing you is not on the agenda. Yet.
He snarls.
Because I need you. But you try anything like that again, and I'll never release you from the shadow. Got it?
Even through my own fury, I have to contain the urge to recoil at the harsh scowl shoved in my face. Gone is any veneer of civility. Then the strangest thing happens. His face transforms is the only way I can describe it. Like the flesh moves and reshapes into a different face. It happens so fast, I'm not sure what I see. And that scares me more than the snarling. Because even though he's threatening me, the way he's pinning me against the tree is careful. Almost gentle. But the face I saw, those eyes weren't gentle. They were full of wrath. Chapter 11. I won't go easy. I may be angry and terrified, confused and fighting for my life, but I don't have a death wish. I manage to nod. Immediately, I am released. My legs turn the consistency of custard, and I drop to my knees as he stalks away.
Here.
He pulls a leather-bound bundle from inside a hollowed-out log and tosses it to me.
Change your clothes, and stay here.
He walks off into the underbrush with hardly a rustle. Stay where, exactly? I'm surrounded by trees and bushes and rocks and snow and dirt, none of it distinguishable from anything else in view. Not to my unfamiliar eyes, at least, and definitely not with only the moons to light my way. A shiver rakes through my body. I open the bundle to find women's clothing from Wilderness. I recognize them from courtiers at the palace, or more particularly, their servants. The pieces are nothing fancy, no doubt to avoid attention in case we bump into anyone, but all in good shape. A linen underdress with a heavy wool blouse and skirt, thick stockings, a supple yet protective bodice of a material I think is called suede, and thick leather boots and gloves. All of this is wrapped up, not in a bag, but in a fur-trimmed cloak. He's trying to keep me warm? I didn't expect any kind of consideration from evil incarnate. Then again, he said he needs me alive, Alive is better than dead. I try to convince myself that's true. I scramble out of my own clothing, which is harder to do without Oculus there to help me with the tiny fastenings, and put on what I believe is the appropriate order of items. It fits. I shake my head at that, not willing to ask how he got the sizing correct. Besides, the shudders of cold are easing, leaving my jaw aching from fending them off so long. I rub my wrists absently as I search the trees around me. Despite there being no marks, my skin still feels bruised from the grip his shadows had on me. How is he doing that, anyway? Eidolon's power has kept him alive a very long time, which suggests he's an Inferni. But Shadow is a Hylori power, I think. However, his glow is clearly purple, so we're back to Inferni. It doesn't make any sense. No one in the history of our world has wielded two powers other than the goddesses. Think, Marin. Think. None of that is important right now. The shadows are important. Eidolon's greater strength is important, and being lost in these goddess-forsaken, unending forested mountains at night is important. He needs me for something. He said so. But what? 7 hells. He doesn't need me, though. He needs Tabra. The realization is like a slap to the face, because how could I forget? What if he finds out I'm not my sister? Will he kill me immediately? Abandon me here? He'll go after Tabra then, and I can't let that happen. I need a plan. A better one than chucking a knife at him. I stomp over to the tree where my blade is stuck, muttering a string of swear words as my mind forms and rejects plan after plan to escape. But I see no other way. I need to continue to play the part of Tabra, at least until I find my bearings and we get to a place where escaping without dying is possible. With a grunt, I manage to dislodge my knife from the bark, then slip it back in the strap on my leg, now under my skirt. I hate skirts. They get in the way of things like running and climbing and probably fleeing. More muttered curses slip through my lips.
I didn't know princesses could swear.
Hopefully, he doesn't see how his sudden appearance startled me either. Cain would be so disappointed with how I've handled this so far. I slowly turn to face him, determined not to give him the satisfaction of a reaction. You shouldn't sneak up on people that way. It's rude. So is stealing people. His gaze slides from my face to the trunk of the tree where my knife had been embedded, then to my leg where the weapon is now safely hidden. He leans one shoulder against a tree, perfectly at ease.
So, the pampered princess turns out to be a wasp with a stinger.
I barely resist rolling my eyes. Too bad such a pretty face has to come with such a nasty soul. A wasp's sting is only a prick. I toss back. Watch out for my claws, though. They draw blood.
Then I'll declaw you.
He holds out his hand and signals with a wag of his fingers that he wants the knife. I tip up my chin and stare him down. So haughty, even I'm not entirely sure if I'm Tabra or Marin at the moment. Not that Tabra is haughty, but our grandmother sure was, and Tabra is now queen. A certain level of haughtiness is probably expected. You want it? You're going to have to take it from me. He moves toward me, and self-preservation has me taking a nervous step back, which I immediately resent. Okay, maybe that was the wrong thing to say. But before I can fix it, I find myself in the air, hanging upside down by my ankles from a rope of shadow. My skirt falls over my face, and with an annoyed hand, I lift it up and glare at him. I really should have seen that coming. He doesn't move a muscle, still leaning against that tree, as if he does this all the time, and watches almost dispassionately as the shadow suspending me removes the knife, then makes a cursory check for any more weapons.
I was led to believe you're a sweet, innocent girl.
He shakes his head.
I don't know what's wrong with the rest of your dominion. You're a holy terror.
Before I can squeak a reply, he flips me over and lowers me to the ground with a thump. This time, at least, I manage to keep my feet. I bury a satisfied smirk. He'd missed the knife hidden in my bodice. Given the sudden gleam in his eyes, I can tell he's expecting a princess's response to his search and seizure, or to his comments. "Well," I say when he doesn't speak, "you got me here, King Edelon. Now what?"
Excuse me?
His lips curl like I said something disgusting.
I am not Edelon.
Not Edelon? My mind can't grasp the words. Maybe because I've had so many incomprehensible things thrown at me so fast, and I'm done trying to take in anything new. But mostly because what he said makes no sense. Why would he lie? The king steals queens of Arid, and considering my current situation, I'm pretty sure I'm actively being stolen. You have to be Edelon, I insist. He's a murdering bastard. You're a kidnapping bastard. It fits.
A square peg can fit in a round hole, if the hole is big enough.
Now he's spouting wisdom like some kind of sage. My thoughts must be clear on my face, because a lazy smile slowly tips his lips. The expression so unexpected, my breath hitches. Danger? My instincts scream, but it takes effort to pull my gaze away, because just like when I first saw him, familiarity pricks at me. Familiarity and awareness. I deeply resent both and shove them aside. Who are you, then? I search his face for any hint of deception, but he looks me straight in the eyes, not even a blink of hesitation. That smile's still lingering.
You can call me Revan.
Revan. If I spoke it out loud, I suspect the name would slide over my tongue like nectar. I try to focus instead on what the word means. Well, isn't that fitting? His eyes narrow, glittering at me.
Why?
Revan, where I'm from at least, it means to steal. Or take away. I make a sarcastic gesture toward myself. A flicker of emotion is there, then gone, taking the rest of that indolent smile with him. Otherwise, he says nothing. He still hasn't moved from his tree. Okay, Revan. I infuse every doubt I have into the word. And who are you, exactly?
My name is all you need to know.
The hell's it is? What am I dealing with here? Frustration burns through my blood. If this isn't Edelon, then my earlier questions about why and where and what he wants, the ones I actually thought I figured out at least the basic answers to, are a total mystery, and more important than ever. I need answers. Why did you take me? You have to know all of Arid will hunt you down, and killing me. I give a low whistle and hope he has a good imagination for what his fate will be. None of it is true, but he won't know that.
I'm not a murderer, princess.
I scoff. You killed my guards.
They're not dead.
I pause, trying to see the lie in the words. None of this man makes sense. But
I knock them out. They'll have a bad headache when they wake up, but otherwise they're fine.
He didn't kill our guards? Before I can unwrap my mind from that riddle, from nowhere Revan produces an odd-looking fruit, pear-shaped but with a shiny orange and pink skin, and tosses it to me.
Eat that,
he says.
All of it, or the animals will come sniffing.
Then he dismisses me, turning to climb into the tree he was propping up. Feline grace in his movements, muscles bunching and flexing under his clothing, and not a foot wrong. What are you doing? I ask. More ignoring as he settles on a wide branch, his back up against the trunk, then produces a rope, literally from thin air, and uses it to tie himself down. Smart. I've never slept in a tree. We mostly have palm trees in Enora, around the rivers and oases, and those don't have branches for sleeping. But I'm guessing that's to keep him from falling out. I asked you a question. Tabra might have stomped her foot then. I limit myself to my hands on my hips, made slightly lopsided by the fruit I'm still holding.
What does it look like I'm doing?
My first impression of him becomes even more pronounced. The man is an arrogant, growling, genetically blessed bastard. Someone should knock him down a peg or two. The problem is I'm not confident that I'm the someone who can. Definitely not while the scales are tipped so heavily in his favor. He crosses his arms and closes his eyes, head back against the trunk, clearly not planning to discuss anything more, and I grit my teeth so hard my jaw pops. My hand moves toward the knife hidden in my bodice, so tempting to chuck it at him. Maybe this time he won't see it coming. Maybe I'll be fast enough. Unfortunately, I need him alive for now. Until I get my bearings, I have no alternative. I have to go with him. As Tabra. There's little choice in what to eat when all the apples are rotten. I mutter to myself. Oma used to say that to me all the time. Only according to her, I'm the rotten option in every scenario. I'm not sure why I think of it now.
Maybe you're smarter than you look.
His voice drifts down to me. I pull my hand back to hurl the piece of fruit at him, already anticipating the satisfying splat of it against his chest.
Temper, temper, princess.
His lip curls in a sneer, even while his eyes remain closed.
Can't have you going hungry.
Agreeing with him, my belly rumbles its own protest. With a small hiss of frustration, I lower my arm and take a defiant bite of my dinner. I'm so angry it takes a second for the taste and texture to sink in. The outside is firm and the flavor sharp, like the cactus I'd eat at home after removing the needles. But the inside is strange. A green gelatinous substance filled with seeds and tasting of melon. The tangy sweet combo is odd but pleasant. The jelly-like inside will take getting used to. What about water? I demand, deliberately not making any of this easy on him. He peels open a single eye, then sighs, and a swirling bubble almost like a pocket of dense smoke appears in front of him. He reaches inside and extracts a satchel, not unlike the kind I use when I trek through the desert to visit Cain. He lowers it down to me, and I drink greedily. I finish the rest of the fruit quickly, too. I hadn't had much to eat earlier today, fed intermittently between the maidservants making me beautiful. How did Tabra explain why she suddenly was missing all her finery after she learned I was missing? Wait. Oh, goddess. Realization strikes hard. If Revan is telling the truth, and he's not Edelon, then my sweet sister is with the king, or about to be, alone. Chapter 12. Beauty Sleep. Panic wraps an icy grip around my throat that has nothing to do with the weather. Tabra is facing Edelon on her own, without me there to stand between them, which is literally the only reason for my existence. I have to get back to her. That will only happen if you're smart about saving your own life. I know this, even if I don't like it. Forcing myself to stay calm when I'm most definitely not, I study the tree where Revan is apparently already asleep. Want this back? I hold the water satchel out, dangling it from the tip of a single finger. Shadows reach out from the trees and swallow it whole, the weight disappearing in a whisper. He never even opened his eyes. Whatever. Climbing this thing will be different than shimmying up palm trees in search of their fruit, but I still think I can manage. With only a few scrapes, my leggings would have served me so much better than these stockings and the damn skirt getting in my way. I manage to get up to the branch that extends from the other side of the trunk from where my captor lies.
The pampered princess can throw knives and climb trees.
I hear his silky murmur from the other side. Ass.
What else can she do, I wonder?
This time I catch the confusion in his tone. Guess you should have done your research.
I did.
Better, I seethe. If he had, he would have taken the right princess, after all. It takes me a while to settle, but at least my clothes, especially my cloak, protect my skin from the rough bark.
I'm sure you're getting comfy for your beauty sleep, but can you stop moving around?
If this is beauty sleep, I'm a devourer, I mutter to myself.
Not all the devourers are monsters on the outside.
It takes me a beat to realize he's commenting on my muttering.
The reverie takes any shape that is the most appealing to the looker.
He continues almost casually. He's seen the reverie? The creature that lurks outside the whirlpool at the mouth of Mariana and, as far as I know, has killed everyone unfortunate enough to cross its path. I have so many questions, but the last thing I want is to give him the satisfaction of asking. I don't manage to swallow them all down. What form did it take for you? Silence. I picture having some kind of inferni power over silence and choking him with it. Not that I've ever heard of such a thing, but the image makes me smile. Sand really is useless. I need a rope, I say, making my voice as demanding as I can. I might not be able to escape yet, but I don't have to make this pleasant for him either. A second later, one floats around the side of the trunk, carried by Shadow. I don't thank him. I will never thank him for anything. Not ever. As soon as I've tied myself in the same way he did, I lean my head back and close my eyes. How did you know my size? I ask. For the clothes? Then wince because I hadn't meant to ask that. It gives away too much, like how vulnerable that made me feel. Had he been watching Tabra? Had he been in her rooms? Or had he guessed?
How do you know how to throw knives and climb trees?
Is his reply. Because not everyone is who they seem. I mash my lips together. Apparently neither of us is going to be giving the other any answers tonight. I quietly relish the day he learns that he got the wrong girl, imagining his shocked and defeated expression. So long as that moment comes when I am able to get away. I force myself to close my eyes, only to open them again with a frown and the sudden sense of being watched. Which is ridiculous. He's on the other side of the tree. Familiarity teases my mind. I'd felt the same thing in Enora the night we met. Who, or what, is this man? Chapter 13. Upside Down. Revan isn't in the tree when I wake up. In fact, I don't see him anywhere. Moving quickly, I untie myself and drop to the ground. Then I hiss with a new frustration. My beaded dress is gone. I was going to use that to barter for supplies after I escaped. I hate this man.
Let's go.
I jump back, startled at the sound of his voice. Where the hells did he come from? Before I can snap at him, shadows rise up, almost like he's going to drag me along again. But then they sort of flicker before they disappear. Expression blank, Revan reaches a hand for me instead. I slip out of the way just before he catches my arm. I won't run. He casts me a doubtful glance. Where would I go? I point out. I can see him chewing on that. Does he believe me? After a second, he drops his hand, and as he does, I spot the scars running down his wrist. They're not like any I've seen before. Shiny, almost silvery. They remind me of Mercury, solid and yet shining. A series of 3 jagged, parallel lines that look like claw marks. I don't ask. He wouldn't answer me anyway, I'm sure. Besides, the last thing I need is to think of him as anything more than a monster. For all I know, those are the last remaining marks of a victim. My distrust will keep me sharp, safe. Revan takes the lead, allowing me to follow, which I do, though maybe I dawdle. Again, I have no reason to make this easy on him. After getting a branch slapped back in my face for the second time, though, followed by a gruff, "Keep up," I grit my teeth and move faster. After that, we fall into what amounts to a lot of silent walking, and a lot of trees, and more walking, broken up only by eating a few more pieces of that fruit, as we're walking. It's the unending kind of marching that reminds me of journeying with Cain Zeraphate, the 1 or 2 times I was allowed to travel deeper into the desert with them. I'm trying not to think about how worried he must be right now, and at the same time trying to channel him. A memory strikes, like flint to tinder, of when I'd run from a lion and dropped my knife in terror.
Be smarter, Marin. Stop letting fear and exhaustion cloud your actions.
Is that what he'd tell me now? Without warning, we emerge from the tree line.
Watch it.
Revan reaches a hand across me despite the fact that we're still at least 20 feet from the edge of a sheer drop. His palm presses into my stomach. Touch. One I don't see coming, and yet my gut reaction is to gasp and almost to lean into him. The hell's with that? I must be even more agitated than I realized. He withdraws his hand. Deliberately, I turn my gaze away from him, only to really take in the drop-off we're standing near. Goddess above. I breathe and stare out over endless skies and the incredible sight laid out before me. One I'd never thought I'd witness in person. For ages now, we have watched from our solid place in Arid as the dominion of wilderness has broken its bonds of land and crept slowly higher into the sky. The exposed and jagged rocks beneath it always remind me of upside-down mountains, the tops or bottoms, I guess, of their peaks, dipping into the oceans below. The southern parts of Arid are cast in shade for many hours a day now because of this dominion, a blessing for those who live there. Below, through wispy clouds, I can see the ocean, the blue expanse of it seemingly endless, though I know Tropicus is out that direction somewhere, far enough from here that it isn't visible on the horizon. That's when it sinks in just how high up we are. He didn't need to bother with the protective gesture. Self-preservation and the whole falling to my death scenario have me scrambling back into the trees. I'm tempted to wrap my arms around the trunk of one, but I manage to stop myself. That would be too telling. Focus, Marin. The most important thing is I have my bearings now. I know where in wilderness I am. Once again, Goddess bless Oma and those hours she forced me to spend memorizing the maps of the dominions. I'd never thanked that woman for anything, but I'm starting to appreciate her more. She prepared me more than I realized. Only one set of mountains ends this close to the border of wilderness, the Devotion Mountains. We are on the eastern side of the Dominion, right at the edge. The question is, how far south are we? Have we passed the river Tropicus? I could follow it to the Lake of Timber, which sits at the center of the Dominion. From there, I could make my way to the capital city with its temple and the portal housed inside. Then home. Well planned or not, as soon as I get a chance, I'm gone. Now at least I know what fruit to eat, what path to take, and to sleep in the trees for safety. I have warm clothes and a small weapon. Forget waiting for Shadow Boy to get me out of here. I've relied on my ability to think my way through challenging situations my whole life. Tabra got all the grace, kindness, and sophistication. So I guess it's only fair I got the brains. The journey will take me days, probably, but trying to find that tower Revan brought us through would be more foolish. The Queen's Tower, I realize now. It had to be. Everyone in the courts knows that Estrella and Trizolde, queen and king of wilderness, have what Oma describes as a tumultuous marriage, and the queen made for herself a private retreat, one deep in the mountains that only she knows how to get to. Where had Estrella got her hands on enchanted glass for a portal? Actually, I have a more important question. Who is Revan that he knows where to find it? Regardless, it makes sense that Revan would take me through there. If no one else is aware of the portal's existence, they would never think to travel that way. And with the queen and king both in Arid for Tabra's coronation and grandmother's funeral, the tower would be empty. Revan is smart. I'll give him that much. I gulp as it dawns on me that I might not be smarter. The clothes, the escape route, when he snatched me, this was a well-thought-out plan. But how did he know when to strike? It's not like grandmother's death was pre-planned or even widely rumored, and he had been in Enora the night it happened, not Oasis. Does he realize I'm the same girl he warned not to go into the desert alone? My brain fills with questions. Regardless of the answers, I'm only a poor girl from Arid and a part-time pretend princess who can make glass flowers. I have no chance against him.
When was the last time you saw Devotion's edge?
Revan asks with a wave at the drop. I catch the subtle lilt of suspicion in his voice. Plus, he said words. He doesn't tend to do that for no reason. I've figured that much out about him. But why suspicion? I barely ask myself the question before I figure out the answer. Tabra has been to Wilderness many times, including recently. Luckily, I know all the details of those times. Thank the goddesses yet again for Oma, who'd also made me memorize useless junk like Tabra's itineraries. Not so useless now. Instead of answering, though, I flick him a glance. What do you care?
You look like you've never seen them before, which can't possibly be right.
He looks me up and down. Damn it, I need to be more careful. This situation is worlds different than even Oma prepared me for, and I can't seem to hold up my Tabra impersonation. I need a distraction, and fast. Arid is drying up, I blurt out. His lips flatten, sinking his cheeks even more beneath his sharp cheekbones, giving him a grim expression I probably should be wary of. But somewhere along the way, between the perfectly sized clothes and goddess knows how much walking, I stopped being afraid of him. Or at least my fear lessened. Maybe he should have killed me faster, while my terror was still fresh.
What does that mean?
He asks. The oases are drying up. So are the wells. And the lakes get lower every season. He studies me. Will he consider letting me go, knowing that a brand new queen will need to deal with such a dangerous situation for her people? And, to borrow an expression from Tindra, that's only the tip of the iceberg of Tabra's problems.
This must have been happening for some time, so I assume your viziers know.
He finally says, like that will solve the problem. Meaning, I'm stuck.
I'm going to hunt us a midday meal,
he says, still grim, like he's angry with himself now. Then points.
Follow the edge of the trees that way. Stop when you reach the river. I'll meet you there.
The river. The beautiful, glorious river that's about to be my salvation. Did he seriously think the Princess of Arid is so uneducated and coddled that she wouldn't know the layout of the other dominions almost as well as her own? Deliberately, I school my features, hoping I'm not giving away how eager I am to reach those waters without him in tow. I keep my mouth shut and march away, head held high.
Don't go too close to the water when you get there,
he calls after me. Yeah, I bet you don't want me to. I raise my hand in a crude gesture and keep going. It takes me a solid 10 minutes of rushing along before I realize my mistake. He'll expect me to go the direction he said, and yes, the river that lies in that direction is one path to safety. But I also know of a way from the north that will take me to the smaller, lesser-known Mariana River and the same salvation, just not in the direction Revan thinks. I spin around and go back to where he left me, careful to make no noise, or as little as possible, on the crunchy bed of pine needles. I move carefully along the line of trees to my left, keeping the sheer stomach-churning drop to my right far enough away that I'm not hyperventilating. I hardly allow myself a breath as I keep moving, unstopped and unhindered, slower than I'd prefer in order to keep quiet. The farther I get, the more my muscles tense, quivering with each step. I don't know how long I've been going. A while? Long enough to start to hope for success. But then a tingle of what is becoming a familiar sensation, awareness, hits the back of my neck a half second before shadows slam up in front of me like a wall. I skid to a halt.
I knew you'd be trouble.
That distinctive slide of voice sounds from behind me. I don't turn. Hands on my hips, my head drops forward under the weight of my disappointment. Hells swallow me whole. At the same time, a tiny part of me relaxes. Escape is my only option, but a small part of me can still begrudgingly admit I feel safer with him than without, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever felt. Damn him to the depths of the seventh circle of the hells. Then save yourself more trouble and let me go. I address the ground, not ready to face him.
I can't.
He almost sounds apologetic. I'd be a fool to believe it. Why? What do you want with me? Ransom? Power? Leverage? Silence. Tell me, I demand, desperation creeping into my voice now. Because if he's not going to kill me, then why did he take me? I whirl to face him. He's standing close, but not too close, his hands shoved into the pockets of his fur-lined coat.
I need your help.
The words are quiet and so full of resentment I imagine he's choking on it. My help? Is he joking? I can't help it. Laughter bursts from me. And Revan's immediate scowl only makes it worse. Chapter 14. Crawling Death. I have no idea what Tabor's response would have been in this situation. If Revan had kidnapped the right girl, dragged her across snowy mountains, terrified her, pissed her off, then told her he'd done all this because he needed her help, how would she have handled it? Probably not with laughter. The way his nose flares in visible aggravation only makes me laugh harder. I'm doubled over with it, riding an edge of what is quickly turning into something out of control. My help. He needs, well, Tabra's help, actually. And he thinks that's who he took. I laugh so hard my cheeks start to ache.
Goddesses, give me strength,
he mutters. I'm pretty sure they're all laughing, too. I manage around my unladylike chortles. How this man hasn't figured out I'm no queen is beyond me. A strong grip around my arm cuts off my hilarity abruptly, and suddenly I am being frog-marched back in the direction I'd come. Was it something I said? I snigger. No response. No big surprise there. Eventually, we pass the place where I turned around the first time. After even more walking, the rushing sound of water reaches my ears before I catch a glimpse of the river. We turn a bend around an outcropping of rock, and there it is, the River Tropicus. I try to tuck my awe away where he can't see it. The rush of water cuts a wide path through the land, a violent torrent moving so fast it must sweep away anything that tries to cross. I glance at where the water drops over the edge of the Dominion, mist rising up in the air like angel's wings, kissing my face, the bite of it in the cold air invigorating. Maybe I can push him in. I'm grinning at the mental image of a shocked face, a big splash, then a yelp cut off as he gets swept away, when I spy a small dead animal that looks like a mix between a rooster and a miniature ostrich with black feathers and a big right coxcomb on the ground away from the banks. The lunch Revan had gone out to catch, no doubt. With the way it's lying all haphazard, I'm guessing he dropped it when he realized I wasn't here. I bite back another peal of laughter, picturing his face. Seriously, though, I must be tired or losing it. I'm never this punchy. Well, not usually. Get yourself together, Marin. I managed to sober up, but just barely. Is that a bassin?
A juvenile.
I wasn't expecting an answer, and also not a confirmation. The fire roosters are supposed to be shy and deadly. He must see my hesitation.
They're not poisonous to eat. Just don't let one breathe ghost fire on you.
Right. In short order, he has the bird stripped. Then he pulls out a wicked-looking knife with the long blade curved on one side, and quickly has the thing prepped, on a stick, and roasting over the fire. We say nothing as we wait and watch the skin brown. The hickory scent of smoked meat fills the air as fat drips to hiss and spit on the flames below. Won't this attract animals? I ask.
Most likely.
I hope one of them eats you instead. I flutter my eyelashes at him. He leans forward from where he sits on a rock across the fire from me, elbows propped on his knees.
Sweet, they said. Easily frightened, they said.
He grumbles under his breath. Which only makes me want to laugh again. With him, though, rather than at him, which is so not what I should be thinking. I guess being taken against one's will can turn anyone into a
mouthy brat.
Ouch. 1 point for him. But then why did I let that sting? I manage an uncaring tip of my head and lift a deliberately bored gaze, propping my arms on my jackknifed knees. If this is how you ask for help, I can't say you're winning me over. A single unamused laugh escapes him.
At the rate we're going, I'm quickly rethinking that plan.
I'm definitely doing something right then. Kidnapping a queen is an extreme measure, I muse. You might want to rethink your life choices while you're at it. I expect a growly comeback, but instead he glances away.
Who says I had a choice?
I frown, studying him closer. Is that real regret in the set of his shoulders? Everyone has choices. But the moment the words leave my lips, I know they're not true. I don't. I never have.
If you say so, princess.
His lips hitch, but his eyes lack any trace of amusement. I glance away because that's definitely bitterness in his voice. The kind I recognize because I struggle with mine every single day. How could he possibly have no choice about kidnapping the Queen of Arid? I had a dog once that bit anyone who would come near it. The words are out of my mouth before I even recognize the urge to share this. Revan waits, eyebrows raised slightly. I twitch a shoulder. For days, we tried everything. Food, water, walks, other dogs to play with, toys, petting. Grandmother wanted to put it down. She insisted it was possessed. Tabra had been beside herself. She'd loved that little scrappy thing, even though I was the one who'd found it in the streets and brought it to the palace. Then, one day we discovered a thorn wedged in the folds of its skin, sticking into its neck. After we pulled it out and treated it, the dog stopped biting and became the sweetest pet anyone could ask for. A long pause greets this.
Am I the dog in this story?
He asks slowly. I allow myself a small smile, watching the bird roast, the flames reaching up for it. Sort of. Biting was the only way the dog could ask for help. To tell us something was wrong. Silence. I try again. What do you want? Maybe I can give it to you without all the... I gesture between us. Hassle? Not to mention my life. That is already spoken for by too many others.
You can't,
He says, all traces of amusement vanishing. You never know until you ask. Surprise jolts through me as I find that I'm actually sincere. If he's that desperate for help, maybe I can find a way. Goddess, what am I thinking? Not speaking, he lifts the bird off the flames, pulls it apart, and hands me some. I have to hold back a moan because I'm ravenous. Those fruit things only get a girl so far, and the meat is surprisingly good. Tastes like game hen from home. What could be so important that you'd risk stealing a queen? Before he can answer, a movement behind him catches my attention, like the green of the underbrush is shifting slowly. I glance over Revan's shoulder. Everything inside me tenses. A creature lurking in the bushes rises up silently, poised to strike him. Snake-like in shape, it's furred instead of scaled, the same gray as the rocks of the mountains, as thick as a log and longer than me by a lot. Balancing against a sapling, its head hovers directly behind Revan, and it opens its mouth in 4 parts, each part forming a triangle that come together into what looks like a blunt nose when closed. Essentially, its entire head is a creepy mouth, its face peeling back to expose rows upon rows of dagger-sharp teeth down an endless throat. Gut reaction has me scrambling for the knife hidden in my breastband, even as the world seems to slow to the sound of my heartbeats. Revan starts to turn as the snake thing strikes. In the same instant, I manage to get my knife into my fumbling hand. I hurl my weapon over his shoulder, nailing it in the eye with a sickening thud. Damn it, I was aiming for its open mouth. The shadows that rose up around him fall away in an instant, and we both watch as the creature writhes in agony. Then it locks in on me. All I've done is piss it off. The thing strikes again. In a blink, Revan is standing between me and death. At the same instant, out of nowhere, a shadow turns solid, lifts a boulder, and brings it down on the creature's head, crushing it. The rest of its long, furred body flops and twists around several times before it drops in a knotted heap. Dead. The forest goes silent around us, all except the river. Reaction sets in, and I drop my head into shaking hands. I may have trained to use a knife, but I've never used it on more than a target. Clearly, I'm not as skilled as I thought because all I did was anger the creature. What if I'd missed? What if I'd been alone? What if I'd killed Revan? Strike that, stupid thought. But now I'm mentally cursing my actions because I've just given up my last weapon, and I've done it to save the life of the man I am trying to escape from. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I hear the motion as Revan whips around to face me. Silence, heavy with implications, blankets the rock I'm still sitting on, weighing me into its uneven surface.
You tried to save my life.
Revan's voice has a different note to it. Confusion, maybe? I lift my head to find him staring at me, with eyes suddenly brighter, glinting with questions and something else I'm unsure of. The way he pronounced each word slowly, it's like he's tasting them and finding them bitter pills to swallow. Denial of his words or the way that look in his eyes tugs at something inside me, I'm not sure, has me shaking my head hard. I was trying to save my life. You just happened to be in the way. I drop my gaze to the creature. I've never seen anything like that. What is it? He continues to watch me, his gaze like a physical touch.
A death worm,
He says.
Its bite paralyzes its prey, so you're alive as it swallows you whole and digests you slowly.
Shudder. Does it climb trees? His silence answers that, and I shudder again. I guess sleeping in trees isn't entirely safe then. Good to know. Dragging my gaze away from the death worm, I look up to find Revan still watching. Gaze pinpoint bright, like he's trying to slot together puzzle pieces that don't fit. And my breathing decides to turn erratic on me. Because no matter how I fight it, my initial, honest reaction to him, to the way he looks at me sometimes, still lingers. I clear my throat. Can I have my knife back?
No.
He bends over and tugs the weapon out of the death worm with a slurping sound. The slitted eyeball comes with it, and he flicks it off the blade with a finger, then wipes the blade on his pants and slips it into an unseen pocket. Probably the same pocket where my other knife went. I just saved your ass, I point out. Sure, he might have killed it, but it would have bitten him if I hadn't acted first.
Not according to you. Saving me was an unwanted result of saving yourself.
Then his narrowed-eyed gaze lands on me, skates over me, taking me in from head to toe, and an entirely different kind of shiver passes through me.
Any more weapons?
He demands. The truth is too sad to contemplate. As if I'd tell you? He grunts. He doesn't bother to check me like he did before, and I wonder for a fluttery second if maybe he believes me. I wouldn't believe him if our roles were reversed, but you never can tell. In the meantime, priority number 1 just became getting my hands on another weapon before I try to escape again. I'd even settle for a whip at this point. I'll never make it on my own without something to defend myself. Not with creatures like death worms roaming the forest. But I might have no choice. Chapter 15. Reasons. Revan is back to brooding, only maybe more threatening now because speculation creeps into his gaze far too often. I pin my lips shut and try to make myself as boring and unremarkable as possible. The rest of the day is spent walking, and then walking some more. The way he strides with purpose and definite direction tells me Revan knows where we're going, but any effort on my part to get him to give up the plan has been met with heavy silence. I've been trying to sneak peeks around us, looking for anything remotely identifiable to tell me where we are or where we're going. Beyond the position of the sun telling me we're headed west, I've got nothing. Maybe he's taking me to one of the cities that lie in the west. Or maybe he's just leading me deeper into the forest, where he can cut out my heart and be on his way. We follow the bank rather than crossing the river, thank goddess. When we stop for dinner, it's another meal of some kind of bird and those fruit things. But instead of strapping ourselves to a high tree branch for the night, Revan finds us a massive hollow tree trunk. One fire had clearly carved out a long time ago. At his wave, I step inside, then turn immediately to walk right back out. No fucking way. His scowl is immediate.
Do princesses say that word?
This one does, even if she shouldn't. I would rather pull out all my teeth than go in there.
That can be arranged, though it might be harder to understand you afterward.
He pauses.
Actually, that might be better for me, so feel free.
Let me consult with my advisors. I glare at him. They unanimously say no. He leans closer and points at the tree.
This is where we're sleeping.
Not if I can help it. There's hardly enough space for the two of us to fit in there, which will mean sleeping wedged up against him. Given my awareness issues where he's concerned, I just can't. I'll sleep on one of the limbs. He snags me by the arm as I try to walk away, his grip firm but surprisingly gentle.
I can protect us better in here.
I look at his hand on my arm and then at the tree. Won't we be trapped if something comes? He shakes his head, and with a flick of his other hand, shadows close over the entrance, looking like blackened, charred bark. Oh.
Death worms are more common in this area of the mountains.
He says this deadpan, and I narrow my eyes. Is he messing with me? Or is he serious? Not worth the risk of finding out the hard way. Hells and damnation. Reluctantly, I shake him off and step back inside the carved-out trunk, where I sit down, back to the wall formed by the hollow inside. Moonlight finds its way through the hole in the top and through the entrance, though not much. Revan follows, though he has to contort himself a bit to fit, grunting with the effort as he twists to sit beside me, hard and warm, and suddenly too real against me. I knew this was going to be a problem. I'm not used to being touched, which means I keep trying to subtly contort my body to gain some space.
Close your eyes,
he murmurs. Contained as we are, his voice is all around me, sliding through me. Gritting my teeth, I force my body to still and do as he says. It doesn't help much. His warmth spreads through me. His scent, familiar, fresh, like the creosote willows that manage to thrive in the deserts, winds around me and my muscles coil with an unwanted tension. An odd noise filters in through the door of our makeshift shelter, and my eyes spring open because that sounded like a woman. There's someone out there, I whisper.
No.
He shifts like he's uncomfortable.
Something, not someone.
Something?
A harpy eagle.
He clarifies. There it goes again, louder this time and more distinctive. Then again, breathy, needy. Seriously? Slips out of my lips. That's what a harpy eagle sounds like? His unamused chuckle is in no way comforting. I'd heard harpy eagle sounded like a woman in pleasure when they eat, but not this. Apparently, her repertoire includes all aspects of a woman's voice. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block it out.
I think she's following you,
Revan murmurs. Me? Oh, like the Kieran. Because I'm supposed to be queen, I guess. Except I'm not. I doubt it. More like she's following you for killing that Bassin. Another breathy moan, this one long and drawn out. I've lived all my life in a hovel sandwiched between two houses of ill repute. I am well versed in what a woman sounds like in the throes of passion. And this is remarkably exactly that. But I've never had to listen to it pressed up against a man before. Especially this one. A new experience I could have happily skipped. Heat floods my cheeks. I creep my hands up over them, trying to cool my face. Where's a handy pile of snow when you need one? Beside me, Revan drops his head back against the tree.
This has been the damnedest journey I've ever taken,
he mutters. A single sharp laugh sort of huffs from me. The harpy eagle is going at it hard now. Ecstasy and agony in each long, loud moan. How long does it take to pick bones clean anyway?
Tindra is sinking,
Revan says. I lower my hands and turn my head. Not that I can see the details of his features in the gloom, which means he can't really see me either. He sounds tired, though. What?
The same way wilderness is lifting into the sky, Tindra has started to sink into the oceans, but faster, not over hundreds of years.
Into the oceans where the worst monsters wait. What is Edelon doing about it? He shakes his head. I'm not sure if that means he doesn't know or he doesn't want to tell me.
I have people,
he says instead, voice turning gruffer now, like he's embarrassed to reveal that.
People who rely on me.
He does? I can relate to that. But I don't want to relate to this man. Why not go through the proper channels? I could have come on a diplomatic mission. But even as the words leave my mouth, I want to pull them back. No queen of Erid has been to Tindra in centuries, at least not of her own will. Revan's silence tells me he knows this too. The harpy eagle decides that's a perfect moment for a loud, keening moan. I can't believe I'm having this conversation while a large bird is about to find her completion over a carcass. What about the other kings and queens? My voice sounds tighter. Another shake of his head.
I want you to see it first.
Tabra. He means Tabra. Even if it feels like he really means me. In the dark, he sounds younger, unsure of himself even. I wish I could see his face better.
I want you to see the sinking lands and the people who will die if something doesn't happen soon. Then I'll tell you the rest.
There's more? But apparently he doesn't trust me to believe him. Not only that, but it hits me that he won't give up on his foolish gambit. Not with people to protect. I have people to protect too, though. There are whispers about the people of Erid rising up against their rulers. I say quietly. He's silent a bit, and I wonder if he even cares.
How bad?
His question is genuine. Something like relief trickles in. Which is why, instead of retorting with something snappy, I give an honest answer. I don't know how organized they are yet. I wouldn't have heard if not for... Hells, I almost said if not for living in Enora.
But it's not good,
he says. Not a question. He gets it. I can hear in his voice that he does. Not good is one way to put it.
What are you going to do?
He asks. I don't know that either. I pause. I want to help them. I've spent most of our endless walking processing everything that's happened since the night I snuck out of the hovel. My grandmother's death, Cain's proposal, the way Tabra gazed at Edelon's goddess-forsaken amulet, the king's proposal, Revan. Our silence is heavy and, at the same time, close. I need to break this feeling, cut it with a knife or something. As if on cue, the harpy eagle reaches the climax of her show, her feverish calls rapturous. I think she's faking it. Revan chokes.
And how would you know?
I give my best uncaring shrug, though I'm squirming inside. She's definitely trying too hard. Silence grates that. I'm not sure if I shocked him into it or if he has no comeback. I mean, what could he say? Unfortunately, it didn't help break the tension at all. Like Revan did, I drop my head back against the fire-smoothed bark of the tree and close my eyes. Not against the sounds or the night, but against him. I don't know why Revan was in Enora the night before he kidnapped me. If I thought he'd answer, I'd ask. It's clear he believes I'm Tabra, soon-to-be Queen of Erid. But he'd have no reason to search for her in a place like Enora. The man is a mystery. One I find myself wanting to unravel. Maybe even wanting to believe that he did a horrible thing for a good reason. As a princess who lived under her grandmother's rule, I saw the hard choices she made on behalf of our dominion, even if I disagreed with most of them. The harpy eagle serenade eases and slows until quiet settles over the forest.
Go to sleep, princess,
Revan murmurs.
We'll get where we're going tomorrow.
Trusting Revan is the last thing I should be doing. And yet, as I drift off with the warmth and solidness of his body against mine, a seed of trust takes hold. Chapter 16. The Faces of a Hideous Beast. When I open my eyes, it's still night. And I'm alone. Again. Revan is no longer pressed up against me. The loss of his body heat has to be what woke me, because I'm shivering despite my cloak. Where in the dominions could he have gone? I crawl out of the hollow tree trunk and get to my feet. Run. The word echoes through my head, but my feet don't move. I don't move. Maybe it's the deathworm experience, or maybe it's the way his desire to protect his people echoes my desire to protect mine. Maybe I should see these sinking lands, though goddess knows what help I, or even my sister, could give. Am I actually considering going along with him? Rejection stirs sharp and heavy in my breast. No. I even shake my head. My first instinct of running is the right one, and I force my feet to move, one step, then another. My best bet is to follow the river, skirting along the bases of the mountains as best I can. I'll only get lost in the forest with all the ups and downs and everything looking the same. The question is, which way along the river? Opposite from the way we were headed, I decide. Listening for the rush of water is what guides me in the right direction. With every step, adrenaline pumps through me, pounding in my ears. I'm picturing deathworms or worse hunting me through the night. I don't even have a weapon. This might be my worst idea yet, and that's saying a lot. I step into an abrupt clearing as if, instead of thinning, the trees suddenly just backed away. A strange sort of friction to the air is the only warning I get. Revan, unmistakable to me now for anyone else, stands shirtless, his eyes closed, in the center of the clearing, the cold starlight playing over the ridges of his muscled torso. The blood thrumming through my veins pulses with the energy emanating from the man in front of me, an energy that has nothing to do with my unwanted reactions to him. This is all coming from him. He holds out his arms, and I stifle a gasp. The jagged scars on both his wrists glow around the edges with the same deep purple light as his palms, almost like his magic is trying to get through the cracks. And then the fabric of night itself moves. Rivers of what almost look like ink flow between beams of moonlight and into his body. Coming from every crevice of the forest, the shadows pool and swirl around his feet, surging to a beat that my heart echoes. The darkness creeps up to his form, shrouding him, turning his entire being to ravenous night. Then the darkness swells out of him, up and over his head, and I choke. Hardly a sound, and yet the churn of shadows seems to turn on itself, and his eyes, two glowing spots of aquamarine, open and lock onto me.
You shouldn't be here.
His voice, deeper even than before and smooth, like a pool of star-kissed waters, slides over me, through me, into me. What are you? I whisper. His face spasms.
Don't test me, princess. Go back to the tree and wait.
This isn't Revan speaking, but something else, something elemental and savage. I should be terrified. I should sprint back down the path that led me here, back to the safe haven he found us. I'm not, and I don't. Maybe it's the way I've always felt safe in the shadows, drawn to them, because the pull to stay is too strong. Like something deep inside me doesn't want me to go. Why do you need me? I almost said Tabra. Those eyes flicker bright.
To keep Edelon.
The darkness around him rears up, seemingly in protest at that name, and a pained grunt reaches my ears.
To keep you from being used against others, and maybe even save a few along the way.
Then the shadows ease and dance, reaching and flowing across the forest floor toward me, arms beckoning, alluring.
You need to go.
His voice is strained now, rough.
I can't hold them.
Tendrils of night brush over my skin, seductive and intoxicating. They wind around me, drawing me into the circle. A sense of rightness settles in my center, and I take a halting step forward.
Princess.
His voice is right in front of me now, and I open my eyes to find myself surrounded by shadow and Revan himself, solid and real, standing before me, close enough to touch. I blink slowly because I'm having trouble separating out reality. It has to be a dream, and I'm asleep beside him in the tree still. Right? Sure, I have it figured out. I smile almost tentatively. Only his eyes narrow at the sight.
"See me,"
he says in a voice gone deadly harsh, silk frayed by thorns. The shadows punch out from us, abandoning us, leaving only Revan and me in the clearing. Only the man in front of me isn't entirely Revan. His face appears to crawl with goddess, with other faces. No other way to describe it. Changing and morphing before my eyes like 100 different men exist within him and are all fighting to be seen. Each a different manifestation. Some harsh and hard, some daring, some laughing, all compelling. Finally, a face of utter despair settles in place the longest. Tired lines etched into the skin around his mouth and eyes, and without thinking, I reach up and put my hand against his cheek, try to smooth those lines with the pat of my thumb. Revan grabs my wrist, hard, and the sadness disappears, replaced by a face that glints at me with something purely evil.
"Run, little girl."
Horror-fed adrenaline slams through the hollows of my bones. Swallowing a scream, I jerk away from him and do what I should have in the first place. I run, fast. The kind of fast that happens in nightmares. The kind where I worry if my lungs might burst or if my legs can keep up. Will they fail me and leave me to be caught and goddess knows what done to me? Because I was right. Even if he's not Edelon, the man behind me, or whatever's inside him at least, is a monster. Only Revan doesn't come after me, not even a call of my name. Even so, it feels like the horde I saw inside him is breathing down my neck. I consider running deeper into the forest, finding the river and going from there. I'll never make it, though. Not in the dark, not at night and alone, not without any weapon. I sprint back to our hollowed-out tree and scramble inside, knees pulled up to my chest. Like a child hiding under a bed, I wait there. To die? To be caught? I don't know which. I wait until fingers of dawn crack the night. I wait until the gut-wrenching fright slowly recedes and I fall asleep through sheer exhaustion, wondering all the while why he hasn't come for me. Chapter 17. Maybe I'm not disposable. The first thing I see the next morning is Revan, and I stiffen on a spike of alarm. He's not inside our hollow tree with me, but sitting in the doorway, back propped against the bark, one knee up and the other leg stretched out, head tipped back and eyes closed. His expression is a wearied crosshatch of lines that should never be found on a young man's face. He may be a monster, but at least he didn't kill me while I slept. I don't think I moved or made any sound, but his eyes pop open to find me watching him.
"We need to talk."
You think so? He looks at me, and I look at him. Everything about last night settles between us, and despite being terrified of what I saw, it feels like we're bound more closely together. That should not be my reaction. The sound of a female voice in the woods breaks the silence, and I groan. Not again. Revan jerks his finger to his mouth. What is it that he hears different? But then a severe kind of silence takes over the forest, and he goes rigid. My skin starts to crawl. Before either of us can do anything, a scream pierces the quiet. The sound launches 100 snow-white birds into the air, visible through the scarred opening of the tree, followed by the indistinguishable shouts of several men near our hiding place. Revan swears under his breath. Immediately, we're both on our feet, him crowding me into our semi-protected hollow tree, the light of day going black as he pulls shadow up and over us. His back to the entrance, he wraps his arms around me, pinning me between his hard body and the bark. I don't get a chance to react. Footsteps sound directly outside. So close. Too close. They crunch on by in the pine needles, clunky and not trying to be quiet at all. Part of me thinks I should scream too. What if these are soldiers from Arid sent by Tabra to find me? Maybe I'm not disposable after all. But a small voice inside me scoffs. Of course she won't send anyone, because Tabra does what is expected of her. Always. And in this situation, she's been trained to do nothing, to let me make my sacrifice. Another scream echoes through the forest, closer this time, and I flinch. But my mind also clears. I curl my hands into Revan's shirt. We have to do something, I whisper. Help her. Revan drops his gaze to mine, seeming to debate with himself, and I stare back steadily, willing him to do the right thing. He gives a small growling huff like he doesn't like the outcome of the argument he's having in his head.
Stay here.
I startle. I expected him to say no, and he feels it since I'm plastered against him. His mouth pulls down at the corners as if he doesn't like my reaction. I don't like the way my belly wants to soften at his reaction, so I cover. You should give me my knives. He snorts.
I've seen your aim, Princess.
There is absolutely no reason why, but that makes me want to laugh. I don't, though. He cups my jaw with one hand.
Don't leave the tree. I can't risk them finding you.
A warning. An order. Okay. He's helping. For once, I'll do as I'm told. He pauses at the entrance of our hiding spot and looks back at me with an odd sort of reluctance.
Hells.
He mutters and steps out, but his shadows remain protecting me. Not 10 seconds go by before I hear another rustle, even closer this time. A man steps into view. He pauses and I hold my breath. A Tindran soldier. Recognizable by the armor, white rather than the black or gray of wilderness or the sandy color of my own dominion. The shoulders are formed to look like the cragged Inferno mountain that sits at the heart of the icy dominion, as cold and unforgiving as diamonds. The crest of King Edelon is stamped in the center of his chest, the Revoker, the devourer that tends to stay closest to Tindra. Human-looking on one end, the other end is a long tail that splits into 3. It is rumored to pull people who get too close to the water in and eat only their eyes, tongues, and feet, leaving them alive but floundering in the ocean. Very few have ever made it back to shore, from what I hear. Edelon is the only ruler to have a monster as the sigil of his house. I always wondered why that wasn't a huge clue to every other ruler that this man was not to be trusted. What the hells are Tindran soldiers doing in the Devotion Mountains of Wilderness? Could they be here for me? I don't see how, but I don't really believe in coincidence either. Another scream sounds, followed by raucous laughter, and the soldier grins and moves away. His compatriots must have caught whatever poor woman is running from them. The rustle of his feet in the undergrowth goes quiet, and all I can do is stand here, listen, and wonder. I can hear the soldiers talking, more laughing. Nothing that sounds like a fight, though. What is Revan doing? A flapping noise that sounds like someone whispering, "Bassa, Bassa," sounds overhead, and a different shadow penetrates the hollow tree from above. Something is watching me. Slowly, warily, I lift my head to stare straight into eerie, blood-red eyes that match the elaborate coxcomb on top of its head. A bassin, alive this time and much, much larger. Clearly an adult, this one has blue hackles and claws and green hackles and sickle feathers that stand out against its black body. Merciful goddess, did we eat its baby yesterday? I swear, whatever forces guide this world have it in for me. The fire rooster is eyeing me like I'm its worst enemy. Fire. I glance around the charred insides of the hollowed tree, and it occurs to me that I must be standing in its nest. No one could have this much bad luck. The thing lifts its wings out wide and rears its head back, making a hissing sound as it inhales, and I have no doubt what's coming next. With no choice left to me, I stumble backward out of the tree, the veil of shadows disappearing as I fall on my ass on the forest floor. A brilliant crimson glow fills the tree's insides, and smoke rises from the top. Except, instead of flames, the crackling almost sounds like ice. For the second time today, I know I should run. But I can't. The girl? Revan? Before I can even get up, a rough hand grabs me by the scruff of my neck and yanks me to my feet. The Tindran soldier from a moment ago shoves his face into mine, grinning with yellowed teeth and horrendous breath.
"What have we here?"
"Rev!" He clamps a filthy hand around my mouth, cutting off my scream.
"Can't have that. Come on now."
I find myself dragged through the woods, and with every step I search for any sign of my previous kidnapper. Where is Revan? But I don't see any sign of him as the soldier forces me into a clearing full of other men dressed similarly. With a grunt, he throws me through the line of men to fall to my hands and knees, next to a girl who'd I'd guess is around 15, 16 at most, but small with it. She looks a lot like me, actually, with similar coloring and hair the same length caught up in a braid. She's holding a sack that looks too heavy for her to heft. This is who the bastards were hunting? They've cornered her like bored hyenas toying with a desert mouse. Based on her clothing, I'm guessing she lives in these woods. She's covered in dirt, blood pouring from her nose, but she's not backing down, glaring at them, ready.
"Try it again,"
one of them snarls. He's swinging a rope as if getting ready to lasso a prized heifer. He also has a nasty gash across his face. From her, I figure. I like her already. Getting to my feet, I ready myself to protect her in whatever way I can. My knives would be helpful about now. I glance around me, hoping to see something, anything that might give me a chance. I even briefly think about sand, but I can't feel much in the soil. There's nothing. Which is when I lock eyes with Revan. He's standing at the edge of the clearing, hidden by bushes. It's impossible to deny the chilling anger etched into his face. No shadows move around him, but at the same time I can feel them, feel the darkness rising in him. He shakes his head at me, once, a silent command to not reveal his presence.
"Found another one,"
the soldier who dragged me here says, pulling my focus away from Revan.
"Give us the food,"
another soldier is saying to the girl, gesturing at the sack she carries. Studying them more closely, I can see that under their armor they're thin, not lean like soldiers usually are, but underweight. They remind me of the people in Enora. Is Tindra suffering too? Or is Edelon starving his army? The soldier glances at me.
"We'll take whatever you have too, missy, and you'll both be free to go."
The bloody one shakes his head.
"They'll tell the authorities and then we'll really starve. I say we just take the food and kill the witnesses."
A different one wipes his arm across his mouth, then points at me.
"Agree. I'll deal with her. You kill the other one."
I snort a laugh, or more accurately, the sound escapes before I can stop it. But really? That's the best you can come up with? They actually pause and glance at one another. I can almost hear Revan thinking at me to shut the hells up. But fear makes me say things, and I'm not dead yet, so... Why don't you scamper off, and we'll all pretend this never happened? No harm, no foul. The leader's expression hardens, and I know I took it a step too far. He takes a single menacing step toward me, reaching around his back to pull out a curved sword. The world seems to slow as I turn my head and meet Revan's eyes. In them is a dread that matches my own. Then a possessive sort of fury. His face contorts a fraction of a second before shadow explodes from every crevice around us. Like a solid wall of sand in a massive dust storm, darkness slams through the clearing. The roar of it is so hideous, a scream rises out of my throat. Instinct has me grabbing the girl and jerking her down to the ground, trying to cover her with my body. But nothing touches us. I yank my head up, daring to look. A violent swirl of shadows circles us, trees and boulders and debris all visible in the maelstrom. Everything is so loud, an overwhelming thunder of sound that I can feel in my bones, and yet the air hardly stirs around my body. I spot a flash of white armor in the debris, then another, attached to limp, broken bodies that are being pulverized by the onslaught. Faster than it erupted, the tumult comes to a dead stop. The wreckage hangs, suspended in the air for a heartbeat, before the shadows disappear and everything drops to the ground with a crash, dirt flying up from the impact. I squeeze the girl tighter, bracing against being struck. But again, nothing touches us. Then silence. Holy bloody hells! Revan had that in him all this time, and I was chucking tiny knives at his head. And missing. If he wanted to kill me, he could easily have done it before now. In an instant, in a heart-stopping blink. Instead, he saved me. "What was that?" the girl whispers. I jerk my gaze to where I think Revan had been standing. But he's gone. Only heaps of rubble in his place. I spin, searching, waiting for him to come to us, but nothing stirs. "Stay here," I tell her, and clamber over a rock that wasn't there before. Chapter 18. A Life for a Life. With more apprehension than I want to admit to, I circle the outside of the debris field in widening rings, searching. As I pass an ash-colored, long-dead body of a felled tree, a groan reaches me from the other side. Male, velvet and iron. Carefully, I skirt the log. As I round the far end, a swath of black moves underneath a low, orange-leaf bush. Revan. My first instinct is to run to him, help him. I even take a few hurried steps only to stumble to a halt. This is it. My best chance to get away. I don't know why he's lying here, but I should take the girl and run. If she's from here, maybe she knows the fastest way for me to get home. I half turn away, but another groan stops me again. I know that sound. Pain. Movement brings my head around to find him struggling to push to his hands and knees, muscles visibly shaking, his head hanging between his arms like he can't find the strength to lift it. I remain rooted to where I stand, undecided. His entire body quivers as he tries to force himself up, then he collapses to the ground. From where I stand, I can see the marks on his wrists which glow like his palms, and the light in both places snuffs out. His eyes roll back at the same time. Out cold. I close my own eyes, squeeze them shut as I fight with myself. He kidnapped me, damn it. And what I saw last night scared me half to death. I should leave him here to rot and save my own life, get back to Tabra before Edelon has a chance to hurt her. Only, Revan has been protecting me this whole trip. And he just saved me and a girl neither of us knows. He wants my help saving Tindra, not torture or some twisted plan like I'd assumed. He has people depending on him, same as I do. Lying there, face down in the damp foliage, unmoving and limp, he looks so vulnerable. An image of the deathworm swallowing him whole fills my head, or the basin spewing its cold fire over his body. Awful things might happen if I abandon him. The girl stops beside me. Who is that? Sandrats. Someone who needs my help. Her gaze darts between me and Revan. Did he do that to the soldiers? Yes. She scoots back a few feet, abhorrence written all over her face. He's the Shadow Wraith. The word slaps at me. The Shadow Wraith. The demon-forsaken Shadow Wraith who steals people from their homes, that's who took me? The heavens really do have it in for me. I drop my head back, staring at the sky but not seeing it. It would explain a lot. I watched the man absorb shadows for goddess's sake, and that was before that terrifying display of power in the clearing. The hag would thwack me in the head with her wooden walking stick if she knew I'd been so clueless. So would Cain, and Oma, and even Tabra. If I hadn't been so focused on Edelon, I would have figured it out sooner. The question is, does that change my mind about leaving him here defenseless? I sigh. No, it doesn't. I need to get him somewhere safe. The girl stares at me like I've just decapitated an innocent kitten, then backs up a step. I'd better get home. Is it close? She pauses, then shakes her head. Damn. A shelter without a territorial ice-breathing bird in it would have been nice. She takes another step. Wait, what's your name? She eyes me. Neri? My name is Tabra. Hells, I almost said Marin. I gesture at her bag. What were you doing when the soldiers found you? I was gathering food for my family. She makes a face. But then the soldiers came and one of them grabbed my other sack. It had all my kills. I wrinkle my nose. I don't suppose you know how to kill a full-grown bassin? She perks up at that. I was hunting a bassin. It keeps stealing our goats. What are the odds? Despite everything, I huff a laugh, rubbing at my eyes. I know where you can find it. I can't believe I'm about to suggest what I am. I'll help you kill it if you help me drag him. I hitch a thumb at Revan. To its nest afterward. I need that tree for shelter. She shoots Revan another look, clearly questioning why I want to help the Shadow Wraith, but then shrugs. Bassins are easy to kill once you find them. She pulls what looks like a muddy apple out of the satchel slung across her bony shoulders and holds it up. They can't resist goat meat, but if they eat a rock big enough it lodges in their throat when they try to use their fire, they explode. Gross. So that's a rock covered in goat meat? She grins. Right. In that case, follow me. An hour later, thanks to her goat-covered rock trick, the fire rooster is dead. I don't think I'll ever unsee the way its head exploded off its neck, like a teapot gathering steam, but instead of whistling, its eyes bulged and then, bam! Brains, blood, and feathers everywhere. Mental note to not have to kill one of those ever again. Neri and I backtrack to the clearing, strap Revan to a pallet she helps me make, and drag him to the tree. After we get him situated, she stuffs the dead Bassin body in her sack, chattering about how thrilled her family will be. Dinner and no more lost goats. You could come with me, she offers. It would be safer. She glances at Revan behind me. I bet it would be, though Revan would find me again. I know it. Thank you, but I'll be okay. I hope. She nods. You're older than me and seem capable enough, but a word of advice? At this point, I'd probably even listen to Oma. Sure. My family has a saying, a monster's power lies in our fear of him. She glances at Revan and swallows. But a shadow wraith seems like a monster worth fearing. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? I'm probably making the biggest mistake of my life right now, but I'm not changing my mind. I'm sure, I say. She nods, then glances at the sky. I'd better go, or I'll be late. With an abruptness that is almost jarring, Neri disappears into the woods, leaving me alone with Revan. I glance over my shoulder at where his boots stick out of the tree. For a woman who wanted to beat him over the head with something heavy, things have definitely changed. I blow out a long breath. No, you stay here and rest. I tell his unconscious form sarcastically. I'll go get us some water. I cut off with a frown. I don't have access to Revan's water satchel. No way to get the water and carry it back. I drag myself into the tree stump and flop on the ground beside him with a groan. I'm wiped, and I don't have water.
Water sounds like a start.
Revan rumbles at my side in a slurred voice. With a jerk, I pop up on my elbows to find him awake, if still visibly groggy, hardly able to prop both eyes open. That was something, I say. The sharpness of my own relief makes my words harsher than I intend. He takes a deep, shuddering breath.
You wanted me to abandon you both, or just her?
Neither, I roll my eyes. But if this is what happens, he grunts.
Yeah, usually it's not this bad.
I want to ask what usually happens, only Revan is definitely waking up because he flexes against his constraints before swinging a bleary-eyed glare my way.
Release me.
A command? Seriously? I'm not sure if I should, I muse. You kidnapped me. This is my chance to get away, now that I won't have the image of a death worm making a meal of you on my conscience. I wait for a brooding comeback, but Revan blinks.
We aren't in that clearing?
No, we're back in the tree, I wave, because surely he can see this for himself. His gaze doesn't stray from me, and his eyebrows slowly raise. I know what he's asking. Don't get excited. I'm headed for the nearest temple. You can do what you want after I'm gone.
You could have left me,
he says. The way his voice goes quiet does funny things to my insides, just like before. I shove the reaction deep down. I should have.
Why didn't you?
No one deserves to die that way. I look away, done with talking about this.
What way?
I don't look at him, and almost don't answer, but his unmoving form is compelling. As always, I sigh. Without being able to defend yourself. A silence descends between us, and I don't allow myself to so much as glance in his direction, because I don't want to care what he thinks about that. I shouldn't care. He's awake now. I'm sure he'll be able to get himself out of the bindings holding him to the pallet, even if there's no hint of shadow around him at the moment. I need to get home.
I never expected to be surprised by you.
The words feather over me. His expression is almost impressed is the only word that comes to mind. Impressed and something else. Something more intent. An answering sensation, a glow of pride like I did something worthy of praise sparks in the center of my chest. A reaction that goes beyond baffling because I shouldn't give two dried figs about his opinion of me. I shove to my feet.
Don't go.
A plea. An entreaty whispered in that velvet voice of his. That lover's voice. But it's the urgency edging the words that keeps me there. Why shouldn't I? He takes a deep breath. The first time I've ever seen him hesitant.
Come with me to where I was taking you. See what I need you to see, and then decide if you'll help us or not. I won't make you stay. I'll even get you home safely afterward. All you have to do is ask.
I turn, frowning, to stare into storm-tossed eyes that are fixed on my face, like he's willing me with a desperation that goes deeper than himself. Why am I even considering trusting this creature who took me against my will and dragged me through this hell? One who has faces buried inside him. We still haven't talked about that. One, however, who also risked his life to save me and an unknown girl from the woods, and who is trying to do something about his sinking lands. At the same time, Tabra weighs on me. What if she's already dead? Would I feel it if she was? I think through my options. If we were supposed to get to Revan's destination today, it's close. Can you get me home faster that way than taking me to the nearest portal?
Yes.
Okay. The agreement slips from my lips. I'll stay just long enough to see it. I can't believe I agreed. I think I must have shocked Revan too, because he opens his mouth, then closes it, an undefinable emotion in his expression. Good, is all he says. The man was desperate enough to kidnap a queen, and all he can come up with is good? Yeah. He lifts a single eyebrow.
Now, are you going to untie me?
Part 3. A Past Pawn. Chapter 19. Fear isn't always rational. I follow Revan down thousands of steep, narrow steps that switch back on themselves so many times I've lost count. The way wilderness floats in the sky, it's like the underneath is an upside-down range that dips its peaks into the ocean. Mountains above and mirrored mountains below. And that's where we are. Below. On a path carved out of the underside of the rock, this staircase is an ingenious way to climb down undetected. Not that Revan has said what happens when we get there. My palms are raw from dragging a hand over the surface of the rock wall to my right with every step, as far from the edge as I can get. Almost every second the steps look like they go right over the edge, only to curve around into more rock. Goddess, I hate heights. I am literally having to force myself to take each next step, because I know if I stop, I'll never get started again. My bones will freeze in place. They'll have to build the tomb around my body when I finally die. I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around the whole shadow wraith thing. Honestly, I've thought of little else other than getting back to Tabra, all through the night and the trek here. His being the shadow wraith makes such complete sense, given his ability to manipulate the dark, that I'm still pissed at myself for not realizing sooner. Not that he's confirmed or denied any of it. I asked. He ignored. I guess saving his life doesn't give me the right to answers. A step ahead of me, he pauses, and I almost smack into him, mostly because I was keeping my gaze glued to my feet and slightly canted toward the wall to avoid looking down at what would be a long plummet to my death.
Stop here.
He's back to growling commands at me. What crawled up his backside this morning? I'm the one facing down a crippling phobia here. The word please would go a long way, I mutter as I do what he says. The way his shoulders brace, I swear he flinches at the words. But can he blame me? Rather than respond, he points.
Watch out for this loose rock.
He continues down the path, and I plod along behind him, now feeling like a total wretch because I snapped at him for looking out for me. Hard to tell with Revan. Emotions are clearly not his strong suit. Not mine either, for that matter. As Revan gets farther away, I force myself to move again, gaze right back on my feet and where I'm placing them. My muscles will be sore after this, not just from the strenuous journey, but from the tension turning every fiber of my body into a mass of frayed knots under my skin. Turns out, I'm not as brave as I want to believe.
We've reached the bottom,
he calls back. I won't be happy about that until I am leagues away from any ledges and drop-offs. I risk a glance outward with a frown, only to swing my gaze abruptly back to my feet. But he can't mean the bottom. The ocean is still a good 100 feet below us. Ahead of me, Revan disappears around a bend, then reappears, offering me a hand, and I hesitate only briefly before taking it. Touching him feels different now. Sleeping against him in the hollow tree was definitely different. Almost like, I don't know. And I don't want to know. He leads me to a wide, flat platform-looking space that is overshadowed by what is essentially the base of the mountain that juts out above our heads. Fear recedes a tiny bit with more ledge between me and falling, and I take in the platform in more detail. Like the stairs, it's connected to the mountain, carved from it, the floor of what looks like a cavern jutting out, only sort of curved above and below, with sharply pointed boulders along the edges of both the bottom and the top. Almost like we're in the mouth of a... Not possible, I breathe. Revan turns and catches my slack-jawed stare, and maybe even almost smiles at my awe.
A dragon, we think,
he says.
The rising dominion revealed it about 10 years ago, calcified into the rock face.
I am standing in the mouth of a dragon? A creature who hasn't been seen since before even Edelon's birth. I feel like I should sense some sort of magical field around it, but it's just petrified bones.
This way,
Revan says, like dragon bones are no big deal. 10 seconds later, horror doesn't even begin to cover the pit roiling at the center of my stomach as I stare at a narrow contraption he walks over to, so small I hadn't noticed it at first. What is that? I ask, moving no closer.
A bridge?
Sell me something else. I'm not buying. From what I can tell from my relatively safe distance away, the pathetic excuse for a crossing sort of stretches diagonally between the underbelly of wilderness to the ice shores of Tindra, diagonally below and across the way, the ocean directly below us. It is hardly more than a simple cobbled-together ladder that drops away from the dragon's maw, tied to some of its teeth. It spans the channel that separates the two dominions. The iceberg-laden channel, I mentally correct. At least I assume that's what the massive, white, icy-looking things in the water are. Oma's amulet, still strapped around my neck under my clothes, pulses with what I swear is dread. Sharp and blazing, mine or its, I can't tell, but its energy twangs at an answering apprehension inside me, sending my barely leashed fear to a whole new level. When I say I'm frozen with fear, I mean it. Otherwise, that call from the amulet would have caught more of my attention. But I can only deal with one thing at a time. Nope. I shake my head hard and slowly back up. Not happening. No way are you getting me on that thing. I slip out of my authoritate pattern of speech completely, not that I've been all that stellar at keeping it up. He doesn't call me on it.
It's perfectly safe.
And my grandmother was the personification of kindness and love. Revan actually makes a sound that could be a laugh, but then quickly swallows it as he takes in my expression. Part of me expects his usual brand of do it or else to hit me any second. When he remains quiet, I glance up to find him watching me with a speculative gleam in his eyes that I don't like. What? I demand.
Are you frightened?
The disbelief in his voice deserves a good stomp on the toes. Only the incredibly naive wouldn't be afraid of that, I point with a fling of my hand. It's a pathetic excuse for a bridge. What brilliant soul thought to name this a bridge anyway? Was that a twitch of his lips? I'm not joking, I snarl. Hells, I'm starting to sound like him. He wipes the hint of his amusement away.
I can see that.
I'm not going. I march back to the not much better but at least solid rock staircase. From down here, I can't see the jagged peaks of the right-side-up mountains. All I see are the shards of the upside-down mountains overhead. I can make myself go up those stairs. So long as I don't look down at the iceberg-infested ocean below, I'll be fine. A total lie to myself, but I take a step anyway.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Revan's hand grasps my arm and tugs me back around to face him. Up close and with the shaded sunlight kicking the color of his eyes up a notch to brilliant turquoise, I actually listen. Hells, he didn't need to steal Tabra. All he needed to do was look at her like that and ask nicely. I beat back the thought with a scowl. His eyes widen slightly.
You really are scared.
I am nimble and strong and healthy. The likelihood of my falling off is slim, but tell that to my imagination, which has already pitched me to my death at least 50 times while we've been standing here. Revan tightens his grip and steps between me and the bridge and the damnable drop, gaze steady.
Is it the heights or the monsters in the water?
When I don't answer, he gives me a squeeze, like he actually cares.
Which one?
Heights, okay? Weakness is weakness, but honestly, I wished the threat of devourers was making me like this. I'd rather be scared of real monsters than something my logical brain tells me is mostly in my head. I barely managed to make myself climb out of my own second-story window hiding from the hag. This is 1,000 times worse.
You handled the stairs without a problem,
Revan points out. You think so? I'm starting to squeak, so I pin my lips shut with determination. He straightens, probably realizing that the shaking threatening to rattle the teeth loose from my skull isn't only from the idea of climbing down that death trap, but a reaction to the hours, yes, hours of exposure to this entire situation. My nerves in that time have gone from rolling to stretched, so taut I might split apart, frayed edges and all.
Look at me.
His words are slow and even. I swallow again, barely hearing. If I'm going to die, it sure isn't going to be this way.
Look at me,
Revan says again. He slides his hands up under the heavy fall of my hair, and the heat of him, the warmth of that unexpected touch, manages to snag my attention. I drag my gaze to his, hitting a wall of understanding, which is completely unexpected. I blink as I absorb his expression, some of my panic slipping away in the face of it. His mouth crooks slightly.
Knew you'd be trouble.
Not helpful. Except Revan is close, like he's trying to take up all of my focus, which seems to be working.
I know you don't trust me,
he says. A single bark of laughter pops from my mouth before I can swallow it back down. He ignores that.
But you know that I need you alive.
A tiny part of me latches onto those words. After a second,
So, if I promise that I'll get you across safely, you can believe me.
I take a sharp breath, then another deeper one. Please, don't make me do this. The words come out as a whisper full of humiliation. For a wishful second, I think his blue eyes soften, warm, but from the way his thick brows immediately drop into a slashing scowl across his face, I guess I was wrong.
What if I make it so that you can't see the drop?
If I can't see the fall, would it be as bad? Logically, I'll still know it's there, but if I don't have to see it, maybe. He must have taken that as a yes.
I can do that.
Shadows, thick and impenetrable, rise up and spread out underneath the bamboo structure like a dense black fog, settling a foot or two below like a net, obscuring the view of the drop and the waters and the icebergs. That band of tightness eases a fraction more. A grunt escapes Revan's throat, and I look at him more closely. Is he a little paler? Manipulating the shadows is what knocked you out, isn't it? Revan's lips flatten.
You just worry about getting over the bridge.
He goes first, but only moves a few rungs down before he waves to me. Like a child, I sit and scoot to the edge, analyzing the best way to attempt this. The ladder doesn't hang straight down or stretch straight out like a bridge. It's angled, so I'm going to have to clamber across and down at an angle as well. The ladder rung holds under my feet, and although how thick the ties made the vines binding the thing together hold, don't think about it. Even so, I test it with a few bounces. Sturdy. I guess that's something.
I'll be right here,
Revan assures me. I look into his eyes that match the centers of the icebergs below me. I realize incomprehensibly at that moment, and again my breathing eases, the shaking too, like he is willing them away. Just go. Words that should be my motto. I manage to turn around carefully and take a step down. The midnight clouds below me actually look soft. Not welcoming exactly, but safer than... Oh, goddess, I mumble. Strong arms come around either side of me as he climbs back up, settling his chest against my back.
Don't think about it,
he murmurs, his lips at my ear and his voice wrapping around me.
I'm right here. I won't leave you.
The man has no fear. None that I can detect, anyway. Except that moment in the clearing when the soldiers had me. The image pops into my head, but I shake it off, needing to focus. Having him on my side is... Goddess forgive me. I was about to think the word nice.
When I step, you step,
he says.
Focus on your feet.
Don't let me fall, I whisper. A plea that comes from someplace deep down and frailer than I like to admit.
Never.
I believe him. He steps, and I do too, caged in between Revan and the ladder, which thankfully doesn't wobble even a tiny bit. I relax a teensy bit more, not by much, but progress, maybe enough to get me to the bottom.
Again.
His breath whispers across my neck, sending a different tension coiling through me. I grit my teeth against it. Together we move almost in unison, his presence steady behind me.
Keep going.
Slowly, carefully, we set up a rhythm as we make our way down the precarious ladder balanced between two dominions. A dance, and Revan's shadow moves with us. Is it you? I pause. Not with fear, but confusion. That wasn't Revan's voice, but I heard the words clear as day, almost like they echoed in the cavern of my own mind. Did you hear that? I whisper.
Keep going,
Revan says. So that's a no. Now I'm hearing things. Speak to me. The voice gargles in my head and my stomach turns sour. The amulet held against my skin by my clothing pulses again, once, hot and sharp. That can't all be in my head.
One more.
Revan urges behind me, his arms tightening on either side of me like a protective barrier. He takes a step, and I go to do the same, only to stop dead at the sight of a tentacle sliding off the rung 2 more below where he stands. Bluish-purple in color, almost iridescent in the daylight, darker on one side than the other. The suckers on the bottom are white and appear to move independently, almost like they're tasting the ladder as the tentacle slides back into the cloud of shadow.
Come on, princess,
Revan encourages.
You can do it.
Fear thunders in my ears. Don't move. Chapter 20. The Hollow. Revan gathers in closer to me.
It's okay. I have.
Purple? Tentacle? I barely get the words out, lips and jaw locked and voice raw with agonizing terror. Without turning around, I can't see him, but I can tell that Revan holds at my words, the muscles in his arms at either side of me rippling, his grip turning into fists. Even his breathing stops. He doesn't ask if I'm sure, or if what I might have seen is a manifestation of my own fear. Instead, he leans closer to whisper.
Where?
I force my mouth to move. 2 rungs below your feet. He swears, but that one word confirms I'm right about what this is. The Hollow. The devourer that legends say is a massive octopus-like creature that crushes its prey with its many arms, then sucks the juices from their bodies with a hideous beak until they are hollow shells of bones and skin. That is what lurks below us, within reach. What is it doing this far from home? The hollow is supposed to wander the seas to the west, between arid and savanna, on the other side of wilderness.
Faster,
Revan says. A new terror overrides the whole plunging to my death idea. I was wrong about that being the worst thing. Being pulverized by those tentacles, then sucked dry of all my bodily fluids, is off the scales petrifying. As fast as we can, we quietly make our way carefully down the ladder. But we're still only halfway there, and suddenly it feels like miles. Revan's shadow moves with us, hiding us from view of the creature lurking below.
Where are you?
That slurping, sucking voice pulls at my consciousness.
I can feel you.
The amulet gives another sharp throb, only it doesn't seem to be answering, more like screaming. That can't be good.
Duck.
Revan's muttered order is abrupt, but I act instantly, jerking my head down with a gasp as a shadow, different from that below us, passes overhead. Behind me, Revan wrenches back, the motion violent enough to jiggle the ladder, and I hold on so hard I worry I might break the strong bamboo just with my grip. Then a pause, and I hold my breath, not daring to look.
Move,
he orders. I scramble downward, trying not to look around. Faster, faster, have to go faster. Revan's curse reaches me right before I'm yanked off the ladder and into the air by a hand of shadow.
I feel you.
A tentacle tip wraps around where I'd been. With a terrifying series of cracks, it tests the strength of the ladder. A miracle it doesn't break in half right then. From my vantage point dangling in the air, I watch helplessly as Revan suddenly disappears and reappears, like becoming Shadow himself, but in a stuttering motion like he's running out of power. The tentacle passes through where his body was, but as he solidifies, returns for him again, as if the monster below knows it's being tricked. Revan swings around the underside of the ladder and hangs there by his hands, muscles straining, for a breathtaking minute. Then he looks straight up at me, and his expression hits me like a punch to the gut. He's afraid. For me. The air whooshes from my body. That hand of shadow moves again and deposits me well below him on the rungs with surprising gentleness. I am almost to the end. I can see it now through shadow that is fast dissipating.
Go,
Revan mouths. I shake my head. I can't leave him. A tentacle reaches out between us, snarling up and toward him, cutting off his way down.
Please.
The word punches from him. I don't need him to ask again. I go. As fast as my shaking limbs will let me move, I'm scrambling my way to the ground. Even so, I don't look down but keep my gaze trained on Revan. Instead of coming with me, he goes back up from the underneath, like a monkey the king of Tropicus once gave grandmother as a birthday gift, swinging from limb to limb of the trees in the courtyard. Twice Revan has to twist or float away from not one, but 3 tentacles now feeling their way along the shabby crossing, as if the hollow can sense the vibration of Revan's movement, like a spider in a web. My feet hit snow and ice before I realize I've made it that far. Then I take off running, slipping and sliding over the barren, ice-covered field headed inland. While they live in the water, devourers are known to come onto land after their prey, the hollow more than most. The dominion of Savannah is protected on 3 sides by massive rocks their goddess, a kind goddess, the patroness of fertility and animals who blessed her people with honesty, had placed there before she disappeared, just like my dominion's walls. But for the long, unprotected 4th side that faces the channel between them and the other dominions they border, including Arid, the people have had to build wooden walls which they maintain and patrol vigorously because of this creature. Finally, my feet hit more solid ground, far enough away that I stop running. I pitch forward, hands on my knees sucking in air, even as I turn to search for Revan following. But there's no sign of him. I have to go back. No idea why, but the need is a compulsion. I won't just leave him. I take a single hopping step back toward the water before a crack, cannonball loud this time, splits the air and the ladder breaks. The half on the Tindra side tumbles into the ocean with a resounding splash, sending spray high, parts of it splintering as it hits icebergs. The waters boil up around where the ladder falls, and suddenly all 8 tentacles of the monster in the ocean consume the remnants, pulling it underneath the surface and disappearing from view. I stare in horror, only able to hear the labored sounds of my own breathing, which hitches. Mother Goddess, Revan. Chapter 21. An Exercise in Trust. I dive toward the snow-covered beach with the half-formed idea of using the sand at the bottom of the channel to drag Revan's pulverized body from the very mouth of the hollow. But a strong hand snags me by the waist and spins me around. Revan. Relief threatens to take my legs out from under me.
Where do you think you're going?
He demands. He's as pale as the salt flats in Arid. His shirt soaked in sweat or ocean water, or maybe both, chest heaving as he sucks air in sharp bursts. To go rescue your bloody ass from a devourer. I fling a hand in that direction. He chokes.
I'm fairly certain princesses don't say ass.
How would you know? And how did you get away? I search his body for any sign of injury. His lips crook.
Were you worried about me, princess?
My mouth slams shut. I should have left him in the water to be sucked dry. You must think I'm a total bitch to want anyone to die that way. His humor dies slowly.
You have no clue what I think about you.
And I have no clue how to respond to that. I glare back at him, both of us breathing hard. The man is visibly ready to drop. I was worried that the only person who could get me home just drowned, and I had no other way to get back. Okay? A lie, but I fling an arm at where the ladder used to be anyway. Not that I'm ever planning to touch that thing again. I bet if I look hard enough, I can see the other half dangling from the underside of Wilderness across the channel. The only way home now is through the one glass portal in Tindra. I'll figure that out later. Tomorrow, hopefully.
We're almost there,
he says. About time, I mutter. I need a shower and new clothes and food and a proper bed and... Stop talking. I'm starting to sound like my domineering grandmother. I cut myself off with a snap of my teeth, knowing full well that the residual emotion of what we just went through is what's spewing these words from my mouth. And that realization makes me frown. Did grandmother lash out because she was afraid? I mentally laugh off the idea. No way was that woman afraid of anything except Edelon. Even then, there's probably a reason the king never came for her. Luckily, Revan seems to shake himself out of whatever his thoughts were, and his hands leave my waist, cold seeping into my skin in their place.
From here until I say, you'll need to be blindfolded.
What? That's not... Immediately, the shadows steal my sight, plunging me into a darkness so intense, I stare into nothing. A void of forever. Not a whisper of brightness anywhere. Needing to balance, I reach for him, my hands connecting with his solid chest. The immediate steadying of my world only irritates me more, and I shoot a hard look in what I think is the general direction of his face. If you need my help, you're going to have to start trusting me eventually, I point out. Firm hands wrap around my wrists, pulling my touch away.
Everyone who comes where I'm taking you is blindfolded until we get there. There is only one path, and it's hidden. That way, no one can find their way back and be tortured into revealing the location to others.
I might hear his deep, perfect voice in the shadows for the rest of my life after this is over. Honestly, though, so long as a shower, fresh clothes, food, and bed, and a fire, because it's bloody freezing, are involved, at this point, I don't care anymore. He turns me around, and then a gentle hand lands on the back of my neck. Not warm, but icy.
This way.
Are you going to make it there yourself? I ask. Quietly, though, not accusing. I'm pretty sure he's barely staying upright after everything he did back there.
I'll be fine.
Stubborn man. The going takes ages, but we are at least moving. His touch, which gradually warms against my skin, moves me back and forth and urges me forward as needed. The third time I stumble over a root or a rock or something, though, I dig in my heels. Tell me if I need to step over stuff.
Yes, Your Highness.
Jackass. You want me to arrive in one piece, right? A deep sigh sounds near my ear, ruffling my hair, and I have to clench my hands to control my shiver so he won't feel it. Then he pushes me forward, but with less force. I focus only on not falling. I'm not even sure what direction we're headed at this point. We had been on ice fields, but now the ground is changed under my feet. Not snow, though, more solid than that. Spongier and also crunchier. And I suspect we're in trees. I listen hard, trying to catch any other hints. Are there others with us? Or are those rustles animals in the underbrush? At some point, the air against my skin changes from the bite of winter to almost balmy, like I'm standing in a ray of pure sunshine. Are we inside? No, the ground is still uneven beneath my feet, and the sounds around me are those of nature. Still, the journey continues on and on.
Step up,
he says. That's new. I do, and then he says it again. And now we are going up some kind of spiral stairway because he has to turn me slightly with each step as we go along. Finally, the footing evens out, even though the ground under the leather soles of my boots is hard and slightly uneven. Wood planks, maybe? There's a creak behind me that sounds just like the front door of my crappy little hovel in Enora. Then the darkness disintegrates, and I can finally see again. I have to blink in the light until my eyes adjust, then get a decent look at my surroundings and blink again. This is not what I was expecting. At all. I'm in a house. A freaking house. Not a tent or ragtag camp in the woods. Not an icy castle. Not even a cave in the mountains. A house with a fire crackling happily away in a cozy stone fireplace, turning the air toasty around me. I open my mouth but stop as I take it all in. Revan stands by the door, feet apart, arms crossed. Maybe he's waiting for me to spout off some complaint or other. Ignoring him, I take my time looking around. This is like no house I've seen before. Sure, there's a feather mattress on the floor and clothing laid across it. There's also a chair in the corner, even a basic rack with more hanging clothes in various muted colors, browns and greens and blues, set against one wall. What makes it unusual is the view. I can't quite figure it out. There is a large glassless window to my right covered with a white furred animal skin, which is currently pulled back to show the outside. Are we floating high up in massive trees? No, not floating. I can see that by the way my own room is constructed. The wall to my right isn't wood planks, but the huge trunk of a tree, curved and covered in rust-red bark. This structure is built into the tree itself. Those winding stairs must have circled the trunk to get us up here. I look out the window again at the forest beyond. The trees look similar to the pines in Wilderness, but so much more. Massively bigger. And the smell is different. Still piney, but sweeter, milder, refreshing. This is not the land of death and decay I was semi-expecting Revan to take me to. Different from Wilderness, these trees have leaves, flat and green. Green. In Tindra, the dominion of ice and snow in the middle of an endless winter, green-leafed trees are thriving. How is any of this even possible? But I have my answer in the slightly dimmer lighting here, more than just from the trees. A veil of shadow blankets everything, Or maybe it's more like a bubble over everything. The shadows have to be why this place thrives this way, insulating the forest. His shadows. He rules this place. And I came here willingly. A lamb to the slaughter? Or something else? Chapter 22. The Shadow Wood. Wait. I turn to Revan. Are we near the hot springs? After a pause that tells me he didn't expect that, he dips his head. It makes more sense now. After all, we should be on Little Tindra, which borders wilderness. Tindra has a portion of land to the north that is separated from the larger landmass by a much thinner channel of seawater. The parts are connected by the twin towers that make up their temple, one on each side and joined together by a sky bridge no devourer can reach. Though after our run-in with the Hollow, I have my doubts about that. Little Tindra is supposed to be uninhabited. Somehow Revan's been able to hide their presence. And the ladder too? Can I see the springs? Or the sacred tree? The questions pop out before I can stop myself. The springs are said to represent the dual nature of the goddess Tindra, a warm heart surrounded by ice, and that's where her twin sister, the goddess Savannah, planted her tree. Its leaves are the deep red of autumn, and it is said to weep the sweetest nectar. In the Savannan grasslands, the goddess Tindra's sacred tree is made of ice. I've always wanted to see both the springs and the tree. With Cain, a small voice reminds me. I let my eagerness get ahead of me, which is why the question popped out before I could rethink it. We have bigger issues to deal with than a tree. I take it back before he can respond. Never mind. Shadows and hot springs. Of course this forest is temperate. Not that it makes it any safer for me, but at least I can cross freezing to death off my list of worries. For now.
This is where you'll sleep,
he says after a small hesitation.
You asked for a shower?
Demanded was closer to how I'd put that, but whatever. I nod and he leads me out the door. The second I step onto an open balcony situated up in the trees, I jerk to a stop. We're high, but not horribly so, about 30 or 40 feet up. Is he kidding me with this? Logically, I already knew we're high up from the view outside my window, but my illogical fear doesn't have a problem with windows. Balconies and cliffs, on the other hand, ugh. Plus, I'm still recovering from the staircase and ladder traumas. But Revan has already seen that weakness once. He doesn't need to see it again.
Hells,
he mutters. Then, before I know what's happening, I find my view taken up with only his broad shoulders as he steps into me. Not touching, though. Has he figured out that's a big deal for me? The scent of him winds around me and my stomach goes squishy.
I wasn't thinking.
He's holding himself apart from me despite being so close. I guess I didn't hide my reaction as well as I thought. My hands curl into fists, and all I can do is stare back and try to recover my breathing. Usually, it wouldn't be this big of a deal, I allow. But we just... He nods, an understanding in his expression that I'm not expecting. Who is this man who changes from kidnapper to concerned protector in a blink?
There are no places to sleep on the ground,
he tells me.
It's for safety, just in case.
In case what? For a half-second, I almost wish he would touch me, like he did when he convinced me to go down the ladder. His hands in my hair were soothing. The way he's looking at me, I wonder if he senses it too. That things have changed between us. Even if I don't want them to. I'm not ready for it. My life is plotted out to the end and doesn't include relationships. There are too many secrets between us, But even if he knew everything, I'd still have to walk away. They're the same reasons I couldn't accept Cain. My sister needs me. My people need me, even though they don't know it.
Are you going to be okay?
He asks.
Or do I need to make other arrangements?
What is this place? I ask to distract myself. He shakes his head.
Later.
What does that mean? Putting himself between me and the handrail, he leads my reluctant body around the curved balcony. Down 2 more doors, he opens the second one. Not so far after all. Taking up most of a tiny room is a massive container that reminds me of the oak wine barrels sent to the palace from wilderness and savannah. It's filled to the brim with steaming water. From it, a series of pipes protrude from the bottom. Beside it sits a bucket and, thank heavens, soap and a sponge. He points at the various items.
For scrubbing, for rinsing off. Pull the plug in the bottom when you're finished, and the water will drain from under the barrel.
A bath. In the trees, granted, but what does that matter? I am looking at bliss in a wine cask.
Dry off with that.
He points to a towel made of some rough material. It could be a boar's coat, for all I care. I get to scrub off multiple days of sweat, dirt, and fear.
Once you're dressed, knock on the door between this one and yours. That's my room. I'll take you down to introduce you.
My brain isn't sure which piece of information to glom onto first. The fact that Revan's room is directly next to mine, or the fact that I'm about to face introductions. Who am I meeting? Revan pauses in the doorway.
You'll see.
He pauses again, gaze sliding between me and the tub, and his turquoise eyes have suddenly filled with an unexpectedly wicked light. Men have flirted with me before, both as Marin and as Tabra. Is that what's happening here? Without a word, he leaves. I guess not. After I stare at the closed door for a long second, wrestling with why I'd even think that, let alone want it, I turn to the room and dive in. I take my time, scrubbing every inch of my body, dirtier than I ever was coming out of the desert, which had always felt clean to me. Dried off and back inside my room, I snatch up the fresh clothes already laid out. They are in the style of the Mariannans, made for warmer, more balmy weather rather than the thicker wools and furs Tindrins wear. Not the opulent, restrictive garments of an authoritate, but simply stitched, sturdy materials easy to move in. Hoping I'm getting the layers right, I put on supple leather leggings and a simple linen tunic. Belted at the waist, it is cut above the knee, the length more typical of serfs and workers for practicality. Fine by me. I need practical. Over that, I've been provided a pepless in a shade of forest green clasped at the shoulder by brooches shaped like delicate leaves, but only painted to look bronze rather than the real thing. Finally, I drape a long rectangular-shaped mantle in an even deeper green over one shoulder. Most ladies of court in Tindra wear this more as a shawl or a veil, but instead I tuck it into the brooch at that shoulder and into the belt at my breasts so that it won't get in the way. I don't care about my hair, so I decide to braid the still wet, heavy tresses around the crown of my head. I put my signet ring back on my pinky and slip Oma's amulet around my neck, tucking it safely under the layers of clothes to lay against my skin. The glass gives a thrum, like it's greeting an old friend. For the first time since the ladder, I have enough time to think about it. Is my amulet speaking to me? If it's not in my head, it's real. Is Tabra's amulet from the king doing the same thing? They're too much alike not to wonder. I'm not going to find answers just sitting here. My hands are trying to shake. Closing them tight, I gather courage and leave my room to knock at Revan's door. Almost immediately, he swings it open, and I blink to find him also bathed, his hair slicked back, the slight curl to the raven-colored locks already springing loose. As seems to be his preferred color, he wears all black, which only serves to make his turquoise eyes brighter by contrast.
Ready?
He asks. I have no idea. I mean the words to come out haughty, not confused. Maybe the bath softened me up. His lips, usually a harsh slash in his face, quirk, and I realize what is most different about him now. He suddenly gives the impression of being more relaxed. Our entire journey here, I could have bounced off the tautness of his shoulders, like a gum tree. I'd even worried for his poor teeth several times. His jaw had been clenched so tightly. But here, he already seems looser, easier, stronger. I glance at the shadows that seem to almost cocoon this land, so constant I've already started forgetting they are there. Does he feed off them?
Follow me,
he says, oblivious of my thoughts. He leads me down the curving staircase, careful to keep his body between me and the handrail and the drop beyond. Once we reach the forest floor, I can see more buildings. An entire village of wooden-sided and thatch-roofed homes built high up in other trees throughout. Several buildings are connected by swinging bridges of rope. In trees standing closer together, the structures meld around them. More rudimentary buildings, walled in on 3 sides but open to the front, are lined up around the bases of the trees, facing one another, forming what looks to be a sort of market. I recognize a forger's anvil, the distinct odors of a tanner, and a seamstress's goods. What is this place? I glance up to find Revan waiting, his seaside eyes giving away nothing.
This way.
His hand to my elbow is almost gentlemanly as he leads me through the oddly silent, seemingly deserted village to a path that wanders away from the buildings and deeper into the mighty forest. The trees are red-barked like the one in my room, their trunks as thick as my hovel, reaching into the skies like mighty watchmen. They have to be hundreds, if not thousands of years old. The shadows hold more sway out here, and I almost expect a chill. But the air on my skin is nice. On this journey, we've walked in angry silence and suspicious silence, and even exhausted silence. But this silence is new, and I can't put my finger on how. Companionable is the best way I can think of to describe it. Then we turn a bend, a clearing opens up before us, and my feet stutter to a halt, because a throng of people is gathered there, waiting for us. No, waiting for me. I catch sight of a petite girl with skin I think might be blue, but maybe my eyes are deceiving me, standing on the edge of the group, not quite with the others. She smiles and I smile back, but then she walks away, disappearing through the trees. It happened so fast I'm not sure it was real. Hand at my back now, Revan urges me forward through those still waiting, watching until I stand before them.
Princess Tabra Eutheria the First of Arid, may I present the people of the Shadowwood.
I swallow hard. All my training as a pretend princess fails me completely. What am I supposed to do in this moment? What am I supposed to say? Not even the part of me that might call on my grandmother's conceit and regal presence knows. I cast my gaze over the faces before me. Faces of all races, all dominions, all creeds and kinds. And my empty mind kicks back into motion, rusted gears cranking over with a groan. Facts start to stick out at random. These people are clean, clothed, and appear well-fed. Their expressions don't reflect concern or fear, although they aren't necessarily happy. Revan moves us forward with a persistent hand at my back, and despite a well-cared-for aura, they also back away from us slightly. And I don't know if it's him or me who's making them anxious. So tempting to tell them that I am the furthest thing from a threat. I am nothing. I don't understand. I turn wide eyes to Revan. Are these your prisoners? A quiet twittering rises up from the people closest to us who overhear, but Revan's reaction holds me captive. He flinched when I said prisoners, his jaw tightening, and an odd, inexplicable guilt pinches around my heart.
"The Shadowwood isn't a prison, Princess,"
he says.
"It's a sanctuary."
He steps back out of the way, and immediately I'm surrounded by people, crowding in on me, touching. Nothing too invasive, my shoulder or my hand, but coming from Arid, I feel it all. My shock doesn't exactly wear off, but through it, impressions start to sink in, like hearing words through water. These people are welcoming me. They're warm and smiling and open. Yes, there are some who remain at the back, still wary or maybe even suspicious, but mostly the residents of the Shadowwood seem happy to add me to their ranks. I catch Revan's gaze across the sea of people surrounding me. A small child tugs on my mantle, pulling my gaze to her, and I squat down with a smile. "Hello," I say to her. Rather than speak, she holds out a tiny ring made of woven blades of grass. My heart melts as I accept it and slip it onto my pinky next to my signet ring. "It's beautiful," I say. "Thank you." On a shy smile, she runs off to join a large group of children nearby. They grin and giggle, talking rapidly to her and glancing at me. There are children here, cared for and safe and happy. How is this place real? "A sanctuary," Revan said. The man who stole me, the Shadow Wraith, is giving refuge to people who have no other place to go. Chapter 23. Vanished are found. I stare at the ceiling above my bed, despite exhaustion weighing my entire body down. I'm overwhelmed, honestly, and both tired and buzzing with it. Flickering amber light from the torches scattered throughout the village sends softly shimmering waves through my window, dancing across the wood beams. I should let the animal skin down, but after so many days in the open mountains, I find it too stuffy to sleep that way. Not that I'm sleeping. Only one moon tonight, in combination with Revan's shadows, makes for a deeper darkness than I've ever experienced. And yet, I find it peaceful. Revan explained, in more words than I'd heard strung together from the man since we met, about the people here. People who had nothing. No hope. No way out. They'd come to this place he'd made and found refuge, purpose, and homes. Instead of explaining how this place, this Shadowwood, is possible, he said,
"I have business that has waited too long. Stay here and talk with the people. Tomorrow, you will meet their leaders."
Then he left me there in that clearing. My world turned upside down again and walked off into the forest between the trees. I should probably be concerned that my immediate gut reaction was to run after the man who only days ago I wanted to get away from and drag him back. But he left me there to fend for myself, alone. I spent several hours meeting many of the people, gathering snippets of their stories, all leading me to the same conclusion. Revan gave them a second chance at life. The vanished aren't lost or stolen at all. They're found. By him, the Shadow Wraith. He still hasn't admitted that part. Another piece of the puzzle that is Revan and why he took me clicks into place. This close to Edelon's home, endless winter pressing in, not to mention the sinking Dominion, and all with more mouths to feed practically every day if the numbers I witnessed are any guide. No wonder he'd grown desperate. It doesn't excuse kidnapping me, but I get it. I didn't have a chance to talk to everyone, of course. At some point, a kind-souled woman recommended I go rest in my rooms, and I gratefully jumped on that offer. Except I haven't been able to make myself sleep. I lay here, my mind bending and contorting everything I've learned since being taken. Food was sent up on trays, and I ate, but otherwise I've been a wide-awake lump on my bed, frustrated that my mind won't shut off. Revan, meanwhile, didn't reappear the rest of the night. Instead of resting, I could have easily walked myself right out of the forest and taken myself home, and I'm pretty sure he would have let me go. But he still hasn't explained why he needs me. Tabra. He needs Tabra, not me. I keep forgetting that. With a huff, I fling off the thin sheet twisted around my legs, thanks to several hours of thrashing wakefulness. This can't wait. I throw open my door and march to Revan's, where I knock, though lightly, aware of those sleeping all around us in various tree homes. But no answer comes. Not to my second or third knocks either. Is he ignoring me? I know for sure he isn't a deep sleeper, except maybe he's still recovering from the way he had to use his power to escape the hollow? With a growl of frustration, I hurry back to my own room only to stare at the bed, which doesn't appeal, despite the way my exhausted body is dragging, heavy with the need to rest. Sands, swallow me whole, I mutter. I throw the green wrap around my shoulders. After strapping my leather shoes to my feet, I leave my room and pad carefully down the winding staircase. If I'm awake, I might as well take the opportunity while I'm not being watched to inspect the place. I walk first through the village itself. Then, grabbing a lantern from one of the many hanging from posts, I drag what feels like rock-laden feet down a path that leads away from the village into the forest. A different path than Revan took me on earlier. I try to be vigilant, a plan in my head in case I'm stopped or I come across something dangerous. Revan told me the houses are built high up in the trees for a reason, which could mean it's not safe to be on the forest floor at night. Still, I keep going with a sense that this is where I'm supposed to be. Despite the dark night of a single moon and the foreignness of the surroundings, I feel at home in these woods. As if the trees are kindred spirits, set to guard me from any harm. As I near the clearing, a shifting movement up ahead has me stilling.
You shouldn't be here.
A voice that's becoming all I want to hear says, Revan. I debate what I should do. Leave is the smart choice, but I need answers. I hear a sigh.
You've come this far. Might as well come all the way. It's safe enough at the moment, I guess.
Warm and welcoming are definitely not Revan's strengths. I don't know if I should. I have strict rules about reckless situations.
What? That you run headlong into them?
I shouldn't laugh, but he's not wrong. I step around the bend and stop at the edge of a clearing with a babbling brook that cuts through the center. Revan is seated in what appears to be a swirling, contorting throne made of shadow, his hands resting on broad arms, back regally straight, eyes closed. Is he meditating? If I squint, I bet I'll see a crown of thorns. He ignores me, though there might be a ghost of a smile that slips away as quickly as my poor attempt at a joke. Not my best effort, but I'm tired. His eyes are still closed, so I take my time looking around as I turn almost a full circle to where I entered the clearing. I jolt to a halt, staring, mouth hanging open at the sight of the sacred tree of Tindra. I didn't expect it to be so close. While not as tall as the massive trees that make up the forest, it's still glorious, with elegant limbs that reach out from its center and broad, flat leaves of a color I can't make out. They're supposed to be red, but in the moonlight they appear almost black.
Beautiful, isn't it?
I nod. I can't peel my eyes away from it. Then frown as it hits me that the tree is inside the veil of shadows that hang over the woods. Don't people come to this tree?
Yes. Rarely, though enough people come here to offer prayers and sacrifices. I couldn't keep them from it forever. Only when I need it do I push my shadows out so that the tree is inside the shadow wood.
Maybe that's why the shadows here feel different, more like how I used to think of them in Enora. Safe. Maybe it's the goddess's influence here. My eyes are adjusting as I turn back to him. Revan's throne is positioned in the center of what I can see now is a circle of blue stones the color of his eyes. I didn't notice those earlier. Even with my lamp, the best source of light, green-blue fire flickers at me within each coin-sized rock, and I get yet another jolt of surprise. I should just stop being surprised at anything these days. Revan is full of them. Are those? I don't even dare whisper the word.
Yes.
Jadeite is a rare mineral, only found in Tindra's Inferno Mountain. The stories say that, if eaten, Jadeite will either grant that person power and turn them into Imperium, or drive them to madness. Of course, those are the same stories that say cannibals and other terrors roam the mines, which have been long abandoned. Even in the palace, I've never seen the stone, and I hear pieces as small as flakes go for a fortune on the black markets in every dominion. Yet here he is surrounded by them. A sense of knowing skates over my skin, and I lift my head to find his gaze is on me now, eyes open, a different edge to the intent light in the blazing turquoise than before. But maybe that's a trick of the lighting, or a reflected purple glow from the brilliance emanating from his palms and wrists. Those scars peep at me from under the cuffs of his long sleeves. Trying to ignore everything about the man and what he makes me feel, I cross the clearing to stand before him. Out of the night behind me, a smaller version of his seat forms, a chair for me facing him. Thanks, I said carefully, testing the clouds of black. This is comfy. It is, too, like sitting in the softest sands except the shadows hold their form. He doesn't speak. He's watching me, waiting. I clear my throat, having no idea how to be with him now. The anger that sustained me through wilderness is gone, leaving me hollow and oddly hopeful. Why are you out here? He tips his head, like he's well aware that wasn't what I really wanted to ask.
Recharging.
Looking closer, I can see the physical changes. The lines gone from his face, shoulders no longer bowed with exhaustion. Even his hands, gripping the curving ends of smoke, appear stronger. I glance at the stones, but he gives a single shake of his head.
The shadows.
Oh.
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
sense, I guess. That must be what he was doing the night I saw all those faces. But what are the stones for? I don't really know Revan, I realize. And this insistent sense that I do, that we're somehow connected by the events of the last days, is something I should ignore. His gaze narrows.
You're not afraid?
How could I fear a man who has saved so many? Myself included, even with the faces I'd witnessed, even with kidnapping a princess, even if he acted like a jackass most of the time. I think of the vanished, and so many more in Enora alone who could benefit from a place like this. He provided a sanctuary for those who needed it most. I refuse to fear him for that reason. A breeze sifts through the leaves of the sacred tree behind me, as if it's telling me to trust that instinct. I shake my head no, and the shadows around him suddenly loom above him, forming into a gaping mouth with razor-sharp teeth, though he doesn't move. Neither does the shadow monster. I glance at it, then at him. Is that supposed to scare me? He mutters a word under his breath that I think might be trouble, then spears me with eyes gone glitteringly angry.
You've seen what's inside me.
Maybe I'm so exhausted that I'm not thinking straight, which is entirely possible after the last few days I've had, but I get the sense that he wants to frighten me. You need me, I point out. You're not going to hurt me. The shadows ease back.
At least until I get what I want.
Another attempt to frighten me? Why? We both sit in silence.
Are you going to ask?
He prods. Do I want to know what the faces were about? Absolutely. But it occurs to me that he protected me from them that night. Are you going to answer if I do?
Probably not.
I settle deeper in the shadow chair and raise an eyebrow. Ignoring my questions seems to be one of your favorite games. That surprises a chuckle from him, and I startle. I wasn't sure the man had the ability to laugh. To give him credit, there haven't exactly been opportunities. It's not like I've been a barrel of hilarity, but the way the low rumble of humor skims over my nerves, even through my growing haze of fatigue, I'm suddenly curious what his full laugh sounds like. I pull my legs into my chest. So, what did I see that night?
Evil.
He tips his head, the move so predatory I should be frozen in my seat, only I'm too tired, and pretty comfortable in my shadow chair, actually. It's like being out here with him has finally forced the tension inside me to uncoil, allowing the fatigue to flood through me in its wake. I yawn. I can't stop myself. Revan chuckles again. I watch the play of humor over his face. I like it.
You aren't what I expected, Tabra,
he says. Other than introducing me to his people, is that the first time he's used that name? Something twists inside me at the sound of it. I don't want him calling me that. I want to hear my name, and that scares me to death. I rest my cheek on my knees. Princesses rarely are. It's not a lie, after all. By blood right, I am one. By pretend, I'm a different one. The whole situation is exhausting. I'm so tired of carrying other people's lives and having to bury mine. Tired of the lies and the deceptions and the questions and the fact that there even needs to be a Shadowwood where people can be safe. Tired of everything.
I stole something,
Revan says.
And now I keep it inside me.
That jerks me back to the present. Something evil? The shadows pulse around him. I shift onto my side and rest my head against what I guess would be the arm of a normal chair. The shadows expand to accommodate me. You seem to make thieving a habit. What did you steal?
I shouldn't tell you that.
Why not?
Because you won't like what you hear.
Meaning I won't like him? We lapse into silence. Eventually, he closes his eyes, and after watching him for a bit, my exhaustion weighs heavier. You know what I think? I'm not even sure if I'm speaking the words out loud or in my head now, especially when he doesn't answer. I close my eyes and keep going anyway. I think, no matter what you stole, you might be a decent man.
Damn.
He says. At least I think so. His voice is coming from a long way away, like he's on the other side of Arid's glass walls. Maybe I should. I was going to say that maybe I should stay, help him, but I'm frowning over that. When did staying become a good idea? Tabra still needs me, more than ever.
Sleep, princess.
His voice is closer now, as though my ear is pressed to his chest, which makes no sense, and warmth is wrapped around me. I sigh and snuggle into it as he says,
We'll talk tomorrow.
Chapter 24. The Wrong Family Tree. Morning light pulls me out of a dreamless, deep rest, and I find myself opening my eyes to the ceiling I'd stared at so much last night. I feel like all I've done for weeks now is open my eyes to something new. I frown, taking in the way I'm sprawled across the bed. Usually I sleep in a ball on my side and facing the door. If I can put my back against a wall, even better. But I'm not doing that. I'm laying on my back, arms flung wide, vulnerable, and rested. And I'm in my room in the Shadow Wood. That can't be right. The last thing I remember was talking with Revan in that clearing. I frown harder. I was sitting on a chair made of shadows? How did I get back here? Oh, hells. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep, maybe even in his arms. I squeeze my eyes shut and groan, because it dawns on me that each night of our journey here, I didn't sleep until I knew he was there. That's a big problem. I yank a pillow on top of my face and groan louder.
How do you feel?
The familiar voice has me staring with horror into the underside of my pillow. Setting it carefully aside, I slowly push myself to sitting, pulling my braid over one shoulder before lacing my hands in my lap primly. You scared me. Revan lounges in the chair in the corner of my room, completely rested, shaved even. He's dressed already in what I would describe as the more casual working clothes of a huntsman, with a long-sleeve shirt, breeches, and leather boots, though still all in black. I guess someone who uses shadow the way he does would blend in better in black. The top of his shirt is unbuttoned and his sleeves rolled back, and he appears completely male in a way that I find disturbing. He stares back, utterly serious and unapologetic.
Sorry,
he offers. Scratch the unapologetic part. My eyebrows reach for my hairline. Was that an actual expression of regret?
I didn't mean to scare you.
Embarrassed is more the case. I stay perfectly still and quiet, the sense of being prey dropping over me, which should have happened last night, come to think of it. At some point, were there shadow teeth? I blame how tired I was.
By being in your room?
He explains, frowning a little at my non-response, sharp gaze sweeping over me, missing nothing.
How do you feel?
He repeats his first question when I stay quiet. I clear my throat. Confused? Actually, confused doesn't begin to cover it. How did I get here?
I carried you back.
Well, hells. I've never liked any whiff of helplessness. One of the few things Oma taught me that stuck. That isn't something I am ever allowed to be. Not if I want to make it longer than my 18 years in this life. I search Revan's face for any sign that I'd said something I shouldn't have last night in the clearing. But as usual, That stony countenance gives nothing away. Actually, wait. There's a hint of amusement in his expression. Just a twinkle. Is he enjoying this? Jackass. But that's gone as quickly as I spotted it when he says,
You shouldn't seek me out like that, especially at night.
If the words weren't a warning, his tone would be. Pure rancor. I should probably shiver or something. I don't, though. Why?
Just promise me you won't do it again.
I stare at him. Some promises I just can't make. His hands, still on the armrests, curl into fists.
We need to talk.
Which is not an answer, but maybe he's going to finally give me one. Not here, though, where I'm still sleep-tousled and shaken with the sudden worry that I might have talked in my sleep and blown everything. He must read my expression because his lips press together ever so slightly.
Get dressed. Meet me outside.
Like this is going to be any normal day. I give a sharp single nod, and he gets to his feet, even such a simple move rippling with his power. At the door, he hesitates, looking back at me, and I think maybe disappointment swirls in his eyes. Only he leaves before I can be sure. Quickly, I dress and rebraid my hair, which had turned into a straggly mess overnight. Outside, Revan is leaning with his forearms against the balcony, looking out over the shadowwood, almost content. As much as I've ever seen, certainly. Stop thinking you know this man. These conversations with myself are becoming an unfortunate habit. Instead of talking, he leads me down the tree's staircase, once again positioning himself between me and the drop. It catches me off guard. Will I ever get used to these moments of chivalrous behavior from him, given the way we started? Breakfast, I learn, is served community style at a series of long tables carved from the fallen body of one of the massive trees. The residents of the village all take turns preparing, serving, and cleaning up after meals, Revan informs me. I can also tell by the plethora of startled glances tossed at Revan, not me, I'm pretty sure, that he doesn't usually join them. The meal is simple. Thick pancakes of wheat spiced with cinnamon, then lathered in honey and served with dates and fresh milk. It's so like the food from Arid that I feel a smidgen of home, the emotion toasting me from my core outward. I turn my head to find Revan watching, but instead of being wary, I can't contain a wide grin. Was this all for me? Turquoise eyes sharpen, turn brighter, more disturbingly focused, as he glances first at my lips, then slowly lifts his gaze to mine.
Maybe.
All thoughts of breakfast flee as I lose myself a little in his eyes. It strikes me that beyond sarcastic smiles, which were probably more like grimaces, I haven't truly offered him a sincere one since we've met. And I think maybe he liked what he just saw. I gulp. I should be holding on to the fact that the only reason I agreed to come here is so he can get me back to Tabra faster. But without the buffer of my anger, I can't explain it. I don't want to go. It's like our personalities rub against each other. Before we were rubbing the wrong way. Now. My mind is about to tumble down a slippery slope, so I redirect the conversation back to the meal and absolutely mean to give him a demure, Tabra-worthy, "Thank you, this is very kind." Instead, what comes out is, "This doesn't make us even, though." He leans closer, voice dropping low.
What would make us even?
If you'd have come to me and discussed your needs like a rational leader, that would have been a start. I pop a piece of pancake in my mouth and chew. I need the distraction. The villagers around us go still and some stare. What? Does no one question this man? He ignores them.
I didn't have time.
Why not?
The king never leaves Tindra.
Edelon? Tension steals into my shoulders. What does he have to do with Revan taking me?
Word reached me that he would be traveling to your dominion for the coronation.
An emotion ripples over his features that I might have thought was rage, but he controls it swiftly. Why did that mean you needed to kidnap me? He glances at all the curious faces around us, and his shoulders rise and fall in a silent breath. I can practically feel him shouldering the weight of their expectations. Or maybe it's not just their expectations. The way they act around him reminds me of how lower servants, or even authorities new to the palace, acted around grandmother. Fascinated and uncomfortable, and eager to please at the same time. It strikes me that he doesn't fit in here. With the vanished. Despite saving them and dressing like many of them and us eating with them, he's still apart. By his own doing? I wouldn't be surprised.
Are you done?
He asks with a nod at my food. I glance down at my plate and blink. When had I eaten the entire thing? I guess so.
Come with me.
We make our way through the village to one of the tallest, thickest trees, where a building circles its entire girth, at least 100 feet in the air. It's the largest structure in any of the trees, as far as I can tell. When it's clear that's where we're headed, I stifle a groan. But once again, Revan walks beside me, putting himself between me and my fear. Instead of being embarrassed, I almost smile. I still also definitely breathe a sigh of relief when we make it to the landing at the top. Revan knocks at a door, and a woman steps out, perhaps in her 60s, maybe older. Her creamy skin is lined, but in such a way it's difficult to tell her age. Chin-length silver hair is more responsible for the impression of age. That and a sort of old soul kind of wisdom around her dark gray eyes.
This is Bina,
Revan says. I murmur a greeting. Rather than bow or scrape or curtsy, she simply nods an acknowledgement. Then, with a curious glance at Revan, goes the other way around the outside of the building, leaving us alone. Before I can ask more about her, Revan ushers me inside the room she came out of. The first thing that hits me is the musty odor of books. The second thing is excitement. My fingers itch to reach out and touch, pick them up, inhale the scent of the pages. Books are rare and precious. The process to make books is considered long and tedious and expensive. They don't hold up over time, not like carvings in stone, and they're highly flammable. In Arid, all books are kept in the Great Library, along with scrolls and parchment, and a few other forms of written record. Great is an honorary title, by the way. There isn't much there. At least Oma had been required to teach me to read. As a peasant, I didn't need this skill. As a princess, and soon a queen, even as a mere stand-in, I'd look foolish if I couldn't. Revan lights a single candle, and I find myself staring at stacks and stacks of books, even more than I thought at first. Too many to count. Oh, my goddess. I think I must be in the Illusian heavens, because this is amazing. What would he do if I grabbed the nearest book, plunked myself down, and just got lost in the words? Maybe I can find some answers to all the questions my family has had for so long. Where did you get these? I ask, hardly daring to breathe on them. They look like they disintegrate at a puff of strong wind.
I'm collecting the history of my ancestor.
Who? When Revan's chiseled face shifts to a severe somberness that reminds me of petrified wood, I know I'm not going to like what's coming next.
Edelon,
he says, letting the name fall between us. I choke. He may as well have aimed a cannon at me and fired. His ancestor is Edelon? Damnation. Chapter 25. Immortality. Revan takes a step toward me but stops when I shake my head. I'm not going to faint or anything, I insist through stiff lips. He crosses his arms, his clothing doing nothing to hide the ripple of muscles underneath as he seems to hold himself in place.
Are you sure? You lost every scrap of color.
Just give me a second. He doesn't agree, but he doesn't move either. I second a breath. Well, this explains his resemblance to the profile on the Tindran coins. I must be in shock, because what I should actually be thinking, not for the first time with this man, is run away from anything and everything Eidolon related, which apparently now includes Revan. If he's related to the king, he's even more of a danger to me than I thought. But Revan grimaced when he said the king's name. That has to mean something, right? I try to latch onto logic. As far as I know, the king has never married, so no heartmate or even a mistress or any children.
That is true. He can't have children.
I look closer at him. He's strung so tight I could shoot an arrow from him. Okay. Then how are you related exactly? His hands curl into fists.
Bear with me. It hurts to speak of him.
Hurts? There was pain in his voice when he said Eidolon's name. I consider that for a long beat. Does this have anything to do with what you stole from him? Slashing eyebrows shoot up.
You remember that? I wasn't sure. You were.
A mess? I interject. I'm still not happy with myself about falling asleep with him that way. I was unguarded and probably babbling. He had to carry me to bed for Goddess's sake. Does it?
Yes.
He pauses, visible hatred seeping into his expression.
Keeping you away from him is important.
He looks away.
Even more than I realized.
What does that mean? And is that who he couldn't let have me, Tabra, the night he took me? If keeping the queen away from Eidolon is his goal, could he be an ally? He kidnapped me. An ally doesn't go around stealing people. At least not a good one. Why do you hate him? The shadows in the corners of the room flicker, and I find myself backing up a step. He sees, but his face is a mask now, showing me nothing.
Because I know who he is, and what he's done.
He knows. My breath leaves my body in a hiss. Hope is a funny thing that way. You beat it back over and over, and still it rises up. A word whispers through me. Ally. We queens of Ered have long believed that we're the only ones to truly know the full extent of Eidolon's evil. After all, when he's killed a queen, we immediately put her twin on the throne in her place. We don't know why he doesn't come for the twin, but our system is working. Maybe Oma and grandmother were right when they would answer my questions about this with, does it matter why? It just is. After all, our line is still on the throne, and no one else has any clue that he's attacked us so often, which would make us look weak. Plus, his dominion continues to prosper, only growing his power. So why would anyone believe us or want to listen if we spoke up? Zealots see what they want to see. People just trying to live their lives don't want to acknowledge a problem exists unless it affects them personally. And leaders, once they gain power, don't want to risk losing it again. Or maybe it's not our system that's working, but Eidolon's. What if he's keeping our line on the throne for a reason? But if Revan, a powerful Imperium with the means to steal from the king and kidnap a queen, knows about the king, what exactly does he know? I cross my arms. I think you need to tell me everything.
I'm trying.
Try harder. His grimace is both pained and frustrated. Grabbing a wooden chair, it scrapes across the floor as he drags it closer, then sits, elbows on his knees, focused entirely on me.
Eidolon,
he says again, firmer.
Is the Shadow Wraith.
Wait, this makes no sense. But the winter taking over
isn't his doing.
Then where is it coming from? I thought you were the Shadow Wraith. I'm pretty sure I've seen indisputable proof, lots of it.
I am. Because of him. It came from him.
He pauses, casting me an uneasy look, and I realize I've stepped back again, away from him. I force myself to stay in one place, my mind a jumble. How? Another grating pause.
The king can shed his shadows.
I'm staring. I know I am, but what's coming out of his mouth makes no sense. Shed his what?
Shadows. Everyone has them. They're always there, but only visible when light casts one into existence. So most people pay them no attention.
I glance at the floor, where, as expected, my shadow pools around my feet, even in the dimly lit room. He follows my gaze.
What you see is different than the darkness you've seen me manipulate. That shadow is part of you, part of your soul. You have many shadows within you, as do I, as did the king.
I have no clue where he's going with this.
The king's power not only allows him to command the darkness, it allows him to disconnect his own shadows from his body, to shed them as one entity, one shadow.
Revan watches me as if waiting for me to ask questions. When I don't, he continues.
The mortal husk of the king that's left behind continues to age. Meanwhile, the shadow he shed, that thing,
his face flickers with pain.
It forms into a solid man, as flesh and blood as you. A younger version of himself.
I blink. This is grotesque. I glance down at my hands, almost like I'm seeing them from across the room. When did they start shaking? Maybe shock is starting to set in again. Revan keeps going, slowly, carefully.
As the shadow solidifies, the old Eidolon educates him, filling in any gaps of memory and teaching him to use his control over darkness faster than he would learn on his own. Once the younger version takes the throne, the older man is no longer needed and...
His eyes dart away. I swallow hard. I get the idea, I think. Eidolon is essentially putting his replica on the throne over and over and over. Not a child who might decide to do things differently, but a copy of himself formed from his own shadows, with no one the wiser. This explains how Eidolon claims immortality, how he has continued to come after my family all these centuries. Wait. What does that make you?
I am.
He grimaces and drops his head forward, visibly struggling for control.
I am him.
Revan expels a ragged breath, then runs a hand through his hair.
No.
He mutters.
That's not entirely right. I started as one of his shadows. He has one for every facet of his being.
Like layers of an onion, I say. Like this is a perfectly normal topic of conversation. Like onions and evil kings are the same thing. He huffs out a humorless laugh.
Exactly like that. We all exist inside him together until we're shed. When that happens, one rises up to take control, and the rest of us are part of that new man. We exist within him.
He lifts his head, meets my eyes.
This time, it was me. I took control.
Mother Goddess. The shaking is getting worse, but I do my best to quell it because I still have so many questions. Like, how is the old version of the king still on the throne when Revan is obviously fully formed? Shouldn't he have taken old Edelon's place by now? I'm about to open my mouth to say goddess knows what, except he beats me to it.
I have flashes of memories from before. I was only there for parts of the old versions of the king's lives, flickering below the surface whenever I managed to claw my way through the others. Though what I remember is like trying to see through fog, because I wasn't real.
He clears his throat. Another grimace, and he starts over.
In those rare moments, I witness the horror he's become. He has discarded so much of his soul, so many layers, that the parts remaining are evil.
He flinches, then rolls his shoulders, and I'm pretty sure the things inside him didn't like that description at all. You're not making me feel any better about being here. Understatement. Do I need to be afraid of you? If Revan had scowled, I think I could have taken it on the chin because I need the answer. But the disappointment that drops over him like a tattered cloak when he lifts his gaze to me, that's harder to handle.
Yes.
The word drops between us. Definitely not feeling better. I scrabble together an unaffected facade and lift my chin, ever the royal princess. What makes you different? Shouldn't you be evil if all that's left of him is bad? A test. If he is evil, he's not going to answer that. But he does. He shrugs, the move too jerky.
I believe I'm the last of whatever good was in him. So when he shed us this last time, I timed it right. As he disconnected, I forced my way up and wrested control from the others. Then I ran.
He ran. Which means the other layers, the shadows, you took them with you. His mouth flattens.
All of them.
Fear has a taste, I'm learning. Acrid, like metal in the mouth. This man is a copy of Edelon, with countless layers of the king inside him, which means he's more Edelon than the husk of a man he claims is on the throne. Revan is quite possibly the most dangerous person in all of the dominions, especially to a queen of Ered. And I'm standing in a little library, high up in the trees, with him, alone. Chapter 26. What he knows. Fear is something I try not to give into. It's paralyzing, both for the body and the mind, and a good way to get yourself killed. But I can't help the fact that screams are trying to claw out of my throat like the damned trying to escape the seventh hell. I'm trying to keep them inside, to take deep, calming breaths, and to work my way toward an answer that makes any damn sense. Revan saved the people here. That's the only thought keeping a lid on my terror.
The power he wields, I wield, is very complex, and I left before he could teach me.
Seeing my quick frown, he expands.
Every Imperium has to learn their power over time, me included. I'm still figuring mine out, but without him around to show me, it's going slower than I'd like. Believe me, I'd love to get rid of these things inside me.
He stops, fisting his hands, seeming to fight with himself. He even pushes his chair back, putting more distance between us. That's not scary at all. I wrap my arms around myself. How do I believe any of this? Another flicker of disappointment over his features tugs at my own guilt.
He has a book,
he says.
Leather-bound, tattered, and very, very old. I tried to take it when I ran.
His mouth twists.
But the shadows stopped me.
What's in it?
It's a diary, A history of Edelon's different reigns,
he says.
written in his own hand.
Mother, why would he do that?
So that when the old version is dead, the new version doesn't forget what we've done before and what we're trying to do in the future. This book is seen only by Ed.
He cuts off with a grunt.
I only got a glimpse of it here and there.
His brow furrows.
I don't remember anything specific, just the handwriting and word choices. As you get deeper into the book, as time is passing and he sheds more of himself, the writing gets more corrupt, fouler, sinister.
I have no idea if I'm relieved or disappointed not to be able to learn more about this book and what exactly the king knows about the queens of Erid. The hag's words the night I met Revan suddenly echo in my mind. There have been shadow wraiths before you, right? Revan frowns.
Why would you say that?
I was told this isn't the first time people have disappeared, that a shadow wraith has roamed Erid before. I think maybe he doesn't like that news much, judging from the way the darkness twitches around him.
Not that I know of.
Revan clears his throat.
Not that I know much. Yet another reason that book would be helpful to have. I think we'd find a lot of answers in it. Maybe a way to stop him.
But it's too dangerous to go after. His nod is grim agreement.
The king is aging now, with no way to maintain his immortality. That makes him even more unpredictable. After I got away, I tried to kill myself. Kill what is left of us.
He says this the same way he'd state any cold, uninteresting fact. But my heart clenches so hard at the thought, I rub a hand against my breastbone, trying to ease the tightness.
They wouldn't let me.
His voice is bitter now.
Every day is a battle to hold them back.
His flat-lipped smile is as grim as a reaper.
I'll do it, though, until I age and die and take them with me to the grave.
I cannot imagine living an entire lifetime trying to contain that kind of evil. I'm glad they didn't let you do it. He stares at me. It's unexplainable, but they're all the same. The desire for him to live, pushing through every deeply embedded fear I have. If you'd died, the people of the Shadowwood would have been truly lost. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he searches my gaze, his eyes trailing over my face.
For a princess raised in the courts, you were sweetly naive.
For a man shed from evil, I guess I see why you'd be jaded. Only his expression isn't irritated. It's exhausted. I blow out a long breath and glance around us, trying to center myself on something, anything. Given who you are, why the need for all these other books?
To try to figure out those secrets, for one. But mostly, proof.
Forget breathing. My entire body jolts at the word. Proof.
For everyone else.
He grits through clenched teeth, then rolls his shoulders again. I guess the shadows really don't want him talking about any of this. I still don't see what this has to do with me, or Tabra, for that matter, because he doesn't know our part in the scheme of things. No one does, as usual.
He's vulnerable now. Even before, when he had us, he didn't go outside the borders of Tindra. He wouldn't ever leave this dominion unless it was for something vitally important.
And Edelon left to visit Erid, to ask for my sister's hand in marriage, to send her that amulet, one that might be doing unexplainable things, the same way mine is. My blood turns to ice. The fear for her that I've been burying since he took me, because there was nothing I could do about it, turns to cold fury. I've got to get back to Erid, now, get her away from the king, put myself between them. I jerk my gaze to the man standing before me. Should I tell Revan? Tell him about the amulet, show him mine? Maybe he knows what they are. But that would mean revealing who I truly am. My life isn't in danger now, not based on this place, at least. In fact, I'd probably be offered a permanent home if I wanted it. The most important secret in the history of Erid, the existence of twins and the sacrifices we make, offered up to save my sister, which is kind of the point. Logic slows me down. That and years of experience in courts with men and women who lie the same way they breathe, without thought or concern. What if he's trying to gain my trust to learn my secrets? Or deliberately keep me from interfering with Eidolon and Tabra? Maybe he really is Eidolon and is spinning me some crazy story. Even if he's not, this man, who I was starting to hope might be an ally, is Eidolon incarnate. But not? And he's carrying the king's sinister shadows around inside him? Are they listening now? My head is starting to hurt. You said I should be afraid of you. Why?
Most of my energy goes into keeping the other shadows leashed inside me. The rest into protecting the Shadowwood. It leaves me with little control.
I think of what I saw in the woods that night. The faces trying to get out. I definitely can't tell him who I am. Not yet. Maybe not ever. There's got to be another way. Why not approach me sooner? His jaw works.
No time,
He says.
I got word of his plans and had to hurry to beat him to your palace and get you out.
Which means Eidolon is definitely there with Tabra now. Think, Marin. Why do you think he wants me? Revan's hands curl into fists.
Your power.
Oh no. My legs go shaky and I sink down onto the rickety chair at a lonely desk behind me, completely unable to hide my reaction. Because no one knows about my power. Grandmother made certain of that. The Queen was not pleased when my power manifested so young. Not that I asked for this blood right from my family line of Imperium, Sand and Souls, Hylori and Inferni, supposedly gifted from the goddess Erid herself to the first twin queens, my ancestors. Maybe the power was strong back then, but it definitely diluted by the time it got to me. Tabra's hasn't even come yet. Other than Oclus and my sister, no one knows what I can do. Not even Cain. I don't have one yet. I try not to wince at how unconvincing I sound, mostly because I know I already gave myself away. I shut off the portal that night he took me. Only Imperium can do that. Revan sinks to his haunches in front of me, gaze a smolder of frustration. He reaches his hands out as if to put them on my knees, but stops, balling them into fists and pulling back.
Now is not the time to start lying to me, Princess.
Shit.
You're a sand, Hylori.
He tosses the truth between us quietly. It's not a question, but a statement. He knows. Double shit.
Aren't you?
He presses when I don't speak. How do you know? I whisper, voice cracking.
I saw your glass flowers.
Chapter 27. The right one after all. He knows about my flowers? The ones we hid? Not well enough, I guess. I close my eyes against a wave, like a wall of broken glass of stunned regret, but I shake my head. No one knows about the flowers. That space is private and hidden. A long pause greets my words. He must have reconsidered touching me because gentle hands land on my knees, almost apologetic. I open my eyes to find him watching me, waiting.
I travel in shadow, remember? I got in from the balcony above, almost by accident.
He pauses, opens his mouth as if he's going to say more, then shakes his head and closes it again. I see. I glance down at his hands. Strong hands with long, sinewy fingers. Nice hands. Capable hands. They don't feel strange against me. A fresh surge of apprehension wells up. If Revan is right, Edelon wants me. Me, not Tabra. That's a first. I have to be sure. Why does he need my power?
This is all speculation, but based on the little I know.
He pauses.
A sand Hylori can do many things, like keep Tindra from sinking.
What now? How would I do that exactly?
By bringing up sand from the ocean floor and packing it underneath.
Oh. Harsh laughter sounds in my head, but I manage to keep it in. I can barely make flowers. That doesn't sound like some evil plan, saving his dominion.
That part isn't.
There's more? Of course there's more. What else could there... Another shudder of apprehension settles into a cold pit inside me. I see. If I can raise his dominion, I can sink one too? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
If Edelon had really done his research on me, he'd know exactly how pathetically far from that capability I am. Maybe shedding shadow sheds brain cells too, I mutter under my breath.
What?
Revan frowns. My panic is speaking, and I'm going to give myself away. Never mind. But why me? I can't wrap my head around this. I'm not used to being the one someone wants. Previous queens had powers over sand. Not exactly like mine, though. My grandmother, for instance, could turn any object she touched into sand, though nothing bigger than a horse. Edelon never came for her. I frowned to myself. Actually, every queen he managed to steal and kill were almost all inferni, all soul-related abilities. Very few sand. Are soul inferni what he's after? Edelon had to know at least grandmother's power because it's common knowledge. I know at least generally what power every sovereign over every dominion has. Everyone does. The question is, wouldn't the king know that our line has two types of power, not one? And if he knows, how does Revan not know? I'll take that for the tiny blessing it is and keep that information for myself for now.
Could the other queens make glass?
He asks. I think back over the previous generations, the ones I know, and slowly shake my head. Then I frown, not in confusion this time, but because what he's implying is impossible. No one has made a portal since the goddesses went silent. Revan shakes his head.
That's something I did find in my books. A sand Hylori who can make glass should also be able to make a portal.
He gives me a meaningful look. Well, cut my head off and call me a bassin. Revan shakes his head.
The things you say sometimes.
I wave him off. Arid may have multiple portals, one for every temple, allowing travel throughout our lands as well as to whichever dominion we choose. But the other dominions only have one each. With more glass portals at his disposal, Edelon could go anywhere. Take armies anywhere. This may be speculation, but it makes an awful kind of sense. More than me trying to sink an entire dominion. I swallow back the wild urge to laugh, because guess what? It turns out Revan kidnapped the right princess after all. He just doesn't know it. It's all too much. Too many things pulling me in 1,000 directions. I feel like I'm trapped in quicksand, sinking and with no clear path through, mired by doubts and suspicions and questions. A weird hiccuping sound escapes my lips as everything crashes down on me in an instant. I feel like the city of Ruinous, once the lauded decadent capital of Erid, destroyed by an earthquake that shook until the foundations of the city crumbled like dust. That dust is me.
Breathe.
Revan's voice comes at me like he's far away again.
Breathe, princess.
Only I realize I can't. Air rasps in and out of me on panicked draws that rake down my throat, but my chest is so tight, too tight. Warm hands cup my face, and Revan is close, lips moving and eyes focused on mine. I stare back, trying to center on him, trying to hear him, but I can't hear anything over the ragged edges of my struggle to get air into my body. Tears are leaking out of the corners of my eyes, and my body is locking up as tight as an animal skin drum.
Goddess, forgive me,
Revan mutters. I have no trouble reading that on his lips, though I still can't hear him. Then his mouth is pressed to mine. Everything fades to that one touch. The kiss is as soft as thistledown, and surprisingly gentle, like I'm one of my glass flowers and he doesn't want to shatter me. More sensations break through my panic like rays of sunshine. The strength of his hands, the way the fresh scent of him, so like home, surrounds me. His body is close but not against mine, not close enough. I close my eyes because, Goddess, it's like I've been waiting for this without knowing it. With each brush of his lips, my struggles slow, and the tension drains from my body until I realize that I'm breathing again, safe, and kissing him back. A flicker of darkness has me opening my eyes, and I tear away from his kiss on a gasp. Shadows have filled the entire room. He's across the room so fast I hardly see him move. Facing me, muscles coiling and chest moving with each strained breath, he stands there, rigid, unapproachable. Slowly, the shadows recede, leaving us staring at each other across the dimly lit room full of books, of proof. His eyes fill with an apology I don't want. Don't apologize to me. That would make this all worse. I don't ask why he kissed me. It's pretty obvious, a shock tactic to force me to focus on something else. It didn't mean anything, not really. Harder to ignore the warmth still cascading through me, or the way my lips still taste of him, despite the shadows that interrupted us. Were they the ones inside him trying to break free?
Are you better?
He asks. I'm fine. The words come out on a snap. His expression resumes its cool mask, but not before I catch a flicker of something that looks a lot like hurt.
We can finish talking about this later.
No. I need to know everything. If there's more, then I would rather know now. An odd sort of reluctance settles over the angle of his shoulders, and his mouth turns down, but after a moment he nods.
I told you I need your help, and I do, to keep Tindra from sinking. But I also have to keep...
He grunts, expression pinching.
Keep him from gaining control over you.
Breathing in steadily, I hold on to the calm he gave me with that kiss and try to work through the information I have. If I'm the one Edelon is truly after, he'll catch me, of that I have no doubt. But why does he want a Sand Hylori? If our histories are right, most of the queens he's taken were Sol Inferni. Generations with Hylori firstborn like our grandmother were often skipped. What changed? Tindra sinking? That still doesn't explain our history. Was he killing Inferni queens to keep them off the throne? If that were the case, on the rare occasions he, accidentally killed a Sand Hylori, why didn't he come back for the Inferni twin? Why was there always a queen on the throne? I rub my temples. This is way more than I can process right now. All I know is that both Tabra and I need to stay far away from the king, meaning I can't go home, and my sister needs to be protected. I have only one option that I can see. Seek sanctuary here, even though Revan is who and what he is, and send someone else home to do whatever they can to keep my sister safe. But staying behind goes against everything I am. Literally. I was raised to sacrifice myself for her. That's my entire purpose in life. Can I even trust another person to complete the duty I was born and bred to do? My sister's face flashes before me, so sweet and naively believing in others. What if he kills Tabra when she turns out to be a soul inferni? If Revan's guesses are right, is hiding worth keeping Edelon from destroying a dominion or waging war or whatever nefarious things he has planned once he has a Sand Hylori who can make glass? Not to mention, I'd be trying to save Tindra, the goddess-forsaken home of Edelon. The king isn't my only problem. If anyone had asked me a few days ago if I'd want to stay with Revan, I would have taken great delight at laughing in their face. But somewhere along the way, my world changed. He changed. Or maybe I did. I took one look at the people he is protecting and the community they've built here, and despite all the rest of it, the kidnapping and jackassery and creepy faces that I now know are Edelon's shadows, I decided to trust him. The man who saves the vanished, who protected me from the soldiers and the Hollow, all without consciously choosing to. And for whatever reason, I still do. If someone can do what he's done, maybe he can help me with everything else, help me figure out the right thing to do, for Tabra, for Arid, for everyone. I'll stay. I think we both startle at my words, but the second they're out, I know, deep down in my bones in the heart of me, that it's the right decision. Except Revan doesn't look thrilled like I expect. His expression descends to something wary, and maybe even pissed.
I didn't kiss you to sway you.
My back goes poker straight. It wasn't that good of a kiss. A flash of amusement, then he's serious, concerned even.
I mean it.
I swallow because I can see he does. Believing him is getting to be a habit. Revan being concerned and sincere for me might be my undoing. I know, I reply quietly. We stare at each other.
What about Arid?
He asks.
And your people? The uprising?
Hells. I have no idea what to say to that beyond spilling Tabra's secret.
Don't decide yet.
He insists, reading the indecision in my eyes.
Give me a chance to show you what little proof I've found. Then we'll figure out the best way.
I search his face. Why would he offer this to me? His need for me here is almost as great as the need for the queen in Arid. Agreed. There has to be a way to do both, protect both peoples. But I want to help. Relief in the form of a genuine smile is like dawn breaking, as if the shadows backed away. The candlelight illuminates him. He suddenly appears younger, freer, and more handsome than my heart can handle. What first? I ask, more abruptly than I intend. After a pause to consider me, he glances around the books stacked throughout the room, then picks one up and places it in my hands.
First, a gesture of good faith.
He steps back farther, putting that distance between us again, and I feel the absence deeper inside me than I should.
Take a moment to look at that. Come outside when you're ready, and I'll show you the proof of the sinking.
Right. That. I need to see if I can even attempt what he's thinking of. Raising the Dominion back up? It might take me eons. He leaves the room, and I glance down at the book in my hand. Leather-bound, with paper the consistency of parchment. I open the cover and blow out a breath. The History of the Rulers of Ered. I've never seen this book, not even in the Great Library. With a gasp, I flip until I see a name. The first set of twins. Relief puffs out of me. Her twin isn't mentioned. I keep flipping. None of the twins are. He doesn't know. Not even the writer of our history knows. There's that, at least. Wait, does that mean even Edelon doesn't know about our twins? How could he not? What does he think happens when he kills one and she's back on the throne the next day? Revan said something about hazy memories and not remembering everything. Maybe he missed that part. I'd love to sit and take my time leafing through this, but that's for later. I close the book with a snap and walk to the door, only to pause in the doorway. Revan is standing out on the balcony, leaning his fists against the rail, head bowed. A stark picture of regret. Regret for what? Kissing me? The shadows? Bringing me here? Regardless, I can feel his burden. I close the door behind me with a snick, and he raises his head, entire posture changing, mask in place, hiding the reality from me behind the front of a strong, indestructible man. I pretend not to have seen and hold up the book. Thank you. He nods. Together we descend the winding stairs to the forest floor. As soon as we're inside of the village, a man I haven't met yet strides toward us, and he looks furious. With the stark purpose in his gait, he reminds me of Cain's father, the Zareth. Pure power. Power that is etched in every inch of him, from rich sable skin to almost glowing lavender eyes, to the breadth in his shoulders and the lankiness of a fighter, topped off with a face that's all sleek lines and edges. Actually, except for the coloring, he also reminds me of Revan. It's the way he moves. Revan curses, but stops and waits. I stop a few steps behind him, curious.
Voss?
He asks as the man gets closer.
Do you have word from Ered?
I stiffen. Even my ears feel starched. From my dominion. What word from Ered would this man have? The world around me slows to a crawl as the man called Voss doesn't stop in front of Revan or answer him. Instead, he comes straight for me. Before I can open my mouth, he wraps his hands around my throat, lifting me to my tiptoes and squeezing the life from me before anyone can stop him.
Who are you?
He demands. I am released even faster than he snatched me, and Revan is standing between us, shadows rearing up around him, turning everything around us menacing.
Explain.
Revan snarls. Peeking around his back, I take the full brunt of this Voss character's suspicious glare.
The Princess Tabra Eutheria, the first of Ered, is still in Ered, happily going through her coronation events as I speak, and waltzing around with fucking King Edelon himself. So I ask again. His scowl hits me, ice so frosty I shiver. Who are you?
Chapter 28. Lies and damn lies. I have two options to choose between as I stare at these men, one of whom could kill me with a thought. Maybe they both could. I can tell Revan my secrets, who I truly am, or keep up the lies. I'm tempted to tell him. After all, I just said I would stay. But my sister is on the other end of it, and I would never risk her. Not with another man who both is and isn't Edelon, no matter how much I want to trust him. I choose lies. Drawing myself up to my full, if unintimidating, height, I step around Revan, channel pure Oma with a disdainful smile, and add a dash of grandmother with a regal tilt to my head. Of course, a woman who looks like me sits on the throne. Both men pull up short at that, Voss frowning and Revan scowling. suddenly looking as threatening as the day he snatched me.
Why?
Revan demands, voice a roll of thunder. I have a body double. I wave a languid hand in the air, as if this is the thing done for royalty these days, and am proud of myself that it doesn't shake. Revan's gaze narrows, but he says nothing.
You've gotta be joking,
Voss mutters. I'm not. I pretend to misunderstand the sarcasm. She stands in for me on those occasions when I can't attend a function. She is also trained, with the help of my closest advisors, to step in for me in the event of an assassination, or I level a pointed look at Revan. Kidnapping? Voss crosses his arms, not bothering to hide his suspicion, amusement skirting it with the kind of disbelief that says he won't be convinced easily.
I got close before I left.
I almost vomit in my mouth. This man got close? To Tabra? Mother Goddess.
She looks exactly like you. I dare say identical down to each fleck of gold in your eyes.
Voss casually accuses in a slow, deliberate cadence that is both unfamiliar and immediately puts me in mind of the genteel, authoritate way of speaking, at odds with the iron in his gaze. Revan is a mountain, still and unemotional in a way that might be scarier than visible anger. I focus on the easier of the two men and dredge up a condescending smile that has Voss's cold amusement dimming. That's her gift, I explain in an overpatient voice. She's a mimic. Although I will say she already looks much like me in the first place, same height and coloring and so forth, so it doesn't take her much effort to hold the illusion. Or no effort at all.
They're not even looking for you,
Voss points out next. I flick him a dismissive glance. Are you so sure about that? He opens his mouth but hesitates. They can't make a big show of it, I say. Soldiers will have been sent from one of the other cities instead, most likely Sifmem, maybe Anora or Poila. Lies, all of these words, but I'm pretty proud of myself for sounding convincing. I bet even Oma would lift an impressed eyebrow. Revan hasn't moved, all broody, intense kidnapper again, and he studies me for long enough that I have to keep from shifting uncomfortably.
What happens when you don't return?
He finally asks. I glance away because what I'm about to say is definitely made up. She can't stay on the throne indefinitely. We'll have to figure something out before they fake my death and put a new ruler on the throne. I'll have to tell him the truth soon, though. Otherwise, he'll expect me to do something about it. Telling him means Tabra can stay on her throne and I can stay here. Maybe go back and forth. That could work, couldn't it? I could finally be Meryn. To one other person, at least. A new hope surges to life inside me. I've been so focused on saving everyone else, on this sanctuary being about keeping me out of Edelon's hands, I hadn't considered what it actually means for me. Could the Shadowwood become my own salvation?
What's her name?
Revan's soft voice pops the growing bubble of excitement building in my chest. I catch the tautness to his voice, like a bow pulled back before letting loose. Meryn. I hand over my own name without hesitation. She's been with me as long as I can remember. Since the womb, in fact.
Meryn.
He says my name slowly, as if tasting each syllable, and a delicious quiver tiptoes down my spine, one that throws me off balance. Then he looks up, pinning me with those bright eyes, tilting my world even more sideways.
Whose idea was this body double thing?
I clear my throat. My grandmother's.
Did she have one?
Yes. So easy, the sharing of secrets when I turn them into a different version of the truth. It is a tradition in our royal line. Revan's expression doesn't ease. I glance toward Voss to find him watching with an almost bored expression. I'm not fooled. He's as alert as his leader. "Tell me," I say, "did anyone notice my absence?" Voss glances to Revan, who nods.
"No, your body double."
I don't miss the intonation that bleeds with doubt.
"Arrived at the pre-coronation ball in a new dress, laughing about how she couldn't decide what to wear, and changed."
Well, finding the right pre-coronation outfit on such short notice is difficult these days. Voss stares, but Revan crosses his arms, eyes narrowing. Too much? Maybe this wasn't the right time to be flippant. What about Edelon? Had he arrived by then? Surprise flickers in Voss's eyes, and I can't mistake the glance he casts in Revan's direction, the one that tells me he knows at least something of Revan's relationship to the king. Revan shakes his head, a barely noticeable movement, and Voss returns his focus to me.
"The king arrived late that night, and your," he pauses, "other half did you proud in welcoming him to the palace."
Damn it, Tabra.
"Worried she'll take your place forever?"
Voss asks with a speculative stare, apparently catching at least a hint of my real reaction. Mental note to punch this man in the face the first chance I get. If what Revan has told me is true, even the small amount he's hinted at, then Meryn, thank the goddess I don't stumble over my own name, is in trouble. I need to help her.
"How?"
This from Revan. Let's start by sending a message. It's the best I can do, even after he knows the truth. Ered still needs its queen.
"You know that proof I promised."
Revan might as well have been carved from the hard rock of the cliffs surrounding Tropicus. He's so tense. Again, I try not to shift warily on my feet. Yes?
"Now I need some from you."
The words cut, a demand from the shadow wraith. Proof. An idea comes to me, like a flash of dying starlight. Maybe the goddess Ered is silent like all the others, or perhaps she guides her people with deft, subtle hands because she's given me the answer. The amulet against my skin pulses strangely at the thought. I step back again. Fine. Reaching for that shimmering kernel of power inside me, I will it forward, already picturing in my mind what I will create. With fizzy, bubbling warmth coursing through my blood, my hands start to glow. In the dim of the trees and the additional odd sort of presence created by Revan's protective shadows, the yellow light is unusually radiant, brighter than I've ever seen, and I have to swallow back my own gasp of surprise at the intensity. I force myself to focus on the ground between my feet, where particles of sand lift into the air. It takes more effort in this dominion because sand is not the main makeup of the soil. I have to concentrate hard, yanking and tugging and sifting until I have enough in the air, swirling and floating to manipulate. I think about what I can make and swallow a smile. Because Revan gave me the answer earlier. At the urging of my will, those fire sprite-like embers, brilliant with each burst, spark from my hands as I add heat to the mix. The sand comes together, melting into a shimmering orange mass as I force it to bubble and gel. Through will alone, my fingers dancing through the air as I manipulate my magic, the glass before me forms into a cohesive mass, which I mold with my memories of the ones I've made for my sister. I create the simple trumpet shape of the moonflowers that grow inside the palace walls and only bloom at night, appropriate for a man who lives in darkness. I expect a wave of homesickness to hit with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer to rock, but none comes, and a frown tugs at my brow. Once we convince Edelon that Tabra isn't the one he wants and she's safe, well, that's assuming he doesn't kill her. Still, is it possible that I could have found a new life here? One of my choosing? An ache blooms inside, loss already building. Because having freedom and a life of my own would mean leaving Tabra and Cain in my desert home, my people, forever. Is that what I want? Yes, it is. Shock reverberates through me so hard that I lose my focus and the flower disintegrates, dropping to the ground with a hiss in a scattered pool of pale granules. Clearing my throat, I tip my head and meet Revan's gaze head-on. I didn't say I was very good at it. Neither man says anything, but it's Revan I look at. Satisfied?
Yes.
He pauses and glances to Voss.
You?
An unamused snicker is his answer.
Not in years.
How sad for you, I murmur sweetly. Voss's eyebrows shoot up, and then he barks a laugh.
I thought she was supposed to be sweet and easily frightened.
Revan spears the man with a chilling stare even a demon would envy, but Voss doesn't even blink, turning back to me. Although I don't know why. Revan said pretty much the same thing when we first met. After a moment, Voss bows formally, even adding a click of his heels, which could either be a gesture from Wilderness or Tindra.
My name is Vossarion,
He says with a nod, then winks.
Everyone calls me Voss. I am from Tindra, before you ask.
Then answers that, and also the calculated looks. The goddess Tindra, after all, blessed her people with the gift of strategy. He doesn't straighten, waiting. Appropriate when greeting a domina. Rise, I say quietly, not thrilled about a ritual that immediately puts us on opposite sides of an invisible line. Too many lines in my life wall me off from others. And I'm swiftly coming to realize that I need help, and uncrossable lines make asking for it difficult. Voss lifts his head.
Welcome to the Shadowwood, Domina.
I'd say it's a pleasure, but you did try to choke me to death. I leave off the questioning my identity part. I can spell hypocrite in several languages.
I expected an imposter to be kicking and screaming by the time I arrived.
Voss shoots a sly grin in Revan's direction.
You missed that part.
Revan says in dry tones that make me want to laugh. You kidnapped me. I shoot back instead. What did you expect? A hug?
I expected you to be afraid.
And therefore pliable? Tabra probably would have been, but I can't go back and fix my reactions now. I was terrified. Something inside me wants him to know the reality of that. I thought you were taking me away to cut me into pieces and send only a finger or a toe home as proof of my death. Voss whistled.
That would take a special kind of depravity.
Let's just say that it wouldn't be the first time for my family. I murmur. Voss frowns at that, but Revan goes all chilly again. Too much. I'm definitely giving away too much, so I don't elaborate. No one knows about those dead queens for the simple fact that each remaining twin had taken her sister's place with none the wiser. Except Edelon, of course. I wish I could get into that man's thoughts. Which is funny, since a version of him is standing in front of me, none the wiser. Voss tips his head.
Your double makes an excellent queen, by the way.
The implications in the words could go so many different directions. I decide to ignore them all. Often a better one than I'll ever be. Truth. A more willing one, as well. Tabra's never acted anything but happy to be what she is. Except the times I would tell her about my desert escapes. Then her face would turn wistful, and the questions would come. Finally, Revan seems to snap back to himself, though not in a good way. Studiously blank.
I'm afraid, now that Voss has arrived.
The message is clear. They have things to discuss without me around. Trust. I mouth at Revan, who turns away. Though his lips hitch to one side, I'm able to pull that much from him at least. If I'm honest, I need time to process what I've learned today anyway, and have a more solid plan for what to do about Tabra before I approach him. I'll find a way to amuse myself. With a dip of my chin for both men, a gesture a queen would make out of respect rather than deference, I walk away. Only a fool would imagine the shadow wraith's gaze trailing after her, or picture concern in his eyes. tiny sound has me glancing over my shoulder in time to see the girl from the night before, the one with navy-hued skin and white hair, throw herself into Voss's arms, peppering his cheek with kisses. So she was real. I've never seen anyone with that coloring. Maybe she's a water sprite, or an ice sprite, if such a thing exists. Voss laughingly tickles her so she jumps back, and then they're walking in the opposite direction with Revan, who, by the way, isn't watching me at all. Chapter 29. What if? I make it only a few buildings into the heart of the village before a voice calls out.
Princess Tabra!
I turn to find a tall man dressed in traditional wanderer clothing, blue in color, which means he's from the Lazuli Desert, the loose-fitting garment draped around him in the style of the Eastern Zarephates. He's handsome in that resilient, hardened way I've always found most born into the Zarephates to be. Something about their inner strength, maybe, an underlying tenacity born of surviving in such an unforgiving, exquisite land. I take in the rest of him. Hair the color of wet sand graying at the temples, tawny skin unmarred by time, though clearly he's older. Warm eyes, gnarled hands, and, oh, son of viper, a face I recognize, a memory from years ago. I school my features into bland curiosity. Yes? He moves to stand before me, gaze searching mine, brow furrowed, then leans forward slightly, touching his hand to his heart, then his mouth, before tipping it toward me. A traditional greeting from a wanderer to a Zarepha. That ache of homesickness I was expecting earlier strikes without warning as I return the silent greeting, going through the motions in the opposite order, which makes him smile.
My name is Horace. I'm from Arid, as I'm sure you can tell. A few of us here are.
He glances around, though no one else comes forward, which isn't a surprise. People of Arid tend to wait, watch. It's the patience ingrained in us, I think. He says nothing about recognizing me. Perhaps I've changed enough since I was a girl. My face less round, body filled out, no longer gangly. How long have you been here? I ask.
5 years.
That long? The question must have reflected in my eyes because he smiles hesitantly.
I was one of the first. You obviously realize I was born a wanderer.
Due to the way I accepted his greeting, no doubt.
I was outcast when I refused to give my sister to our Zareph as his third wife.
His lips curl in an anger I suspect has not dimmed with time.
He kicked me out and took her anyway.
Princesses don't apologize. Oma's and grandmother's and even Tabra's voices sound in my head at the same time. I ignore their voices. I'm sorry that happened to you, and especially your sister. Do you like it here? It's a question I hadn't dared to ask yesterday with hundreds around me who might take exception to it after Revan disappeared, leaving me to fend for myself. The smile that lights Horace's eyes to the color of mink is unmistakably genuine.
I have found a new purpose here, Domina. I am a hunter by trade, and I help to feed these people. In exchange, I have a home and acceptance.
Not safety, I notice. But a wanderer can handle himself, even a Vex, so maybe that's less important to this man. If I'm going to stay here, though, I should try to find out more.
Would you?
Horace hesitates and bends forward a little before jerking himself back upright, like he'd come close to bowing before asking his question.
May I show you around? I think you'll find the same answer from everyone here, though. As you already know, we each come to this place in different ways.
The only reason I hesitate is an internal debate. How should I greet these people? Last night I was Queen Tabra. This morning at breakfast I was the Shadow Wraith's guest. Inside I'm just the poor sand shrew who hopes she can help these people, and maybe even make a home among them once I make sure my sister is safe. I'll be Marin, the friend. So I give him a sincere smile. I would appreciate that, Horace. This time he doesn't stop himself and offers a small half-bow. It's a gesture that would have been appropriate at court, and I wonder how highly ranked he'd been in his Zarafate before he'd been cast out.
This way.
He waves an arm, careful not to touch me, as we walk side by side to the building nearest us. First, he takes me toward the shop displaying clothes from all the dominions. As we get closer, a woman steps out, more like a girl my age, except her hair is silvery gray and her eyes the same, like pools of mercury.
This is Vida,
Horace says. When no recognition lights those unusual eyes, I smile. I assume I have you to thank for the clothes in my room. Vida nods, and by the way she bounces on her toes, I get the sense she's holding back. Why? I glance at Horace, who says nothing, so I turn back to Vida. They are lovely. I don't think my own royal seamstresses could have done better. Thank you. On a burst of breath, she rushes over, throwing her arms around me with a laugh that is pure exuberance. I just knew you would love them. My first instinct is to stiffen. Arid values touch too much to give it freely. I wasn't raised with hugs, but her enthusiasm is so honest and innocent that I hug her back.
Vida!
Horace sounds shocked. The girl sucks in another breath and lets go of me, only to put her hands on my shoulders when she catches my expression. She doesn't mind, she tells him and grins. We're going to be terrific friends. She leans in to whisper conspiratorially. I blink. Is she Imperium? A seer of some sort to make a prediction? I'd like that. Other than Cain, people don't offer to be my friend. She nods like the exchange of words seals it. Then she spins around, links her arm with mine, and tugs me into her shop. Now, is there anything I can make you? But I'm too busy staring at the hundreds of items inside. Everything from farmer's garb to gowns fit for a queen on her coronation day. Wow. Vida chuckles. The goddess Wilderness is the patroness of the arts. I try to honor the gift she gave me in my own way. I let her show me around while she chatters about everything and anything at the rate of sand dropping into a sinkhole, until eventually Horace reminds her that others are waiting to meet me. Only when I step back outside, that old tension climbs right back up my spine to settle in my shoulders. Because I'm still in danger of discovery, even if I forgot for just a moment. With every single step at his side, I work over what I might say or do if any of the vanished from Enora recognize me, not as Tabra, but as the poor waif who lived with her aged aunt in their city. Please, don't recognize me. Chapter 30. A Bad Sister. Thankfully, I didn't run into anyone from Enora, yet. I know it's just a matter of time, what with the stories of people in town being taken by the Shadow Wraith. After my tour of the village, I returned to my room. Like yesterday, my head swims with names, stories of how different people ended up here, what they did, and maybe more importantly, what they don't do now. There weren't many fighters among the people I met, and no discernible Imperium. All Vex, as far as I can tell. Most are villagers, tradespeople, craftspeople, and farmers. Given their places in life, Imperium abilities would have been unlikely anyway. The few hunters among the bunch, like Horace, are the only ones with skills that could be defensive. What if someone decided to attack the Shadowwood? After all, Eidolon can't be naive to its existence. Revan might be more powerful here, shrouded in his shadows, or however that works, but I doubt even he would be able to hold off an army. Killing 7 men wiped him out. I doubt even more that he can hide so many people at once. The stress is going to age me before my time. I sink to the bed and close my eyes, allowing the facade of Tabra to slip away. I've managed to keep the panic at bay, buried under logic and simply putting one foot in front of the other, but it's a lot. The worry for my sister is gnawing away at my insides with each passing moment, leaving holes that I imagine are only growing larger, wounds that might never heal if anything happens to her while I can't be there to protect her. To do the only thing I was raised to do, put myself between her and the king. I can't even do that now. How much of a danger to Tabra is the king, especially when he realizes she doesn't have the ability to make him more portals? What if he's after something else? The proposal is something he hasn't done before. Marriage to the Queen of Ered would make him next in line for the throne if she died. 7 hells. Is that what he's after? The throne? Only if that's the case, why now? If he knows about twins in our family, which we've always assumed he does, especially given the way we pop back up after one of us dies, then he'll know that I'll just show up if he kills her. Doesn't he? Maybe that's what he's waiting for. If he kills me too, he gets the throne for good. But if what Revan guessed is true, he might need me too much to kill me. He's never tried to marry a queen before either. That's new. So what is his end goal? Why is he doing any of this? There is no way that he actually wants to secure an alliance. I'm going round and round and round. The most important thing right now is Tabra. I would have heard, even here, if Edelon had killed her, wouldn't I? Or if anything else bad happened? Voss would have said. That thought has me breathing a little easier. The soft tread of feet on the stairs reaches my ears. Revan, most likely. He'd sent word that I was supposed to meet him for lunch to be introduced to the leaders next. Guessing this is a group I need to impress, I decide to change, pulling clothing from the rack in the corner. A lilac silk set this time, in the style of the Tindran authorities, and a dress rather than shirt and pants. The fabric looks incredibly expensive, with detailed golden embroidery, not only on the belt, but along the hem of the skirt and the long sleeves. The matching overcoat sports a short train. Vida is seriously gifted. This is as nice as anything Tabra ever wears. A garment truly fit for a royal. I smile. Maybe I can sit beside Vida at breakfast tomorrow. With no onyx slab to check my appearance and no dressing table, I sit down on the corner of the bed to arrange my hair. Something about that simple action gives me space to think. No good thoughts, though. Because I have no answers. Everything is a big, giant question mark in my head. More of the same back and forth. No matter what, I can't risk Edelon actually needing my power. Or am I just choosing to save myself? I don't think I am. After all, the king could use me as leverage against Tabra and vice versa. I need to be cautious now. Wait and see. I hate waiting. The impatient knock at my door is so unexpected I jump. Opening it with a creaking protest from the hinges, I find not Revan, but Voss standing outside. More like leaning against the doorframe, all cocky and full of aristocratic charm. I've already learned that he can turn lethal if he wants, though I'd gotten the impression that his hands around my neck had been more a warning than any real threat. I can also see now a clammy sort of sallowness beneath his skin. Is he sick? Or is the angle of the sun playing tricks on my eyes? Regardless, he's watching me with all of the beady concentration of a hawk.
"Princess,"
he says, not sounding sick at all.
"I've come to escort you to dinner."
He holds out his arm, crooked for mine, a courtly gesture. I don't move. Thank you, but my hair isn't finished. I can find my own way. He crosses his arms.
"You don't like me much, I take it."
Amusement and impudence all rolled into a handful of words. You tried to strangle me. He cocks his head, gaze trailing over the skin of my neck.
"I don't see bruising. I guess I didn't squeeze hard enough."
No wonder Revan likes this man. They can both be asses. You're lucky I don't bruise easy. The jaded teasing falls away, and suddenly the man before me is deadly serious.
"Revan saved my life, and this is my home."
The way he says it carries a weightiness that catches my attention. And you thought you needed to protect them both. From me. A shrug.
"I'm not a subtle man."
There's subtle, and there's a sledgehammer. On a cut-off snort of amusement, he straightens from his slouch against the door and assumes a courtly bow with a flourish of his hand.
My sincerest apologies, Domina, for trying to strangle you upon our first acquaintance.
He straightens.
Truce?
Then he holds out a hand to shake like he would to a man he's made a bet with. Technically, a faux pas with royalty. We don't shake hands in that way, and one should wait for us to extend ours first anyway. He's still testing me, I see. You still don't know me, I point out, not moving. Everyone has secrets, royalty more than most. I could still be dangerous. It's the closest I let myself come to offering the truth, and a bit of an apology for my continued deception.
Would you hurt him? Or endanger these people?
Voss asks, his eyes belying the small smile playing about his lips. Never on purpose, I say slowly. I want to help, if I can. But I am, first and foremost, a princess of Erid. My duty is to my people.
Queen,
he corrects.
Even if the wrong woman was crowned while you were gone.
He waves the hand he still holds out.
So, truce?
Why not? I clasp his hand. Touch me without permission again, and I'll cut your balls off. Voss's grip tightens.
That's quite a mouth you've got, Domina.
I really need to do better containing, well, me.
What if I were a woman? What would my punishment be then?
That takes a more subtle approach, and as you said, you're not a subtle man.
Indeed.
Voss chuckles. He waits while I finish my hair, then draws me out of my room, looping my arm through the crook of his to start us down the stairs.
You'll do.
I'm on the fence about you. I soften the words with a pat to his arm.
I'll take over from here.
Revan's voice sounds from behind us, more iron than velvet. We pause on the steps, hardly wide enough to accommodate the two of us, to find him standing on the platform above, watching with closed-off severity, his gaze focused on my hand resting over Voss's. I go to tug away, but Voss clamps down, his expression turning calculating as he gauges his leader.
You sent me to escort her. An easy task, she's quite appealing. Don't you agree?
No response from Revan. Voss doesn't even appear to notice.
This darling girl and I have made a truce,
he informs the silent man on the stairs above us. I blink at the predatory glint that sparks in Revan's eyes. What? Was I not supposed to get along with his people? Revan and I don't move.
So Voss gets forgiven, despite strangling you?
He asks, his voice dropping to a low rumble. I frown. Is Revan jealous that I haven't done the same with him? Forgiven him for stealing me? Doesn't he realize I already have? Otherwise, I would have left his unconscious ass in the forests of wilderness. I'd be back in Erid, likely taking Tabra's place and trying to fend off Edelon without knowing he's actually after my power rather than hers. But it would be nice to hear him admit a few things. He asked, I point out.
You want me to apologize?
His voice takes a more sinister rasp, but instead of fear, unwanted warmth flushes through me. Goddess, that voice might be my undoing. But now in my mind, it's linked with the memory of the soft feel of his lips against mine, his fingers in my hair, and the sudden ability to breathe easier. I've always thought of attraction like rain clouds in the desert. Here, then gone without much to show for it. Only this isn't just blowing away or burning off in the sun. That's a problem. I swallow, then become instantly frustrated with that small telling sign as his gaze tracks the movement. That better not be satisfaction tugging at his lips. I'm proud that my voice is steady when I say, only if you mean it. Any hint of a smile disappears as he snaps his mouth shut with an audible click. Then he opens it again. But I cut him off. Forgiveness means you acknowledge wrongdoing first.
Taking you was the only way.
It wasn't.
I won't apologize for protecting my people.
And I have a hard time forgiving a man who would take me away from mine when our shared enemy is literally within the walls of my palace. I hurl back. Why is he acting this way? I thought maybe in the library we'd at least agreed we're on the same side. But now, oh, the hells with what I thought.
Come, come, children. No fighting before dinner.
Voss croons. Stay out of it, I snap. At the same time, Revan growls.
Shut up, Voss. You wound me to the core.
He clutches his breast dramatically with one hand. The glares we both turn on him have him releasing my arm. Slowly, Voss holds both hands up in a gesture of surrender, even backing down a step away from me.
I can tell when I'm not wanted.
He leaves us glaring at each other. When it becomes obvious that Revan isn't going to make any kind of move, I shake my head and turn to go down the stairs after Voss. Revan follows, muttering words under his breath I can't quite catch. Why couldn't he brood for a few more minutes alone first? Only when I turn left to join the rest of the village at the long communal tables, he hooks a hand through my elbow, his touch instantly sending another rush of unwanted, inconvenient, pulsing warmth through my blood. What in the dominions is wrong with me?
I'm sorry,
he mutters. I pull up sharply at that, staring at him. For which part? His lips crook in wry self-recrimination.
All of it.
I blow out a sharp breath. Damned if I don't want to smile back, and my anger burns out like a backfire. A blanket apology. Are you sure you want to go that far? I mean, I have a stack of grievances. We could...
Don't push it.
You know, you really should be nice to me.
Nice isn't my thing.
Mine either. Sort of my version of an apology for snapping at him. He stills, gaze skating over my face.
I didn't like him touching you.
I swallow again. If I thought the warmth before was inconvenient, the wave that swamps me at his simple words threatens to set the entire forest on fire. All this feeling, and I have no idea what to do with it. Oh. I hide a wince at the inane word. It seems to shake him back into business mode, though, because he abruptly turns and starts us walking. But I glance over my shoulder in the direction of the communal table, the opposite direction.
We're not eating with them.
He flicks me a glance from the corner of his eyes.
It's time for you to meet the true leaders here.
Chapter 31. A shadow has no one. I try to rechannel Tabra, gliding along beside Revan, both of us quiet now, though I suspect for different reasons. He takes me to a building at ground level that is set aside from the others. This one is different, closed in on all four sides with no windows. At Revan's appearance, shadows creep up the walls until the entire structure is covered with thick, vine-like ropes of blackness. Why? So we won't be overheard? Or some other reason? He opens the only door I can see and ushers me inside. A thick wooden slab of a table is laid for dinner and sporting bowls of food that fill the air with the rich scents of roasted meat, fresh baked bread, and exotic fruit. Voss is already here, tucked into the far corner of the long room. Seated at the far end to his right is the girl, the one I've seen already. Closer up, I take in more of her appearance. Younger than I am by a year or two at most, with shoulder-length white hair stark against deep blue skin that is closer to a twilight sky than navy, and narrow-set black eyes that seem to frost around the edges. I try not to stare. It helps that a slight movement on the other side of the room catches my eye. Horace is standing there. He nods, and while I nod back, I'm tempted to lift an eyebrow. He didn't mention he was one of the leaders here. Revan steps up beside me, but I get the impression he's being careful not to touch. He does a quick round of introductions.
Horace, I believe you spent time with today. And you already know Voss, who is, for lack of a better term, the man in charge around here. The young woman beside him is Saya. She is with me,
Voss supplies. The rigidity in his voice is a warning that this girl is under his protection for whatever reason. Only I don't sense a romantic bond. Curious? Saya nods.
She hasn't always been blue, if that's what you're thinking.
Voss tacks on, almost defensive. Actually, I'd been busier trying to figure them out. I assumed she must have something supernatural in her. An ice sprite, maybe? After all, humans come in all shades, shapes, and sizes, and there are many creatures in this world, like sand nymphs, who are mostly human but bear their own unique coloring.
No.
That's all Voss says, which says a lot. There's a story there, I'd bet.
She's from Mariana.
Horace offers, and Saya nods. I study her, trying to see anything of a Marianan to her. A maritime people, they live around a protected bay the devourers can't get into. It makes up a majority of the Dominion.
She can't speak.
Revan tells me quietly.
When she opens her mouth.
Saya does so, her lips seeming to form words, but only a terrible noise, like a den of snakes, but 1,000 times louder, emerges from her lips. My skin crawls, and I find myself inching closer to Revan until she closes her mouth, cutting the sound off so abruptly, the silence is almost loud.
If she holds out long enough, she can incapacitate those around her.
Revan says. I shiver at the thought of that noise used as a weapon. Are the people he's set up as leaders here all Imperium? It would make sense to try to put their powers to use. How do you prefer to communicate? I ask Saya directly. She smiles, her face lighting up with it like I've done something right. Even Voss smiles. Then she holds up both hands and points with one to the other, which she uses to wave hello. I nod my understanding and wave back.
Saya's heart for the people in the Shadowwood is what keeps this place alive,
Horace says. The girl's cheeks deepen in color, which I'm guessing is a bit of a blush. Already I like her. She's the kind of person who radiates a delicate sort of sweetness, reminding me a bit of Tabra.
There are a few others.
Revan continues.
Hakan, from Savannah. You met Bina earlier today at our library. She's from Tropicus.
The librarian is part of this leader group too? Where are they?
Busy,
Voss says, and his tone this time isn't playful, but serious. Okay. I'm definitely not in the circle of trust here yet, not that I would expect to be.
Horace is my best fighter.
Revan says after a beat.
Really?
Voss drawls from his corner, suddenly back to what I'm starting to realize is his natural state of whimsy.
Horace is your best fighter. My poor heart, wounded twice in one day.
He covers a small cough with his hand.
I am Vexillium. I have no power.
Horace says, ignoring the other two men. Not apologetic, closer to daring me to scoff and carrying a fissure of underlying resentment. I can relate to resenting the station or circumstances birth landed me in, and I already know part of his story, which only adds to my empathy. So my smile is easy, or at least I try to make it so. Worth doesn't come from an inherited ability. Horace relaxes. The time we spent together today probably helps him realize I'm sincere, so I dare a grin. Some of the most powerful Imperium I know are useless pricks. A tiny choking sound comes from Voss, while beside me, Revan just shakes his head, but at least he loses some of the starch in his posture. I cross my arms, trying to hide a smile as I give him a measured look. You're surprised? I'm still on the fence about lumping you in that category. Horace's expression turns so pious, I'm surprised a halo doesn't appear.
This man saved us, she knows.
Revan stops him.
She's teasing me.
I wouldn't call it that, I murmur. Then to the rest of the room. He's gotten used to me. I'll grow on you.
Like a fungus,
Revan mutters. Was that him teasing? The way Horace snorts tells me he's equally surprised by Revan's response. Voss, meanwhile, clears his throat.
Hakon, when you meet him, can't be touched. He's Hylori. His gift is lightning.
Good to know.
Bina is like Horus, though.
He tacks on, again sounding defensive. But of the people not in this room, who he seems to assume I'm going to judge for being Vex. It strikes me, in that small moment, that these people must be friends. The ties that bind them have history. A history I don't know and can only guess at. But it hovers there, in the looks that pass between them and the way they treat each other, even the absent ones. Equals. Something I've never been. Not as a princess. Not with Cain and the Wanderers. Anyone else? I wonder aloud, glancing at the door.
They would know what to do with more of us.
Voss tosses out, and the room seems to ease with the words, each of them amused. Well, Voss grins. Horace allows himself a small quirk, and Zaya rolls her eyes. Revan, however, instead of trying to answer the questions I'm sure he can see in my eyes, takes a deliberate step farther away from me.
Now that you've been introduced, I'll go. Give you time to talk.
He's out the door before I can squeak a protest, and the group in the room takes a collective and obvious breath, which tells me something new. They are friends. He is not. The Shadow Wraith stands apart. He also left me alone, again. Damn Shadow Wraith. I go after him. Straight out the door into the night, I stumble at the sight of him not 10 feet from the door, half man and half shadow, made even more stark by the streaming light of late afternoon all around us, intimidating and animalistic. Oh, no, you don't. The swirling form of shadow goes stone still, which looks strange stuck like that, and he turns a half-transformed face my direction.
What?
Guttural and yet silky, that voice slides into my soul. You are not leaving me to face your people on my own. I inform him around the clenching of reaction happening inside me. Not again. After a beat, the shadows swirl again, only this time reforming into a man. Then he's directly in front of me, expression hard, uncompromising. And yet I get the impression that he's thrown by my demand that he stay.
Those people have been voted in as leaders here. Speak with them, leader to leader.
He's back to ordering.
Tomorrow I will show you the proof I promised.
Confusion feels like a shadows churning in my mind. I thought you were in charge here? A pause, then a single shake of his head.
I bring people to the Shadowwood. I keep them safe as I can, but I can't be more than that.
Won't, you mean? I say it slowly, not as an accusation, but a realization as I study his features. His eyes turn flinty.
Can't.
I search his expression for the truth I know is hidden there, and it comes to me softly. He holds himself apart for a reason. I've seen it in the surprised or even wary reactions of the people when he joins them. I've seen it in the way he can't get away from them fast enough. I see it now in his refusal to be part of them. He knows he's dangerous. I glance away. I have to. Otherwise, I'll give in to the sudden urge to wrap my arms around him, kiss him like he did me this morning with the intent to give comfort and show him that he's not alone. But he is alone, even with those things inside him. I cross my arms and look him in the eyes. Well, I can't speak with your leaders without you there.
You've got to be kidding me.
He mutters, followed by,
Why?
Because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know who I am. Not really. Not anymore. I want to hurl the words at him. Instead, I drop my gaze to my feet and admit something I didn't even realize myself until this moment. I'm not used to being around others. Not alone. Even among the wanderers, Cain was always with me. When he wasn't, things had a tendency to happen. Not good things.
What do you mean?
Revan looms closer to demand.
You are a princess of Arid.
Who, until a few weeks ago, was never in a room without one of my viziers or the queen to help guide me. Or even Oma, for that matter. I shoot him a glare from under my lashes. And if you tell anyone else I said that,
I won't.
A surprisingly gentle finger under my chin lifts my gaze to him. His expression is still hard, though.
You really mean it?
I frown at the strange tone of his voice, as if he's angry about that somehow. I don't know why he would be. Don't leave, I say. Not a plea, but a command. Maybe I'm absorbing a bit of Revan after being around him non-stop for days. He glances over my head at the low building, brows drawing low over his eyes, reluctance tilting his mouth down.
All right, but they won't like it.
Why not? He doesn't answer. Instead, he drags his gaze from the building back to me, and all that harsh beauty transforms into something softer. Understanding. He runs his thumb along my jawbone. I should pull away, walk away, but I want to lean into it, despite the tangle of knots in my stomach.
So brave with a kidnapper in the forest, but scared of a few outlaw leaders of rabble.
He murmurs, suddenly at his silkiest. They're not rabble, I say, frowning, oddly defensive of people I barely know. He huffs a short chuckle, eyes crinkling.
You're right.
Then he shakes his head, more at himself, I suspect, and drops his hands from my face. But I don't get even a second to breathe a little easier because he puts a hand to the small of my back. More touching.
Let's go, Trouble.
All I can think as I let him lead me back inside is that he didn't call me princess, and that maybe having him around while I probably answer more questions might not have been my smartest move. Chapter 32. A Queen or Waif. All discussions going on in our absence immediately cease the second we appear.
Sorted?
Voss asks, looking askance between us. None of them have moved.
It seems I'll be joining you this evening.
Revan states heavily, not exactly enthusiastic. No wonder they don't want him around. He was right about how they'd react, too. I could cut the tension that swamps the room with one of my missing knives.
About damn time.
Voss drops into the void of silence, and Revan sort of startles beside me, though it's slight enough that I'm not sure the others notice. So he was wrong as well. They do want him here. I get it, kind of. Having my grandmother around was never comfortable, or even that pleasant, given the way she was. But the second she was gone, Tabra and I were both cast adrift, needing her guidance. Wanting the man who saved you and provided your sanctuary to be part of the decisions on how it's run, while still being wary of him, seems like a natural response to me. I clear my throat, since no one else appears to know what to say. Revan tells me that you have been voted in as the leaders of the Shadowwood? That eases them somewhat. Horus is the one who nods a confirmation. So Tindra, Tropicus, Arid, Mariana, and Savannah are represented. What about Wilderness?
No one stepped up from that dominion.
Voss offers. But they asked, which tells me a lot as well.
Enough about us.
Voss drops his feet, which have been propped up on the table this entire time, to the ground. Suddenly, all business.
Horus and Saya have been informed about you and your double,
he says, waving a hand at the others in the room. Damn. Please don't share that outside this group. It's a secret we've kept in Erid, and it has protected our throne for generations.
Our lips are sealed,
Voss assures me. Saya mimes sewing her lips shut, even tying it off with a double knot. Horace nods, though more slowly. Of anyone, because he's from Erid, I would expect the most reaction from him, but beyond a curious light in his eyes, he doesn't seem upset or surprised. Revan, as usual, says nothing. Thank you, is all I can say. Nothing I can do about it now. Saya breaks up yet another round of awkward silence by making an eating gesture. She may be the youngest, but she's clearly the motherly one of the group. I think we're all grateful for something normal and mundane to concentrate on. At our hovel in Anora, I ate in silence with Oma, both of us at opposite ends of the small table like a standoff. In the desert, I sit with Cain for company, and sometimes when she wants to be annoying, Pella, all of us side by side on a thick blanket. In the palace, as queen, I would be seated at the head of a long banquet table, surrounded by my grandmother's and now Tebra's sycophants and advisors. Since the closest thing to this situation, in my experience, are palace meals posing as my sister, Tebra's mask falls into place. I move without thought to the head of the table and sit, spreading my skirts around me as I've been taught to do since childhood. Silence greets the move, and I glance up with raised eyebrows as none of the others move to take their seats. Problem? All three gazes swing to Revan, who I swear is laughing at me behind those dangerous eyes. I try not to squirm.
Not at all,
he says, and takes the chair to my right, at which point I realize that as far as these people are concerned, he is the higher-ranked person in this room. That makes me the honored guest, and now I've taken his seat. I think of offering to move, but decide not to make it a bigger deal than it already is. Princesses don't apologize. This time, I bother to listen to the voices in my head reminding me of that. Maybe more of grandmother is in me than I realize, when I want there to be, at least. Hungry, I load my plate with the simple fare and tuck in with relish, only to realize that silence has again descended over the table. Another glance up shows every pair of eyes still trained on me. Being stared at is getting tedious. I swear I washed my hands and face before I came, which makes Saya spout a sound that might be a laugh. To them, I'm a queen, and queens are cleaner than any other people on the planet. But I'm more used to my life in Anora, and washing hands was a thing in our grimy hovel.
You don't mind our food?
Voss asks. Oh, that's what I did wrong. Because I'm expected to act like a pampered princess, of course. I've had worse. Raised eyebrows indicate doubt about that. They wouldn't be all that wrong in their doubts. Tebra has only ever been fed the most expensive delicacies since the cradle. I'm stepping all over my own toes tonight. I've traveled for days. I'm hungry. I tack on in a hasty fix. That settles them, and they all tuck into their own meals. I hide another sigh. The way the lines are blurring between the girl I was and the woman I'm supposed to be, I'm going to have to watch myself more carefully. Only, my heart isn't in it. Maybe thanks to a certain shadow wraith? Ally. The word whispers through my head. It's been teasing me. Revan is strong, powerful, and he wants to take down Edelon. The fact that he basically is Edelon is my biggest sticking point. Still, maybe all the queens and pawns before me were wrong to try to hide behind our secrets. Maybe all we needed to do was find a more powerful ally, if that ally happens to be tied closely to the king himself and filled with evil. Is it worth the risk, though? My gaze trips to my right, where Revan is seated, and I catch him watching me in that way he does. And like happens every time, awareness feathers through me, leaving a trail of sparkling heat. He's sitting close enough that, even through my skirts, I can feel the length of his leg not quite touching mine under the table.
I don't think I'll ever figure you out,
he whispers to me alone. What surprises me a hell of a lot more than his words is the sudden wish for him to try. A new kind of ache settles near the region of my heart.
So,
Voss says from the other end of the table, pulling my attention to him.
will you be wedding yourself to our shadowy savior?
I inhale a sip of water and it goes down the wrong way, sending me into a coughing fit long enough that Revan is forced to slap me on the back. As soon as I have my breathing back under control, I grab my goblet of water and gulp it down. Seeing that I'm not going to choke to death, Revan shoots a look at the others, unmistakable as a silent warning.
That option is not on the table.
Was it supposed to be? I thought the idea was to use me to build up the Dominion, then hide me to keep me out of Edelon's sticky fingers. But becoming Revan's heartmate? Holy hells.
My apologies,
Voss says finally, with a small nod in my direction. I don't trust my voice, so I wave a hand.
What other news from Arid?
Revan asks, the question dropping into yet again awkward quiet that descends. I can't say getting to know his leaders is going all that great. Probably my fault. Oma would certainly say so. Voss pops a piece of meat in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully, then swallowing.
I got a look at the men advising King Edelon when he arrived.
I sit up straighter at this. This sounds important.
Pollux is still at his side, whispering in the king's ear morning, noon, and night, and the king's newest general, Quinton, was there.
His mouth flattens into a harsh slash. Horace scoots forward in his seat, resting his arms on the table but gripping his fork and knife like they're weapons. Revan was right. He's definitely a fighter.
That's a new name. Is he important? Quinton appears to have the king's trust, like I've never seen.
Voss admits, almost reluctantly. You've seen the king before? The question is out of me in a burst. Voss's and Horace's gazes cut sharply to Revan, who nods, and Voss goes back to picking out his food.
I was his general before I came here.
My blood congeals in my veins as all the implications hit. Not only is Revan basically Edelon with a conscience, I'm sitting at a table with a man who once served the king, who could serve him still, who followed his shadows here. I catch a tiny movement, Saya inching her hand across the table to Voss, who covers hers with his. I don't know why, but that small gesture soothes my worry. Is she tied to the reason Voss left? But because it's the only thing that comes to me. If you've served him, then he'd know your face while you were in the Oasis Palace? Voss chuckles at that.
Revan isn't the only one skilled at not being seen when he doesn't want to be.
That doesn't make me feel any better. He shoots me an insolent grin. Revan settles back in his chair, though, almost as indolent as Voss in his posture, his expression turning brooding as he stares into the wooden tankard in his hand, which he swirls for a moment or two.
I met Quinton only once before.
Revan pauses, thoughtful.
Like must have been drawn to like for the king and his new general.
What does that mean? I want to know. His turquoise gaze lands on me and holds, drawing me in again in that way I can't understand. It's like he's fire and I'm a moth, flying too close, unable to look away from the light. Until I burn to a crisp, that is. That seems to be the path I'm on. I shift in my seat to alleviate a smidgen of the tension building inside me. Goddess, he's not even trying. That kiss must have scrambled something inside me because this is all me.
It means,
He says,
that evil inevitably finds other evil to help put plans in motion. Edelon has been searching for a ruthless, unethical man to lead at his command. It seems he's found one. Fantastic,
Horace mutters, and Saya makes a face that says she agrees with that. I slide a glance toward Voss. Isn't anyone else in the room going to call out the obvious? I guess you weren't ruthless and unethical enough as his general. Voss's answering smile is almost as menacing as Revan's can get sometimes.
I guess that depends.
But I'm not letting it go. If I'm tying myself to Revan, the Shadowwood, and therefore these people, I damn well need answers. People change? I prod. I guess he's not used to others questioning him twice. He flicks a glance at Revan, who does nothing.
You could say that. I'll tell you the story sometime.
Revan is quiet, clearly lost in his thoughts, until he raises his gaze to Voss.
Anything else?
Voss hesitates, and I know Revan sees it because he drops the lazy posture, straightening. Suddenly, every inch the man who should be leading this group but refuses.
What?
Still, Voss flicks a glance in my direction, and my stomach ties itself in double knots. Not the confusing kind I've been struggling with, thanks to the man to my right, either. This is dread, pure and simple. Voss leans his elbows on the table, gaze intent on me, and now I'm sure of it.
Tabor's body double is going to marry Edelon in 3 days. Only he thinks he's marrying the real queen.
Chapter 33. 3 days. I stand up so fast my chair tips over, hitting the packed earth floor with a loud clatter. I'm too busy floundering to really notice. A long time ago, Pella pushed me into a well. She'd treated me nice, like a friend, for 2 whole days. She probably spent that long only because it took me the first day to stop viewing every kind gesture and word with abject suspicion. But the second day, when I finally relaxed and accepted she was sincere, she shoved me over the edge of the well. I hadn't learned to swim yet, not at that age. Not exactly a skill Oma prioritized. Princesses in Erid don't have reason to swim pretty much ever. I taught myself to swim afterward, but in that moment, I faced death head on. I remember screaming and thrashing, clawing at the stone walls until my nails shredded and my fingertips were bleeding. And then I was sinking, watching through the murky, stirred-up water as the circle of light that was the top of the well grew smaller and smaller, my lungs burning, and knowing I was going to die in that bottomless pit. This is what that feels like drowning. 3 days. Oma and grandmother's voices telling me all the evil things Edelon has done. 3 days. Revan telling me that Edelon is after my power and the fates of more than my sister and Erid are at stake. Only 3. Every self-accusatory thought I've had about leaving Tabra in the hands of the worst monster in all the lands and seas, all the devourers included,